Chapter 1 of the Children's Bible. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Raybright. The Children's Bible by Henry A. Sherman. Chapter 1. The Story of Creation. In the beginning, God made the heavens and the earth. And while the earth was still unformed, God said, "Let there be light." And there was light. And God saw that the light was good. Then God separated the light from the darkness. And God called the light day and the darkness night. And there was an evening and a morning, making the first day. And God said, "Let there be a sky, and let it divide the waters that are below and the waters that are above the sky." And it was done. And God called the sky the heavens. And there was an evening and a morning, making the second day. And God said, "Let the waters under the heavens be brought together, and let the dry land appear." And it was done. And God called the dry land earth, and the waters that were brought together seas. And God saw that it was good. And God said, "Let plants and trees grow from the earth." And it was done. And plants and trees grew from the earth, each plant bringing forth its own kind of seed, and each tree its own kind of fruit. And God saw that it was good. And there was an evening and a morning, making the third day. And God said, "Let there be lights in the heavens to separate the night from the day, and let them be signs to mark the seasons, the days, and the years. Let them be lights in the heavens to light the earth." And it was done. So God made the two great lights, the sun and the moon, the greater to rule the day and the lesser to rule the night. God made the stars also, and placed them in the heavens to throw light upon the earth. And God saw that it was good. And there was an evening and a morning, making the fourth day. And God said, "Let the waters bring forth many living creatures, and let birds fly above the earth and in the sky." And God made large sea monsters, and all kinds of living creatures with which the water abound, and all kinds of birds. And God saw that it was good. And he blessed them, saying, "Increase and fill the waters and the seas, and let the birds increase on the earth." And there was an evening and a morning, making the fifth day. And God said, "Let the earth bring forth all kinds of living creatures, cattle and creeping things, and wild beasts." And it was done. So God made all the different kinds of wild beasts, and the cattle, and everything that crawls upon the ground. And God saw that it was good. And God said, "Let us make man like ourselves. Let him rule over the fish in the sea, the birds of the sky, the cattle, the wild beasts, and all the living things that crawl upon the earth." And God made man like himself. Like God he made him. He made them male and female. And God blessed them and said to them, "Have children, increase, live all over the earth and conquer it. Rule over the fish of the sea, the birds of the sky, and every other living thing that crawls upon the ground." And God said, "See, to you I give every plant which grows on all the earth, and every tree which bears fruit with its own kind of seed. It shall be food for you. And to every wild beast and to every bird of the sky and to everything that crawls on the earth and is alive, I give every green herb for food." And it was done. And when God saw everything that he had made, he saw that it was very good. And there was an evening and a morning, making the sixth day. And the heavens and the earth were finished, and all that was in them. And on the seventh day, when God had finished the work which he had done, he rested from all his work. And God blessed the seventh day and made it holy, for in it he rested from all the work which he had done. End of chapter 1. Chapter 2 of the Children's Bible by Henry A. Sherman. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. God's good gifts to man. At the time when Jehovah made earth and heaven, no trees or plants grew on the earth, for Jehovah had not yet sent the rain, and there was no man to till the soil. But a mist rose from the earth and watered the ground. Then Jehovah made man out of the dust taken from the ground, and breathed into him the breath of life, and man became a living being. And Jehovah planted a garden in Eden, far in the east, and out of the ground he made grow all kinds of trees that are pleasant to look at and good for food, also the tree of life and the tree that gives the knowledge of good and evil. Then Jehovah took the man and put him in the Garden of Eden to till it and to care for it. And Jehovah gave the man this command: "You may eat all you wish from every tree of the garden except from the tree that gives the knowledge of good and evil. From this you shall not eat, for if you eat from it, you shall surely die." Then Jehovah said, "It is not good for the man to be alone. I will make a companion for him." So out of the ground Jehovah made all the wild beasts and birds and brought them to the man to see what he would name them. And whatever he called each living thing, that became its name. But for the man himself there was found no companion suited to him. Then Jehovah made the man to fall into a deep sleep, and while he slept, he took one of his ribs and closed up its place with flesh. The rib which he had taken from the man, Jehovah made into a woman and brought her to the man. Then the man said, "Because she was made from my body, she shall be called woman." End of chapter 2. Chapter 3 of the Children's Bible by Henry A. Sherman. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The first disobedience. Now the serpent was more deceitful than any other animal that Jehovah had made. And it said to the woman, "Has God really said, 'You shall not eat from any tree of the garden'?" The woman answered, "We may eat of the fruit of all the trees of the garden, except the fruit of the tree which is in the middle of the garden, for God has said, 'You shall not eat from it, nor shall you touch it, for if you do, you shall die.'" Then the serpent said to the woman, "You shall not surely die, for God knows that as soon as you eat of it, your eyes will be opened, and you will know what is good and what is evil." When the woman saw that the tree was good for food, beautiful to look at, and that it would make her wise, she took some of its fruit and ate it. Then she gave some to her husband, which was with her, and he ate. Then the eyes of both of them were opened, so that they knew that they were naked, and they sewed fig leaves together and made girdles for themselves. When they heard the sound of the footsteps of Jehovah as he was walking in the garden in the cool of the day, the man and his wife hid from him among the trees of the garden. And Jehovah called to the man and said to him, "Where are you?" And he answered, "I heard the sound of thy footsteps in the garden, and I was afraid, because I was naked, so I hid myself." Jehovah said, "Who told you that you were naked? Have you eaten from the tree from which I forbade you to eat?" The man answered, "The woman whom thou didst give to me, she gave me the fruit from the tree, and I ate." Jehovah said to the woman, "What is this that you have done?" The woman replied, "The serpent deceived me, and I ate." Then Jehovah said to the serpent, "Because you have done this, you shall be hated more than all the beasts. You shall crawl on your belly, and eat dust all your life, and men and serpents shall always be enemies. They shall bruise your head, and you shall wound them on the heel." To the woman he said, "I will greatly increase your trouble and your pain, and you shall be subject to your husband, and he shall rule over you." But to the man he said, "Because you have listened to your wife and have eaten of the tree from which I forbade you to eat, as long as you live, you shall earn a living only by hard work. By hard work shall you raise food to eat, and you shall die, and your body shall go back to the ground, for from dust you were made, and to dust you shall return." And Jehovah made garments of skins for the man and his wife and clothed them. And he sent them out of the Garden of Eden to till the ground. End of chapter 3. Chapter 4 of the Children's Bible by Henry A. Sherman. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Cain and his brother Abel. Adam named his wife Eve because she was the mother of all living beings. She had 2 sons, Cain and Abel. Abel was a shepherd, but Cain was a farmer. One day Cain brought as an offering to Jehovah some fruit and grain that he had grown. Abel too brought some of the best animals of his flock and sacrificed their fat pieces to Jehovah. Jehovah was pleased with Abel and his offering, but Cain and his offering did not please him. This made Cain very angry, and his face showed it. So Jehovah said to Cain, "Why are you angry, and why do you scowl? If you do what is right and good, will not your offering be accepted? But if you do wrong, sin crouches like a wild beast at the door, and the desire to sin will overcome you, but you should master it." Cain said to his brother Abel, "Let us go into the field." And while they were in the field, Cain struck his brother Abel and killed him. When Jehovah said to Cain, "Where is your brother Abel?" Cain answered, "I do not know. Am I my brother's keeper?" Jehovah said, "What have you done? Hark, your brother's blood is crying to me from the ground. Even now you are condemned by the very ground that has opened to receive your brother's blood from your hand. Whenever you till the ground, it shall no longer yield to you its strength. You shall be a tramp and a wanderer on the earth." Then Cain said to Jehovah, "My punishment is more than I can bear. See, thou hast driven me out today from this land, and I shall no longer be able to worship thee, and I shall become a tramp and a wanderer on the earth, and whoever finds me will kill me." But Jehovah said to him, "If anyone kills you, he shall be punished sevenfold." So Jehovah placed a mark on Cain to keep anyone who found him from killing him. And Cain went out from Jehovah's presence and lived as a wanderer, far away from Eden. End of chapter 4. Chapter 5 of the Children's Bible by Henry A. Sherman. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Noah and the Great Flood. When Jehovah saw that men were growing more wicked in the world, and that their thoughts were always evil, he was greatly grieved and regretted that he had made man. Therefore Jehovah said, "I will completely destroy all living beings from off the earth, for I regret that I have made them." But Noah had won God's favor. So Jehovah said to Noah, "I have decided to put an end to all living beings, for the earth is filled with their wicked acts. I am going to destroy them from the earth. Make yourself an ark of cypress wood. Build rooms in the ark, and cover it within and without with pitch. This is how you shall build it. The ark shall be 500 feet long, 80 feet wide, and 50 feet high. Make a roof for it and place the door on the side. Build it with lower, second, and third stories. For I am about to bring floods of water upon the earth to destroy every living creature in which is the breath of life. Every creature that is on the earth shall die. Then Jehovah said to Noah, enter with all your household into the ark, for I see that of all the people who are now alive, you alone are upright. Of all the beasts that are fit for food and sacrifice, you shall take with you 7, the male and the female. But of the beasts that are not fit for food and sacrifice, 2, the male and the female. And of the wild birds that are fit for food and sacrifice, 7, to keep each alive on all of the earth. After 7 days I will send rain on the earth for 40 days and 40 nights, and I will destroy every living thing that I have made. Then Noah did all that Jehovah had commanded him. When the waters of the flood came upon the earth, he, his sons, his wife, and his sons' wives, together with the beasts that were fit for food and sacrifice, and the beasts that were not fit, and the birds and everything that creeps upon the ground, entered the ark because of the waters of the flood. The rain fell upon the earth 40 days and 40 nights, and Jehovah shut Noah in the ark. And the waters rose higher and higher and raised up the ark, and it was lifted high above the earth. All creatures living on the land died. Noah only was left, and they who were with him in the ark. Then God remembered Noah and all the beasts and all the animals that were with him in the ark. And God caused a wind to blow over the earth, and the flood went down, and the rain from earth ceased, and waters withdrew more and more from the land. After 40 days Noah opened the window of the ark and sent out a raven, and it kept going to and fro until the waters were dried upon the earth. He also sent out a dove to see if the waters had gone from the surface of the earth. But the dove found no rest for her foot, and so returned to him to the ark, for the waters covered the whole earth. Therefore Noah reached out his hand and took her and brought her back into the ark. Then he waited 7 days longer and again sent out the dove from the ark. And the dove came into him at dusk, and in her mouth was a freshly plucked olive leaf. So Noah knew that the waters had gone from the earth. And he waited 7 days more and again sent out the dove, but it did not return. So Noah took off the covering of the ark and looked and saw that the surface of the ground was dry. Then he, with his sons, his wife, and his sons' wives went out of the ark. And Noah built an altar to Jehovah and took one of every beast and bird that was fit for sacrifice and offered burnt offerings on the altar. And Jehovah said to himself, I will never again condemn the ground because of man, nor will I again destroy every living creature as I have done. While the earth remains, seed time and harvest, cold and heat, summer and winter, day and night shall not cease. And God said, this is the sign of the solemn agreement that I make for all time between me and you and every living creature that is with you. I have placed my rainbow in the cloud, and it shall be the sign of the solemn agreement between me and the people who live on the earth. Whenever I bring a cloud over the earth, and the rainbow is seen in the cloud, I will remember the agreement which is between me and you and every living creature, and the waters shall never again become a flood to destroy them. End of chapter 5. Chapter 6 of the Children's Bible by Henry A. Sherman. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The story of the Tower of Babel. All the people of the earth spoke one language. And as they traveled westward, they found a broad valley in the land of Babylonia and made their home there. Then they said one to another, "Come, let us make bricks and thoroughly bake them." So they had bricks for stone and asphalt for mortar. And they said, "Come, let us build us a city and a tower whose top will touch the heavens, and thus make a landmark, that we may not be scattered over all the earth." But when Jehovah came down to see the city and the tower men had built, he said, "See, they are one people, and all have one language. This is but the beginning, and now nothing which they plan to do will seem too difficult for them. Come, let us go down and confuse their language, that they may not understand one another." So Jehovah scattered them from there over all the earth, and they stopped building the city. Therefore they named it Babel, which means confusion. For there Jehovah confused the language of all the people on the earth and scattered them over the whole world. End of chapter 6. Chapter 7 of the Children's Bible by Henry A. Sherman. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Abraham, the friend of God and man. The sons of Noah who came out of the ark were Shem, Ham, and Japheth. Terah, a descendant of Shem, was the father of Abraham, Nahor, and Haran. And Haran was the father of Lot. Jehovah said to Abraham, "Go from your country, your relatives, and your father's house to the land that I will show you, and I will make of you a great nation. And I will surely bless you and make your name famous, so that you shall be a blessing. And all the families of the earth shall ask for themselves a blessing like your own." So Abraham set out as Jehovah had commanded him, and Lot went with him. Abraham was 75 years old when he left Haran. He took Sarah his wife, and Lot his brother's son, and everything that they had, and started for the land of Canaan. Abraham passed through the land to a place called Shechem, to the oak of Moreh. There Jehovah appeared to Abraham and said, "To your children will I give this land." There Abraham built an altar to Jehovah, who had appeared to him. From there he removed to the hill near Bethel and pitched his tent with Bethel on one side and Ai on the other. And there too he built an altar to Jehovah and prayed to him. Now Abraham was very rich in cattle and silver and in gold. Lot also, who went with Abraham, had so many flocks and herds and tents that the land was not rich enough to support them both. So when there was a quarrel between Lot's herdsmen and Abraham's herdsmen, Abraham said to Lot, "I beg of you, let there be no quarrel between me and you, nor between my herdsmen and yours, for we are relatives. Is not the whole land before you? I beg of you, separate yourself from me. If you go to the left, then I will go to the right, or if you go to the right, then I will go to the left." So Lot looked about and saw that all the plain of the Jordan, as far as Zoar, was well watered everywhere, like a garden of Jehovah. So Lot chose for himself all the valley of the Jordan and lived in the cities of the plain and moved his tent as far as Sodom. But the men of Sodom were very wicked and sinned against Jehovah. Jehovah said to Abraham after Lot had gone away from him, "Lift up your eyes and look from the place where you are northward and southward and eastward and westward. For all the land that you see I will give to you and to your children forever. I will make them as many as the dust of the earth, so that if a man can count the dust of the earth, then your children may also be counted. Rise, walk through the length and breadth of the land, for I will give it to you." Then Abraham moved his tent and lived in the oak grove of Mamre, which is in Hebron, and built there an altar to Jehovah. Jehovah also appeared to Abraham by the oaks of Mamre, as he was sitting at the entrance of his tent in the heat of the day. And as he looked up, 3 men stood there before him. As soon as he saw them, he ran from the entrance of his tent to meet them and bowed to the ground and said, "Sirs, if you are willing to do me a favor, do not, I beg of you, pass by your servant. Since you have come to your servant, let a little water be brought that you may wash your feet and lie down under the tree. And let me bring some food that you may refresh yourselves. Afterward you may go on your way." They replied, "Do as you have said." So Abraham hastened to Sarah's tent and said, "Make ready quickly 4 measures of fine meal. Knead it and make cakes." Abraham also ran to the herd and took a calf that was tender and good and gave it to the servant, and he prepared it quickly. Then Abraham took curd and milk with the calf which he had prepared and served them, and he waited on them under the tree while they ate. Then they said to him, "Where is your wife?" He said, "There, within the tent." One of them said, "I will surely return to you about 9 months from now, and then Sarah your wife shall have a son." End of chapter 7. Chapter 8 of the Children's Bible by Henry A. Sherman. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Lot's escape from the wicked city. And Abraham went along with them to start them on their way. Jehovah said, "The complaint has come that the people of Sodom and Gomorrah have committed great and terrible sins. I will go down and see whether they have done exactly as the complaint comes to me, and if they have not, I will know." Then the men turned from there and looked off in the direction of Sodom. Then Abraham drew near to Jehovah and said, "Wilt thou sweep away the righteous with the wicked? Suppose there are within the city 50 people who are righteous. Wilt thou sweep away and not spare the place for the 50 righteous who are in it? Far be it from thee to do this, to slay the righteous with the wicked, and the righteous should be treated as the wicked. Far be it from thee. Shall not the judge of all the earth do what is just?" Jehovah said, "If I find in the city of Sodom 50 who are righteous, I will spare the whole place for their sake." Abraham answered, "I have dared to speak to Jehovah even though I am but dust and ashes. Suppose there be 5 lacking of the 50 righteous. Wilt thou sweep away all the city for lack of 5? Jehovah said, "I will not sweep it away if I find 45 there." And Abraham spoke to him again and said, "Suppose 40 are found there." He replied, "For the sake of 40, I will not do it." Then Abraham said, "Oh, let not Jehovah be angry, but let me speak. Suppose 30 are found there." He answered, "I will not do it if I find 30 there." Then Abraham said, "Thou seest that I have dared to speak to Jehovah. Suppose 20 are found there." He replied, "For the sake of 20, I will not destroy it." Then Abraham said, "Oh, let not Jehovah be angry, but let me speak just once more. Suppose 10 are found there." And he said, "For the sake of 10, I will not destroy it." Then Jehovah went his way, and Abraham returned home. 2 angels in human form came to Sodom in the evening as Lot was sitting at the gate of Sodom. When Lot saw them, he rose up to meet them, and he bowed with his face to the earth and said, "Sirs, turn aside, I beg of you, into your servant's house and spend the night and wash your feet. Then you can rise up early and go on your way." They said, "No, we will spend the night in the street." But he urged them so strongly that they went with him and entered his house. And he made a feast for them, and baked bread made without yeast, and they ate. But before they had lain down, the people of Sodom, both young and old, all the people from every quarter, surrounded the house. And they called out to Lot, "Where are the men who came in to you tonight? Bring them out to us, that we may do to them what we desire." Then Lot went out to them at the entrance of his house, but he shut the door after him. And he said, "I beg of you, my friends, do not do what is wrong. Do nothing to these men, for they have come under the shadow of my roof." But they replied, "Stand back, or we will treat you worse than them." And they pressed hard against Lot and advanced to break the door. But the men reached out and drew Lot to them into the house and shut the door. Then they smote the men who were at the door of the house, both small and great, with blindness, so that they grew tired of searching for the door. Then the men said to Lot, "Have you any one else here? Bring your sons-in-law, your sons and daughters, and whoever you have in the city out of this place, for we are about to destroy it, because the great complaint concerning the people has come to Jehovah, and he has sent us to destroy it." So Lot went out and said to his sons-in-law, "Up, go out of this place, for Jehovah will destroy the city." But his sons-in-law thought that he was only jesting. When the dawn appeared, the angels urged Lot, saying, "Get up, take your wife and your 2 daughters, that you may not be swept away in the punishment of the city." When he hesitated, the men took him by the hand and led him and his wife and his 2 daughters outside the city, for Jehovah was merciful to him. When they had brought them outside, they said, "Run for your life. Do not look behind you, nor stay anywhere in the plain. Escape to the heights, that you may not be swept away." But Lot said to them, "O sirs, not so. See, your servant has found favor with you, and you have shown great mercy to me in saving my life. I cannot escape to the heights, lest some evil overtake me and I die. See now, this village is near enough to run to, and it is small. Oh, let me escape there, and my life will be saved." Jehovah said to him, "I have also granted you this favor, in that I will not destroy the village of which you have spoken. Make haste, escape to it, for I can do nothing until you arrive there." The sun had risen when Lot came to Zoar. Then Jehovah caused brimstone and fire from heaven to rain upon Sodom and Gomorrah, and he destroyed those cities, and all the plain with all the people who lived in it, and all that grew on the ground. But Lot's wife, who was following him, looked back, and she became a pillar of salt. Early in the morning Abraham arose and went to the place where he had stood before Jehovah, and as he looked toward Sodom and Gomorrah and all the plain, he saw the smoke of the land going up as the smoke of a smelting furnace. End of chapter 8. Chapter 9 of the Children's Bible by Henry A. Sherman. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. God's care for the boy Ishmael. Jehovah remembered what he had told Sarah, and he did as he had promised. So Sarah had a son, and when the child grew up, Abraham made a great feast on the day that he was weaned. But Sarah saw the son of Hagar the Egyptian and of Abraham playing with her son Isaac. And she said to Abraham, "Drive out the slave girl and her son, for the son of this slave girl shall not be heir with my son Isaac." This request was very displeasing to Abraham, because the boy was his son. But Jehovah said to Abraham, "Do not be displeased because of the boy and because of your slave girl. Listen to all that Sarah says to you, for Isaac only and his children shall bear your name. But I will also make of the son of the slave girl a great nation, because he is your son." Then Abraham rose early in the morning and took bread and a skin of water and gave it to Hagar, and he put the boy upon her shoulder and sent her away. So she set out and wandered in the desert of Beersheba. When the water in the skin was gone, she left the child under one of the desert shrubs and went a short distance away and sat down opposite him. For she said, "Let me not see the child die." While she sat there, the boy began to cry. And Jehovah heard the cry of the boy and said, "What troubles you, Hagar? Fear not, for Jehovah has heard the cry of the boy. Rise, lift him up, and hold him fast by the hand, for I will make him a great nation." And Jehovah opened her eyes, and she saw a well of water. Then she went and filled the skin with water and gave the boy a drink. And Jehovah cared for the boy, and when he grew up, he lived in the wilderness of Paran and became a bowman. And his mother secured a wife for him from Egypt. End of chapter 9. Chapter 10 of the Children's Bible by Henry A. Sherman. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Abraham's loyalty to God. Later, Jehovah tested Abraham, saying to him, "Abraham." And he answered, "Here am I." Jehovah said, "Take your son, your only son Isaac, whom you love, and go to the land of Moriah and offer him there as a burnt offering on one of the mountains of which I shall tell you." So Abraham rose early in the morning and saddled his ass and took two of his servants with him and his son Isaac. When he had split the wood for the burnt offering, he set out for the place of which God had told him. On the third day, when Abraham looked up and saw the place in the distance, he said to his servants, "Stay here with the ass, while I and the lad go over there. And when we have worshipped, we will come back to you." Then Abraham took the wood for the burnt offering and laid it on Isaac his son. And he took the fire and the knife, and they both went on together. And Isaac spoke to Abraham his father and said, "Father?" And Abraham answered, "Yes, my son." Isaac said, "Here is the fire and the wood, but where is the lamb for the burnt offering?" Abraham answered, "My son, God will himself provide a lamb for a burnt offering." So the two went on together. When they came to the place of which God had told him, Abraham built the altar there and laid the wood on it and bound Isaac his son and laid him on the altar upon the wood. Then Abraham reached out his hand and took his knife to kill his son. But the angel of Jehovah called to him from heaven, saying, "Abraham, Abraham." And he answered, "Here am I." And he said, "Do not put your hand upon the boy, nor do anything to him, for now I know that you love God, for you have not refused to give your son, your only son, to him." Then Abraham looked up, and he saw a ram caught in the thicket by his horns. So Abraham took the ram and offered him up as a burnt offering instead of his son. And he named the place Jehovah-Jireh, which means Jehovah will provide. The angel of Jehovah again called to Abraham and said, "Jehovah declares, because you have done this thing and have not kept back your son, your only son, I will surely bless you, and I will make your children as many as the stars of the heavens and as the sand which is on the seashore, so that they shall conquer their enemies, and all the nations of the earth shall ask for themselves a blessing like theirs, because you have obeyed my command." End of chapter 10. Chapter 11 of the Children's Bible by Henry A. Sherman. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. How Rebekah became the wife of Isaac. When Abraham was very old and Jehovah had blessed him in every way, Abraham said to the eldest of his household servants, who had charge of all his affairs, "Put your hand under my hip, while I make you promise by Jehovah, the God of heaven and earth, that you will not let my son marry one of the daughters of the Canaanites among whom I live, but that you will go to my own country and to my relatives, and there get a wife for my son Isaac." The servant said to him, "Perhaps the woman will not be willing to follow me to this land. Must I then take your son back to the land from which you came?" Abraham said to him, "See to it that you do not take my son back there. Jehovah, the God of heaven, who took me from my father's house and from my native land, and who solemnly promised me, 'To your children I will give this land,' will send his angel before you, and there you will get a wife for my son. And if the woman is not willing to come with you, then you will be free from this promise to me. Only never take my son back there." So the servant put his hand under Abraham's hip and made the promise. Then the servant took 10 of his master's camels and set out with precious gifts from his master. So he went to the town of Nahor, and he made the camels kneel down outside the town by the well in the evening at the time when women go out to draw water. Then he said, "O Jehovah, the God of my master Abraham, give me, I pray thee, success today, and show kindness to my master Abraham. Here I am standing by the spring of water, and the daughters of the men of the town are coming out to draw water. May that young woman to whom I shall say, 'Please let down your water jar that I may drink,' and who answers, 'Drink, and I will also water your camels,' may she be the one thou hast chosen for thy servant Isaac. By this I shall know that thou hast shown kindness to my master." Then, even before he was through speaking, Rebekah, who was the granddaughter of Nahor, Abraham's brother, came out with her water jar upon her shoulders. She was very beautiful and unmarried. She went down to the spring, filled her jar, and came up. Then the servant ran to meet her and said, "Please let me drink a little water from your jar." She answered, "Drink, sir," and quickly let down her water jar from her shoulder upon her hand and gave him a drink. When she had finished giving him a drink, she said, "I will draw water for your camels also until they have finished drinking." So she quickly emptied her jar into the trough and ran again to the well to draw water and drew for all his camels. Meanwhile, the man was silently gazing at her in order to find out whether Jehovah had made his journey successful or not. As soon as the camels had finished drinking, the man took a gold ring, 5 ounces in weight, and put it in her nose, and put on her arms 2 golden bracelets, weighing 5 ounces, and said, "Whose daughter are you? Tell me, I beg of you. Is there room in your father's house for us to spend the night?" She answered, "I am the granddaughter of Michael and Nahor. We have plenty of straw and feed, and there is a place for you to spend the night." Then the man bowed down his head and worshipped Jehovah, saying, "Blessed be Jehovah, the God of my master Abraham, who has continued to show his mercy and his faithfulness towards my master. As for me, Jehovah has led me on the way to the house of my master's relatives." Then the young woman ran and told these things to her mother's family. Now Rebekah had a brother named Laban, and Laban ran out to the man at the spring. And when he saw the bracelets on his sister's hands and the ring, and when he heard Rebekah say, "This is what the man said to me," he went to the man who was still standing by the camels at the spring and said, "Come in, you who are blessed by Jehovah. Why do you stand outside? For I have cleared the house and have room for your camels." So he brought the man into the house and took the packs off the camels and furnish straw and feed for them, and water to wash his feet and the feet of the men who were with him. But when food was set before him to eat, he said, "I will not eat until I have made known my errand." They answered, "Speak." He said, "I am Abraham's servant, and Jehovah has blessed my master greatly, so that he has become very rich. He has given him flocks and herds, silver and gold, servants and camels and asses. Now Sarah, my master's wife, had a son when she was old, and my master has given him all that he has. My master also made me promise, saying, 'Do not let my son marry one of the daughters of the Canaanites in whose land I live, but go to my father's home and to my relatives, and there find a wife for my son.' When I said to my master, 'What if the woman will not follow me?' he said to me, 'Jehovah, whom I love and serve, will send his angel with you and make you successful, and you will find for my son a wife from among my relatives of my father's family. Then you shall be free from your promise to me. But if you go to my family and they do not give her to you, you shall also be free from your promise to me.' So I came today to the spring and said, 'O Jehovah, the God of my master Abraham, see, I am standing by the spring of water. If thou wilt make the errand on which I am going successful, then let the young woman who comes to draw, to whom I say, "Please give me a little water from your jar to drink," and who shall say to me, "Drink, and I will also draw for your camels," let that one be the woman whom Jehovah has chosen for my master's son." Even before I was through speaking, Rebekah came out with her water jar on her shoulder and went down to the spring and drew water. And when I said to her, "Please let me drink," she quickly let down her water jar from her shoulder and answered, "Drink, and I will also water your camels." So I drank, and she also watered the camels. Then I asked her, "Whose daughter are you?" And she said, "The granddaughter of Nahor and Milcah." So I put the ring in her nose and the bracelets on her arms. And I bowed my head and worshipped and blessed Jehovah, the God of my master Abraham, who had led me on the right way to find the daughter of my master's brother for his son. Tell me whether or not you will deal kindly and truly with my master, so that I shall know what to do." Then Laban and his family answered, "The matter is in the hands of Jehovah. We cannot say either yes or no. See, Rebekah is before you. Take her and go, and let her be the wife of your master's son, as Jehovah has said." When Abraham's servant heard their words, he bowed to the ground before Jehovah. Then he brought out gold and silver ornaments and clothing and gave them to Rebekah. He also gave costly gifts to her brother and to her mother, and he and the men who were with him ate and drank and spent the night there. When they rose in the morning, the servant said, "Send me away to my master." But Rebekah's brother and mother answered, "Let the young woman stay with us a month, or at least 10 days. After that she may go." But he said to them, "Do not delay me, for Jehovah has given me success. Send me away that I may go to my master." Then they said, "We will call the young woman and ask her." So they called Rebekah and said to her, "Will you go with this man?" She answered, "I will go." So they sent away their sister Rebekah and her nurse with Abraham's servant and his men. They also blessed Rebekah, saying to her, "Our sister, may your children and their children become thousands and thousands." Then Rebekah set out with her maids, and riding upon the camels, they followed the man. So the servant took Rebekah and went away. Now Abraham had given all that he had to Isaac and had breathed his last, dying in a good old age, satisfied with living. In the evening, when Isaac had gone out in the field to meditate, he looked up and saw camels coming. Rebekah too looked up, and when she saw Isaac, she quickly alighted from the camel and said to the servant, "Who is this man walking in the field to meet us?" When the servant said, "It is my master," she took her veil and covered her face. Then the servant told Isaac all that he had done. And Isaac brought Rebekah to the tent of Sarah, his mother, and she became his wife, and he loved her. End of chapter 11. Chapter 12 of the Children's Bible by Henry A. Sherman. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. How Jacob Deceived His Father. Now Isaac prayed to Jehovah for his wife because she had no children, and Jehovah heard his prayer. And Rebekah became the mother of twin boys. They named one Esau and the other Jacob. As they grew up, Esau became a skillful hunter, a man who lived out in the fields. And Jacob was a quiet man who stayed about the tents. Isaac loved Esau, for he was fond of game, but Rebekah loved Jacob. Once, when Jacob was preparing a stew, Esau came in from the fields, and he was very hungry. So he said to Jacob, "Let me swallow some of that red stew, for I am very hungry." But Jacob said, "Sell me first all your right as the eldest." Esau replied, "See, I am nearly dead now, so of what use is this birthright to me?" Jacob said, "First solemnly promise to give it to me." So Esau solemnly promised and sold his birthright to Jacob. Then Jacob gave Esau bread and stewed lentils, and when he had had something to eat and drink, he got up and went away. In this way Esau gave away his birthright. When Isaac was so old and so nearly blind that he could not see, he called Esau his oldest son and said to him, "My son." Esau answered, "Here am I." Then Jacob said, "See, I am old and do not know how soon I may die. Now therefore take your quiver and your bow and go out into the fields and hunt game for me, and prepare for me savory food such as I love, and bring it to me that I may eat and that I may bless you before I die." Rebekah was listening when Isaac spoke to his son Esau. So when Esau went into the fields to hunt game, Rebekah said to her son Jacob, "I just now heard your father say to your brother Esau, 'Bring me game and prepare for me savory food that I may eat it and bless you before I die.' Now, my son, do as I tell you. Go to the flock and bring me from there 2 good kids, and I will make of them savory food for your father, such as he loves. Then take it to him that he may eat, so that he may bless you before he dies." But Jacob said to Rebekah his mother, "You know that my brother Esau is a hairy man, while I am smooth. Perhaps my father will feel for me. Then I shall appear to him as a deceiver, and I shall bring blame upon me and not a blessing." But his mother said to him, "Upon me be the blame, my son. Only obey me and go. Bring the kids to me." So he went and brought them to his mother, and his mother made savory food such as his father loved. Rebekah also took the fine clothes of her oldest son Esau, which she had with her in the tent, and put them on her younger son Jacob. Then she put the skins of the kids on his hands and upon the smooth part of his neck, and she placed the savory food and the bread which she had prepared in his hand. And he went to his father and said, "My father." Isaac answered, "Here am I." "Who are you, my son?" Jacob said, "I am Esau, your oldest son. I have done as you commanded me. Sit up and eat my game, that you may bless me." Isaac said to his son, "How very quickly you have found it, my son." He answered, "Yes, because Jehovah your God gave me success." Then Isaac said to Jacob, "Come here, my son, that I may feel of you to find out whether you are really my son Esau or not." So Jacob went near to Isaac, his father, and he felt of him and said, "The voice is the voice of Jacob, but the hands are the hands of Esau. Are you really my son Esau?" Jacob answered, "I am." And Isaac did not recognize him, for his hands were hairy like his brother Esau's. So he blessed him. Then Isaac said, "Bring the food to me, that I may eat of my son's game and bless you." So he brought it to him, and he ate. Jacob also brought him wine, and he drank. Then his father Isaac said to him, "Come near now and kiss me, my son." As he came near and kissed him, he smelled the smell of his garment and blessed him. As soon as Isaac had given Jacob his blessing, and Jacob was about to leave his father, Esau his brother came in from hunting. He also had made a savory food and was bringing it to his father. So he said to him, "Father, rise and eat of your son's game that you may bless me." But Isaac his father said to him, "Who are you?" He answered, "I am your son, your oldest, Esau." Then Isaac trembled and said, "Who then is he that has hunted game and brought it to me, so that I ate plentifully before you came and blessed him? Also blessed shall he be." When Esau heard the words of his father, he uttered a loud and bitter cry and said to his father, "Bless me, even me also, O my father." But Isaac said, "Your brother came with deceit and has taken away your blessing." Esau said, "Is it not because he was named Jacob, which means supplanter, that he has supplanted me these 2 times? He took my birthright, and now he has taken my blessing." Then he said, "Have you kept a blessing for me?" Isaac answered Esau, "See, I have made him your master, and I have given to him all his relatives as servants and grain and wine as his food. What then can I do for you, my son?" Esau said to his father, "Is that the only blessing you have, my father?" And Esau began to weep aloud. Then Isaac his father answered him, "You shall live far from earth's fertile places and away from the dew of heaven. By your sword you shall live, and your brother you shall serve." End of chapter 12. Chapter 13 of the Children's Bible by Henry A. Sherman. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Jacob's Dream. Esau hated Jacob because of the blessing which his father had given him. And Esau said to himself, "My father will soon die, then I will kill Jacob, my brother." When the words of her older son Esau were told to Rebekah, she sent for her younger son Jacob and said to him, "Your brother Esau is going to kill you. Now therefore, my son, listen to me. Run away to my brother Laban in Haran and stay with him for a time until your brother is no longer angry and he forgets what you have done to him. Then I will send and bring you back. Why should I lose both of you in one day?" Then Jacob set out from Beersheba and went toward Haran. And when he arrived at a certain place, he passed the night there because the sun had set. And he took one of the stones from its place and put it under his head and lay down to sleep. Then he dreamed and saw a ladder set up on the earth, and its top reached to the heaven, and the angels of God were going up and down on it. Jehovah also stood beside him and said, "I am Jehovah, the God of Abraham and the God of Isaac. The land on which you lie I will give to you and to your children. See, I am with you and will keep you wherever you go and will bring you again to this land, for I will not leave you until I have done what I have promised you." When Jacob awoke from his sleep, he said, "Surely Jehovah is in this place, and I did not know it." And he was filled with awe and said, "This place is the house of God, and this is the gate of heaven." So Jacob rose early in the morning and took the stone that he had put under his head and set it up as a pillar and poured oil upon the top of it. And he named that place Bethel, which means house of God. Jacob also made this promise: "If God will be with me and protect me on this journey which I am making, and give me bread to eat and clothing to put on, and if I return safe and sound to my father's house, then Jehovah shall be my God, and this stone which I have set up as a pillar shall be a house of God. And of all that thou shalt give me, I will surely give a tenth to thee." End of chapter 13. Chapter 14 of the Children's Bible by Henry A. Sherman. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Deceiver Deceived. Then Jacob went on his journey and arrived at the land of the children of the east. And he looked and saw a well in the field, and there were 3 flocks of sheep lying down by it, for from that well they watered the flocks. But there was a large stone over the well. When all the flocks were gathered there, they used to roll away the stone and water the sheep, and then put the stone back in its place over the well. Jacob said to the men, "My friends, from where do you come?" They said, "We are from Haran." Then he said to them, "Do you know Laban, the son of Nahor?" And they said, "We know him." And he said to them, "Is all well with him?" And they said, "All is well indeed. This is Rachel, his daughter, coming with the sheep." And he said, "See, the sun is still high. It is not time for the cattle to be gathered together. Water the sheep and feed them." But they said, "We cannot until all the flocks are gathered together, and they roll away the stone from the well. Then we will water the sheep." While he was still speaking with them, Rachel came with her father's sheep, for she was a shepherdess. When Jacob saw Rachel, the daughter of Laban, his mother's brother, and Laban's sheep, he went up and rolled the stone from the well and watered the flock of Laban, his mother's brother. Then Jacob kissed Rachel and wept aloud. And when Jacob told Rachel that he was a relative of her father and that he was Rebekah's son, she ran and told her father. As soon as Laban heard about Jacob, his sister's son, he ran to meet him and put his arms around him, kissed him many times, and brought him to his home. When Jacob told Laban all about these things, Laban said to him, "Surely you are my bone and my flesh." So he remained with him a whole month. Then Laban said to Jacob, "Should you serve me for nothing simply because you are related to me? Tell me, what shall be your wages?" Now Laban had 2 daughters, and the name of the older was Leah, and the name of the younger was Rachel. Leah's eyes were weak, but Rachel was beautiful. Jacob loved Rachel, and so he said, "I will serve you 7 years for Rachel, your younger daughter." And Laban said, "It is better for me to give her to you than to give her to any other man. Stay with me." So Jacob served 7 years for Rachel, and they seemed to him but a few days because he loved her so. Then Jacob said to Laban, "Give me my wife, for my time is up, and let me marry her." So Laban gathered all the men of the place and made a feast. In the evening he took Leah, his daughter, and brought her to him, and Jacob received her as his wife. When in the morning Jacob found it was Leah, he said to Laban, "What is this you have done to me? Did I not serve you for Rachel? Why then have you deceived me?" Laban said, "It is not the custom among us to give the younger in marriage before the older. Remain with this one during the marriage week, then we will give you the other also for the service which you shall give me during the 7 more years." Jacob did so. He remained with Leah during the marriage week. Then Laban gave him Rachel, his daughter, to be his wife. But Jacob loved Rachel more than Leah. So he had to serve Laban 7 years more. End of chapter 14. Chapter 15 of the Children's Bible by Henry A. Sherman. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Meeting a brother who had been wronged. In time Jacob became very wealthy, and he had large flocks, slaves, and asses. But he heard Laban's son say, "Jacob has taken all that was our father's, and from that which was our father's he has gotten all his wealth." He also saw that Laban did not act toward him the same as before. So Jacob rose and put his sons and his wives upon their camels and drove away all his cattle. He deceived Laban, for he did not tell him that he was fleeing away. So he fled across the river Euphrates with all that he had and set out on his way toward Mount Gilead. Then Jacob sent messengers before him to his brother Esau, and he gave them this command: "Say to my lord Esau, 'Your servant Jacob declares, I have lived with Laban and have stayed until now. I have oxen and asses, flocks and slaves, and I have sent to tell my lord in order that I may win your favor.'" The messengers returned to Jacob with the report: "We came to your brother Esau even as he was coming to meet you with 400 men." Then Jacob was greatly alarmed and worried. So he divided the people that were with him and the flocks and the herds and the camels into two parts and said, "If Esau comes to the one and attacks and destroys it, then the other which is left can escape." Jacob also prayed, "O God of my father Abraham and God of my father Isaac, deliver me, I pray thee, from the hand of my brother, from the hand of Esau, for I fear that he will come and attack me and kill the mothers and the children." Then Jacob took as a present for his brother Esau 200 female goats and 20 male goats, 200 ewes and 20 rams, 30 milch camels and their young, 40 cows and 10 bulls, 20 female asses and 10 young asses. These he put, each drove by itself, in the care of his servants, and said to them, "Go on before me and leave a space between the droves." He gave those in front this command: "When my brother Esau meets you and asks you, 'To whom do you belong, and where are you going, and whose are these before you?' then you shall say, 'To your servant Jacob. It is a present sent by him to my lord Esau, and Jacob himself is just behind us.'" Jacob also commanded the second and the third and all that followed the droves to make the same answer, and to say, "Jacob himself is just behind us." For he said to himself, "I will please him with the present that goes before me, and then when I meet him, perhaps he will welcome me." So he set the present over before him, but he himself spent the night in the camp. Later that night he rose up and took his 2 wives, his 2 maidservants, and his 11 children, and sent them over the river Jabbok. Jacob was alone, and one wrestled with him until daybreak. When he saw that he did not win against Jacob, he struck the socket of his hip, and the socket of Jacob's hip was strained as he wrestled with him. So he said, "Let me go, for the dawn is breaking." But Jacob replied, "I will not let thee go unless you bless me." So he said to him, "What is your name?" He answered, "Jacob." Then he said, "Your name shall be no longer Jacob, but Israel, which means struggler with God, for you have struggled with God and with men and have won." So he blessed him there. And Jacob called the place Penuel, which means face of God. For he said, "I have seen God face to face, and my life has been saved." When Jacob looked up, he saw Esau coming with 400 men, and he put the maidservants and their children in front, Leah and her children next, and Rachel and her son Joseph in the rear. Then Jacob himself went in front of them, and he bowed down to the ground 7 times as he drew near to his brother. Esau ran to meet him, threw his arms around his neck and kissed him, and they wept. When Esau looked up and saw the women and the children, he said, "Who are these with you?" Jacob answered, "The children whom God has so kindly given me." Then the maidservants with their children came up and bowed down to the ground. Leah and her children also came up and bowed down, and afterward Joseph and Rachel came up and bowed down before Esau. Esau asked, "What do you mean by all this company which I met?" Jacob answered, "To win your friendship, my lord." Esau said, "I have enough, my brother. Keep what you have." But Jacob replied, "No, if now I have won your favor, receive this present from me to show that you are my friend. Take, I beg of you, the gift that I bring to you, for God has been generous to me, and I have enough." So he urged Esau until he took it. Then Esau said, "Let me at least leave with you some of the people who are with me." But Jacob replied, "What need is there? Let me only enjoy your friendship, my lord." So Esau turned back that day on his way to Seir. End of chapter 15. Chapter 16 of the Children's Bible by Henry A. Sherman. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Joseph sold as a slave by his brothers. When Joseph was 17 years old, he and his brothers were shepherds. But he had made them angry, for he brought a bad report about them to their father. Now Jacob loved his son Joseph, who was born in his old age, and he made him a long coat with sleeves. When his brothers saw that their father loved him more than all his other sons, they hated Joseph and would not speak to him in a friendly way. Joseph had a dream which he told to his brothers, and they hated him still more. This is what he had said to them: "I dreamed that, as we were binding sheaves in the field, my sheaf rose up and remained standing, while your sheaves came around and bowed down to my sheaf." His brothers said to him, "Will you really be king over us? Will you indeed rule over us?" So they hated him still more because of his dreams and his words. Then he had another dream and told it to his brothers, saying, "I have had another dream, and it seemed to me that the sun and the moon and 11 stars bowed down to me." But when he told it to his father and his brothers, the father reproved him and said, "What is this dream that you have dreamed? Shall I and your mother and your brothers indeed come and bow down to the earth before you?" Therefore his brothers were jealous of him, but his father remembered the dream. When his brothers went to pasture his father's flocks in Shechem, Jacob said to Joseph, "Go, see whether all goes well with your brothers and with the flock, and bring me back word." So he sent him out, and a certain man found him as he was wandering in the field, and the man asked him, "What are you looking for?" He said, "I am looking for my brothers. Tell me, I beg of you, where they are pasturing the flock." The man said, "They have gone away, for I heard them say, 'Let us go to Dothan.'" So Joseph went after his brothers and found them in Dothan. When they saw him in the distance before he came to them, they planned together to kill him. And they said one to another, "See, here comes that great dreamer. Come, let us kill him and throw him into one of the pits, and we will say, 'A fierce beast has devoured him.' Then we shall see what will become of his dreams." Judah, however, when he heard it, saved Joseph's life by saying, "Let us not take his life." Reuben also said to them, "Do not shed blood. Throw him into this pit here in the wilderness, but do not harm him." Reuben said this to save Joseph from their hands, so that he could bring him back to his father. So when Joseph came to his brothers, they took off his long coat with sleeves and threw him into the pit. But the pit was empty, there being no water in it. Then they sat down to eat, and when they looked up, they saw a band of Ishmaelites coming from Gilead, and their camels were loaded with spices, gum, and ladanum, on their way to carry it down to Egypt. And Judah said to his brothers, "What do we gain if we kill our brother and hide his blood? Come, let us sell him to the Ishmaelites, and let us do him no harm, for he is our brother, our own flesh and blood." So his brothers listened to him, and drawing up Joseph, they sold him for 20 pieces of silver to the Ishmaelites, who brought him to Egypt. Then his brothers took Joseph's long coat, killed a he-goat, dipped the coat in the blood, and brought it to their father and said, "We found this. See whether it is your son's coat or not." He recognized it and said, "It is my son's coat. A wild beast has devoured him. Joseph surely is torn in pieces." Then Jacob tore his clothes and put sackcloth about his waist and mourned for his son many days. All his sons and his daughters tried to comfort him, but he refused to be comforted, saying, "I shall go down to the grave mourning for my son." Thus Joseph's father mourned for him. End of chapter 16. Chapter 17 of the Children's Bible by Henry A. Sherman. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Joseph's eagerness to help others. Joseph was taken down to Egypt, and Potiphar, an Egyptian, one of Pharaoh's officers, the captain of the guard, bought him from the Ishmaelites. Now Jehovah was with Joseph, so that he prospered, and he was in the house of his master, the Egyptian. When his master saw that Jehovah was with him and made everything succeed that he undertook, he trusted him and made him his own servant. He also made him overseer of his household and placed all that he had in his care. From the time that he had made him overseer in his house and over all that he had, Jehovah blessed the Egyptian's household for Joseph's sake, and the blessing of Jehovah was upon all that he had in the house and in the field. Potiphar left all that he had in Joseph's charge, and he knew nothing about his affairs except about the food that he ate. And Joseph was handsome and attractive. After these honors had come to Joseph, his master's wife tried to tempt him to be unfaithful to his trust. But he refused, saying to her, "See, my master knows nothing about what I do in the house, and he has put all that he has in my charge. How then can I do this great wrong and sin against God?" Day after day she tempted Joseph, but he did not listen to her. One day, however, when he went into the house to do his work, and when none of the men of the household were at home, she caught hold of his garment and again tried to tempt him. But he left his garment in her hand and fled out of the house. She kept his garment by her until his master came home. Then she said to him, "The Hebrew slave whom you have brought to us came to me to insult me, and when I cried aloud, he left his garment with me and fled." When Joseph's master heard what his wife said to him, he was very angry, and he took Joseph and put him in the prison, in the place where the king's prisoners were kept. So he was left there in prison. But Jehovah was with Joseph and showed kindness to him and helped him to win the friendship of the keeper of the prison, so that he placed all the prisoners in Joseph's charge and made him responsible for whatever they did there. After these things, the butler of the king of Egypt and his baker offended their master, the king of Egypt, and Pharaoh was so angry with these two officers that he put them in the same prison where Joseph was. And the captain of the guard appointed Joseph to wait on them, and they stayed in the prison for some time. And the butler and the baker of the king of Egypt, who were both in prison, both had dreams the same night, each with a different meaning. When Joseph came into them in the morning, he saw plainly that they were sad. So he asked Pharaoh's officers, "Why do you look so sad today?" They answered, "We have had a dream, and there is no one who can tell what it means." Then Joseph said to them, "Is not God the one who knows what dreams mean? Tell them to me, if you will." Then the chief butler told his dream to Joseph and said to him, "In my dream I saw a vine before me, and on the vine were 3 branches, and the buds put out blossoms, and its clusters brought forth ripe grapes. Pharaoh's cup was in my hand, and I took the grapes and squeezed the juice into his cup and gave the cup to the Pharaoh." Then Joseph said to him, "This is what it means. The 3 branches are 3 days. Within 3 days Pharaoh will let you out of prison and restore you to your office, and you will give Pharaoh's cup into his hand as you used to do when you were his butler. But when all goes well with you, remember me, show kindness to me, and speak for me to Pharaoh, and bring me out of this prison. For I was unjustly stolen from the land of the Hebrews, and here also I have done nothing that they should put me in this dungeon." When the chief baker saw that the meaning of the butler's dream was good, he said to Joseph, "I also saw something in my dream. There were 3 baskets of white bread on my head, and in the upper basket there were all kinds of baked food for Pharaoh, and the birds were eating them out of the basket on my head." Joseph answered, "This is what it means. The 3 baskets are 3 days. Within 3 days Pharaoh will take off your head and hang you on a tree, and the birds shall eat your flesh." Now on the 3rd day, which was Pharaoh's birthday, he made a feast for all his servants. Then he set free the chief butler and the chief baker. He restored the chief butler to his office, so that he again gave his cup to Pharaoh. But the chief baker he hanged, as Joseph had told him. Yet the chief butler did not remember Joseph, but forgot him. End of chapter 17. Chapter 18 of the Children's Bible by Henry A. Sherman. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. A prisoner who became a mighty ruler. 2 years later, Pharaoh had a dream as he stood by the river Nile. He saw coming up from the water 7 cows, well fed and fat, for they had been feeding in the river grass. Then 7 other cows came up after them out of the Nile, poorly fed and thin, and they stood by the other cows on the bank of the Nile. The poorly fed, lean cows ate up the 7 well-fed, fat cows. Then Pharaoh awoke. Afterward he slept and had a second dream and saw 7 ears, plump and good, growing up on one stalk. Also 7 ears, thin and withered by the east wind, grew up after them. The thin ears swallowed up the 7 plump, full ears. Then Pharaoh awoke and knew that it was only a dream. In the morning Pharaoh was worried, so he sent for all the magicians and wise men of Egypt and told them his dreams, but no one could tell him what they meant. Then the chief butler said to Pharaoh, "I now remember my sins. Pharaoh was very angry with his servants and put me and the chief baker in prison in the house of the captain of the guard. We both had dreams the same night, each with different meaning. There was also with us a young Hebrew, a servant of the captain of the guard. We told him our dreams, and he told each of us what our dreams meant. And our dreams came true, just as he said they would. I was restored to my office, but the chief baker was hanged." Then Pharaoh sent for Joseph, and they quickly brought him out of the dungeon, and he shaved his face, changed his clothes, and came to Pharaoh. Pharaoh said to Joseph, "I have had a dream, and there is no one who can tell me what it means. Now I have heard that when you hear a dream, you can tell what it means." Joseph answered, "Not I. God alone can give Pharaoh a true answer." Then Pharaoh said to Joseph, "In my dream, as I stood on the bank of the river Nile, I saw 7 fat cows, fat and well fed, which had been feeding in the river grass. There came up after them 7 more cows, poorly fed and thin, worse than I ever saw in all the land of Egypt. And the lean and poorly fed cows ate up the first 7 fat cows. When they had eaten them up, one could not tell that they had eaten them, for they were still as thin as at the beginning. Then I awoke. Again I dreamed, and I saw 7 ears, plump and good, grow up on one stalk. Then 7 thin ears, withered with the east wind, sprang up after them, and the thin ears swallowed up the 7 good ears. I have told the dream to the magicians, but there is no one who can tell me what it means." Then Joseph said to Pharaoh, "Pharaoh's 2 dreams mean the same thing. God has made known to Pharaoh what he is about to do. The 7 good cows are 7 years, and the 7 good ears are 7 years. It is one dream. The 7 lean and poorly fed cows that came up after them are 7 years, and the 7 empty ears withered with the east wind mean 7 years of famine. That is why I said to Pharaoh, 'God has shown to Pharaoh what he is about to do.' 7 years of great plenty all through the land of Egypt are coming. They shall be followed by 7 years of famine, so that all the plenty will be forgotten in the land of Egypt. The famine will use up all the land produces, and plenty will not be known in the land because of that famine which follows, for it will be very severe." The dream came twice to Pharaoh to show that the famine will surely come and that God will soon make the dream come true. Now therefore let Pharaoh pick out a man who is sensible and wise and place him in charge of the land of Egypt. Let Pharaoh act quickly and put overseers over the land and collect 1/5 of all that grows in the land of Egypt in the 7 years of the plenty. Let them gather all the food of these good years that are coming and store up grain under the authority of Pharaoh, and let them hold it in the cities for food. The food will supply the land during the 7 years of famine, which shall be in the land of Egypt, so that the people of the land may not die because of the famine." The plan pleased Pharaoh and all his people, and he said to his people, "Can we find one like this, a man in whom is the Spirit of God?" So Pharaoh said to Joseph, "As God has shown you all this, there is no one so sensible and wise as you. You shall be at the head of my country, and all my people shall be ruled as you command. Only on the throne will I be above you." So Pharaoh said to Joseph, "See, I have placed you over all the land of Egypt." And Pharaoh took off his signet ring from his finger and put it upon Joseph's finger and clothed him in garments of fine linen and put a golden collar around his neck. He also made him ride in the second chariot which he had, and they cried before him, "Attention!" So he placed him over all the land of Egypt. Pharaoh also said to Joseph, "I am Pharaoh, but without your consent no man shall lift up his hand or his foot in all the land of Egypt." Pharaoh gave him as a wife Asenath, the daughter of Potiphera. And Joseph was 30 years old when he was made the ruler of the land of Egypt. In the 7 years of plenty there were large harvests, and Joseph gathered up all the food of the 7 years of plenty which were in the land of Egypt and stored the food in cities, putting in each city the food that grew in the fields about it. Joseph stored up grain as the sand of the sea in great quantities until he no longer kept account because it could not be measured. When the 7 years of plenty in the land of Egypt were over, the 7 years of famine began, as Joseph had said. There was famine in all the lands, but all throughout the land of Egypt there was food. For when all the land of Egypt was hungry, the people cried to Pharaoh for bread, and Pharaoh said to all the Egyptians, "Go to Joseph and do what he tells you." So when the famine was over all the country, Joseph opened all the storehouses and sold food to the Egyptians. But the famine was severe in the land of Egypt. The people of all the lands came to Joseph in Egypt to buy grain, for everywhere the famine was severe. End of chapter 18. Chapter 19 of the Children's Bible by Henry A. Sherman. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The testing of Joseph's brothers. When Jacob learned that there was grain for sale in Egypt, he said to his sons, "Why do you stand looking at each other? I have heard that there is grain for sale in Egypt. Go down there and buy some for us, that we may live and not die." So Joseph's 10 brothers went down to buy grain from Egypt. But Jacob did not send Benjamin, Joseph's own brother, with his brothers, for he feared that some harm might come to him. So the sons of Jacob went with others to buy grain for the famine which was in the land of Canaan. Now Joseph was the governor over Egypt. It was he who sold grain to all the people of the land. So Joseph's brothers came and bowed before him with their faces to the earth. When Joseph saw his brothers, he knew them, but he acted as a stranger toward them and spoke harshly to them and said, "Where do you come from?" They said, "From the land of Canaan to buy food." So Joseph knew his brothers, but they did not know him. Joseph also remembered the dreams which he had had about them and said to them, "You spies, you have come to see how defenseless the land is." But they said to him, "No, my lord, your servants have come to buy food. We are all sons of one man. We are honest men. Your servants are not spies." But he again said to them, "No, you have come to see how defenseless the land is." They answered, "We, your servants, are 12 brothers, the sons of one father in the land of Canaan. The youngest is today with our father, and one is dead." Joseph said to them, "It is just as I have said to you. You are spies. By this you shall be tested. As sure as Pharaoh lives, you shall not go away unless the youngest brother comes here. Send one of you and let him bring your brother while you remain in prison, that it may be proved whether you are telling the truth or not. Or else, as sure as Pharaoh lives, you are indeed spies." So he put them all into prison for 3 days. Then Joseph said to them on the third day, "Do this and live, for I fear God. If you are honest men, let one of your brothers stay in prison, but you go. Carry grain for the needs of your household and bring your youngest brother to me. So you will prove that you have told the truth, and you shall not die." They did as Joseph commanded, but they said to one another, "We are indeed guilty because of the way we treated our brother. For when we saw his trouble and when he pleaded with us, we would not listen. That is why this trouble has come upon us." Reuben added, "Did I not say to you, 'Do not sin against the boy'? But you would not listen." They did not know, however, that Joseph understood them, for he had spoken to them through an interpreter. But he turned away from them and wept. Then he came back and spoke to them, and taking Simeon from among them, bound him before their eyes. Then Joseph gave orders to fill their vessels with grain and to put every man's money back in his sack and to give them food for the journey, and thus it was done to them. So they loaded their asses with their grain and went away. When they came to Jacob their father in the land of Canaan, they told him all that had happened, saying, "The man who is master in the land spoke harshly to us and put us in prison as spies. We said to him, 'We are honest men. We are not spies. We are 12 brothers, sons of the same father. One is no longer living, and the youngest is today with our father in the land of Canaan.' But the man who is master in that land said to us, 'This is how I shall know that you are honest men. Leave one of your brothers with me, and take the grain to supply the needs of your household, and go. Bring your youngest brother to me, then I shall know that you are not spies, but that you are honest men, and I will give your brother back to you, and you shall be free to go about in the land.'" As they were emptying their sacks, they found that each man's purse with his money was in the sack. And when they and their father saw their purses and the money, they were afraid, and they turned trembling to one another with the question, "What is this that God has done to us?" Jacob their father said to them, "You have robbed me of my children. Joseph is no longer living, and Simeon is no longer here, and now you would take Benjamin also. All this trouble has come to me." But Reuben said to his father, "You may put my 2 sons to death if I do not bring him to you. But put him in my charge, and I will bring him back to you." Then Jacob said, "My son shall not go down with you, for his brother is dead, and he only is left. If harm should come to him on the way by which you go, then you will bring down my gray hairs with sorrow to the grave." The famine was severe in the land, and when Joseph's brothers had eaten up the grain which they had brought from Egypt, their father said to them, "Go again, buy us a little food." But Judah said to them, "The man plainly said to us, 'You shall not see me again unless your brother is with you.' If you will send our brother with us, we will go down and buy you food. But if you will not send him, we will not go down, for the man said to us, 'You shall not see me unless your brother is with you.'" Jacob said, "Why did you bring trouble upon me by telling the man you had another brother?" They replied, "The man asked all about us and our family, saying, 'Is your father still alive? Have you another brother?' So we answered his questions as he asked them. How were we to know that he would say, 'Bring your brother down'?" Then Judah said to Jacob his father, "Send the lad with me, and we will go at once, that both we and you and our little ones may live and not die. I will be responsible for him. From me you may demand him. If I do not bring him back to you and set him before you, let me bear the blame forever. For if we had not waited so long, surely we would by this time have come back the second time." So their father said to them, "If it must be so, then do this: take some of the fruits of the land in your jars and carry a present to the man, and a little balsam, a little syrup, spices, ladanum, pistachio nuts, and almonds. Take twice as much money with you, carrying back the money that was put in your sacks. Perhaps it was a mistake. Take also your brother and go again to the man. May God Almighty grant that the man be merciful to you and free Benjamin and your other brother. But if I am robbed of my sons, I am bereaved indeed." So the men took the present and twice as much money and Benjamin and went down to Egypt and stood before Joseph. When Joseph saw Benjamin with them, he said to the steward of his house, "Bring the men into the house, kill animals, and prepare the meal, for these men will dine with me at noon." The steward did as Joseph ordered and brought the men into Joseph's house. But the men were afraid because they were brought into Joseph's house, and they said, "We are being brought together on account of the money that was put in our grain sacks at our first visit, that he may accuse us and fall upon us and take us as slaves together with our asses." So when they came near to Joseph's stewards, they spoke to him at the door of the house and said, "Oh, my lord, we came down the first time only to buy food, but when we reached home, we opened our sacks and found that each man's money was in the mouth of his sack, our money in its full weight, and we have brought it back with us. We have brought down also with us more money with which to buy food. We do not know who put our money into our sacks." He replied, "Peace be to you. Fear not. Your God and the God of your father has given you the treasure in your sacks. Your money came to me." Then he brought Simeon out to them. The steward also took them into Joseph's house and gave them water with which to wash their feet, and he gave their asses fodder. Then he made ready the present for Joseph when he should come at noon, for they had heard that they were to eat there. When Joseph came into the house, they gave him a present which they had brought and bowed down low before him. He asked them about their welfare and said, "Is your father well, the old man of whom you spoke? Is he still living?" They replied, "Your servant, our father, is well. He is still alive." Then they bowed their heads and knelt down before him. When Joseph looked up and saw Benjamin, his brother, his own mother's son, he said, "Is this your youngest brother of whom you spoke to me?" And he added, "God be gracious to you, my son." Then because of his longing for his brother, he sought a place in which to weep. So he went into his room and wept there. Then he bathed his face and came out and said, "Bring on the food." So they brought food for them by himself and for them by themselves, and for the Egyptians who ate with him by themselves, because the Egyptians would not eat with the Hebrews, for to do so was hateful to them. Joseph's brothers were seated before him, the eldest first, as was his right, as the oldest, and the youngest last, as the men looked at each other in astonishment. Then Joseph had portions served to them from the food before him, but Benjamin's portions were 5 times as much as any of theirs. So they drank and were merry with him. Then he gave this command to the steward of his household: "Fill the men's grain sacks with food, as much as they can carry, and put my cup, the silver cup, in the mouth of the sack of the youngest, and the money too that he paid for his grain." And the steward did as Joseph commanded. As soon as the morning light appeared, the men were sent away with their asses. When they had gone out of the city, but were not yet far away, Joseph commanded his steward, "Follow after the men, and when you overtake them, say to them, 'Why have you returned evil for good? Why have you stolen my silver cup, that from which my master drinks? You have done wrong in so doing." So the steward overtook them and said these words to them. They said to him, "Why does my lord speak such words as these? Far be it from your servants to do such a thing. Remember that we brought back to you from the land of Canaan the money which we found in our sacks. Why then should we steal silver or gold from your master's house? Let that one of your servants with whom it is found die, and we will be my lord's slaves." He said, "Let it now be as you have said. He with whom it is found shall be my slave, but you shall be innocent." Then each one quickly took down his sack and opened it. The steward searched, beginning with the oldest and ending with the youngest. The cup was found in Benjamin's sack. Then they tore their clothes, and every man loaded his ass and returned to the city. End of chapter 19. Chapter 20 of the Children's Bible by Henry A. Sherman. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Joseph's forgiveness of his brothers. When Judah and his brothers came back to Joseph's house, Joseph was still there, and they threw themselves before him on the ground. Joseph said to them, "What deed is this that you have done? Do you not know that a man like me can always tell where things are?" Judah replied, "What shall we say to my lord? What shall we speak, or how shall we clear ourselves? God has found out the guilt of your servants. See, both we and he also, with whom the cup was found, are my lord's slaves." But Joseph said, "Far be it from me that I should do so. The man with whom the cup was found shall be my slave. But you yourselves go up in peace to your father." Then Judah came close to him and said, "O my lord, let your servant, I beg of you, speak a word in my lord's ears, and let not your anger be aroused against your servant, for you are even as Pharaoh." My lord asked his servant, saying, "Have you a father or a brother?" And we said to my lord, "We have a father, an old man, and a child of his old age, a little one. As his brother is dead, he is the only son of his mother who is left, and his father loves him. You said to your servants, 'Bring him down to me, that I may see him.' But we said to my lord, 'The boy cannot leave his father, for if he should leave his father, the father would die.' Then you said to your servants, 'Unless your youngest brother comes down with you, you shall not see me again.' When we went up to your servant, my father, we told him the words of my lord, and our father said, 'Go again, buy us a little food.' But we said, 'We cannot go down. If our youngest brother is with us, then we will go, for we cannot see the man again unless our youngest brother is with us.' Your servant, my father, said to us, 'You know that my wife had two sons. One went from me, and I said, "Surely he is torn in pieces," and I have not seen him since. If you take this one also from me, and harm come to him, you will bring down my gray hairs with sorrow to the grave.' Now if I return to your servant, my father, and Benjamin, with whose life his heart is bound up, is not with us, and he sees that there is no boy, he will die. And your servants will bring down the gray hairs of your servant, our father, with sorrow to the grave." So your servant became responsible for the boy to my father, when I said, "If I do not bring him to you, then I will bear the blame before my father forever. Now therefore let me, instead of the boy, remain as a slave to my lord, I beg of you, but let the boy go back to his brothers. For how can I go back to my father if the boy is not with me, lest I should see the sorrow that would come upon my father?" Then Joseph could not control himself before all those who were standing by him. So he cried out, "Let every man leave me." So no Egyptian was present while Joseph made himself known to his brothers. But he wept so loudly that the Egyptians and Pharaoh's court heard. And Joseph said to his brothers, "I am Joseph. Is my father still alive?" But his brothers could not answer him, for they were too ashamed to look him in the face. Then Joseph said to his brothers, "Come near to me, I beg you." So they came near. He said, "I am Joseph, your brother, whom you sold into Egypt. Do not be troubled nor angry with yourselves that you sold me here, for God sent me before you to save your lives. For the famine has already been 2 years in the land, and there are still 5 years in which there should be neither plowing nor harvest. God sent me before you to save your lives through a great deliverance, and thus gave you children on the earth. So now it is not you who sent me here, but God. He has made me like a father to Pharaoh and master of all his household and ruler over all the land of Egypt. Go up quickly to my father and say to him, 'Your son Joseph says, God has made me master of all Egypt. Come down to me without delay. You shall live in the land of Goshen, and you shall be near me with your children and your grandchildren, with your flocks and your herds and all that you have, so that you with your household and all that you have may never want. There I will provide for you, for there will be 5 more years of famine. Now you and my brother Benjamin see that it is I who am speaking to you. Tell my father all about my honor in Egypt and what you have seen, and you must quickly bring him down here.'" Then he fell upon his brother Benjamin's neck and wept, and Benjamin wept upon his neck. He also kissed all his brothers and wept upon them. After that his brothers talked with him. End of chapter 20. Chapter 21 of the Children's Bible by Henry A. Sherman. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Joseph's loyalty to his family. The news that Joseph's brothers had arrived became known in Pharaoh's palace, and it pleased Pharaoh and his servants greatly. Pharaoh said to Joseph, "Say to your brothers, 'Do this: load your beasts, go to the land of Canaan, and take your father and your families and come to me, and I will give you the best that there is in the land of Egypt, and you shall eat the best that the land can give.' Now you are commanded to do this: take wagons from the land of Egypt for your little ones and for your wives, and bring your father and come. Also do not pay any attention to your household goods, for the best of all there is in the land of Egypt is yours." And the sons of Jacob did as they were commanded. So Joseph gave them wagons as Pharaoh ordered, and what was needed for the journey. To each of them he gave a change of clothing, but to Benjamin he gave 300 pieces of silver and 5 changes of clothing. To his father he sent this gift: 10 asses loaded with the best products of Egypt, and 10 asses loaded with grain and bread and provisions for his father on the journey. So he sent his brothers away, and as they went, he said to them, "See that you do not quarrel on the journey." So they went up out of Egypt and came into the land of Canaan to Jacob their father, and told him, "Joseph is still alive, and he is ruler over all the land of Egypt." Then Jacob's heart stood still, for he could not believe them. But when they told him all that Joseph had said to them, and when he saw the wagons which Joseph had sent to carry him, the spirit of Jacob their father revived, and he said, "It is enough. Joseph my son is still alive. I will go and see him before I die." Then Jacob set out on his journey with all that he had. He first went to Beersheba and offered sacrifices to the God of his father Isaac. God spoke to him in a vision by night and said, "Jacob, Jacob." He answered, "Here am I." God said, "I am God, the God of your father. Do not fear to go down into Egypt, for there I will make of you a great nation. I myself will go down with you into Egypt. I will surely bring you back again, and Joseph shall close your dying eyes." When Jacob left Beersheba, his sons carried him and their little ones and their wives in the wagons that Pharaoh had sent. Jacob also sent Judah before him to Joseph, that he might show him the way to Goshen. When they came into the land of Goshen, Joseph made ready his chariot and went up to Goshen to meet Jacob his father. When he met him, Jacob fell on his neck and wept there a long time. Then Jacob said to Joseph, "Now let me die, for I have seen your face and know that you are still alive." But Joseph said to his brothers and to his father's household, "I will go up and tell Pharaoh and will say to him, 'My brothers and my father's family who were in the land of Canaan have come to me. Now the men are shepherds, for they have been keepers of cattle, and they have brought their flocks and cattle and all that they have. When Pharaoh calls you and asks, "What is your business?" you shall say, "Your servants have been keepers of cattle from our youth even until now, both we and our fathers." Say this that you may live in the land of Goshen, for every shepherd is looked down upon by the Egyptians.'" Then Joseph went in and told Pharaoh and said, "My father and my brothers with their sheep and cattle and all that they possess have come from the land of Canaan, and now they are in the province of Goshen." And he took 5 of his brothers and presented them to Pharaoh. And Pharaoh said to them, "What is your business?" They answered, "Your servants are shepherds, both we and our fathers." They also said to Pharaoh, "We have come to live in your country because the famine is severe in the land of Canaan, and there is no pasture for your servants' flocks. Now therefore we beg of you, let your servants stay in the land of Goshen." Then Pharaoh said to Joseph, "Let them stay in the land of Goshen, and if you know any able men among them, put them in charge of my cattle." Joseph also brought in Jacob his father and presented him to Pharaoh, and Jacob blessed Pharaoh. Then Pharaoh said to Jacob, "How many years have you lived?" Jacob answered, "I have lived 130 years. Few and evil have been the years of my life, and they have not been as many as those that my forefathers lived on the earth." After Jacob had blessed Pharaoh, he went out from Pharaoh's presence. So Joseph gave his father and his brothers a place to live and a home in the land of Goshen, in the best part of the land of Egypt, as Pharaoh had commanded. Joseph also provided food for his father and his brothers and all his family according to the number of the little children. So the Israelites lived in Egypt and in the land of Goshen, and there they grew wealthy and had many children. End of chapter 21. Chapter 22 of the Children's Bible by Henry A. Sherman. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The boyhood and training of Moses. After the death of Joseph and his brothers, the Israelites increased so rapidly and became so many and powerful that the land was filled with them. But a new king who did not know Joseph ruled over Egypt. He said to his people, "See, the Israelites are becoming too many and powerful for us. Come, let us deal wisely with them, for fear that they become so many that, if war is begun against us, they will join our enemies and fight against us and leave the land." So the Egyptians set taskmasters over them to put burdens upon them. And they built for Pharaoh the store cities, Pithom and Ramses. But the more the Egyptians afflicted them, the more numerous they became, and the more they spread everywhere, so that the Egyptians dreaded what they might do. And the Egyptians were cruel and made slaves of them, making their lives bitter with hard labor in mortar and brick, and by all kinds of hard work in the field. Pharaoh also gave this command to all his people: "You shall throw into the river every son that is born to the Hebrews, but every daughter you shall save alive." Now a man of the tribe of Levi married a woman of the same tribe, and she had a son. When she saw that he was a beautiful child, she hid him for 3 months. But when she could no longer hide him, she took a basket made of papyrus reeds, daubed it with mortar and pitch, and put the child in it. Then she placed it in the reeds by the bank of the river Nile, while his sister stayed near by to see what would happen to him. The daughter of Pharaoh came down to bathe in the Nile, and while her maids were walking along the river's bank, She saw the basket among the reeds and sent her waiting maid to bring it. When she opened it and saw the child, the boy was crying, and she felt sorry for him and said, "This is one of the Hebrew children." Then his sister said to Pharaoh's daughter, "Shall I go and call one of the Hebrew women to nurse the child for you?" Pharaoh's daughter said to her, "Go." So the maiden went and called the child's mother. And Pharaoh's daughter said to her, "Take this child away and nurse it for me, and I will pay you your wages." Then the woman took the child and nursed it. When the child had grown up, she brought it to Pharaoh's daughter, and he became her son, and she named him Moses, for she said, "I drew him out of the water." One time after Moses had grown up, he went out to his own people, and as he was watching them at their hard labor, he saw an Egyptian beating a Hebrew, one of his own race. He looked around, and seeing there was no one in sight, he killed the Egyptian and hid him in the sand. On the next day Moses went out and saw two Hebrews struggling together. And he said to the one who was in the wrong, "Why do you strike your fellow workman?" The man replied, "Who made you a ruler and judge over us? Do you intend to kill me as you killed the Egyptian?" Then Moses was afraid and said, "What I have done is known." When Pharaoh heard what had taken place, he tried to put Moses to death. But Moses left the country and made his home in the land of Midian. As he was sitting by a well, the 7 daughters of the priest of Midian came and drew water and filled the troughs to water their father's flock. But the shepherds came and drove them away. Then Moses stood up and protected the women and watered their flock. When they came to their father, he said, "How is it that you have come back so early today?" They replied, "An Egyptian protected us from the shepherds, and besides, he drew water for us and watered the flock." Then he said to his daughters, "Where is he? Why have you left the man? Ask him to eat with us." So Moses made his home with the man, and he gave Moses his daughter Zipporah to be his wife. She had a son, and Moses named him Gershom. End of chapter 22. Chapter 23 of the Children's Bible by Henry A. Sherman. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Voice from the Bush. After a long time, the king of Egypt died. Moses was taking care of the flock of Jethro, his wife's father. Once he led the flock to the other side of the pasture and came to Horeb, the Mount of God. There the angel of Jehovah appeared to him in a flame of fire in the midst of a thorn bush. As he looked, the bush flamed up without being burned. Moses said, "I will stop here and see this wonderful sight, why the bush is not burned up." When Jehovah saw that Moses stopped to look, he called to him from the midst of the bush, "Moses, Moses." Moses answered, "Here am I." Then God said, "Do not come near. Take your shoes off your feet, for the place where you are standing is holy ground." He also said, "I am the God of your forefathers, the God of Abraham, the God of Isaac, and the God of Jacob." Then Moses covered his face, for he was afraid to look upon God. But Jehovah said, "I have certainly seen the suffering of my people who are in Egypt, and have heard the cry of their distress because of their taskmasters, for I know their sorrows. I have come down to rescue them from the power of the Egyptians and to bring them out of that land into a land that is beautiful and wide, to a land with plenty of milk and honey. I have heard the cry of the Israelites, and I have seen how they suffer at the hands of the Egyptians. Come now, I will send you to Pharaoh, that you may bring my people, the Israelites, out of Egypt." But Moses said to God, "Who am I that I should go to Pharaoh and bring the Israelites out of Egypt?" He answered, "I will surely be with you, and this shall be the sign to you that I have sent you. When you have brought the people out of Egypt, you shall worship God upon this mountain." Then Moses said to God, "If I go to the Israelites and say to them, 'The God of your forefathers has sent me to you,' and they ask me, 'What is his name?' what shall I answer them?" God said to Moses, "I am what I am." And he said, "Declare to the Israelites, 'I am has sent me to you.' Go and gather together the leaders of Israel together and say to them, 'Jehovah, the God of your forefathers, the God of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, has appeared to me and said, I have surely remembered you and have seen what is being done to you in Egypt. And I have declared that I will bring you up out of the suffering in Egypt to a land with plenty of milk and honey. They will listen to your voice, and you, together with the leaders of Israel, shall go to the king of Egypt and say to him, Jehovah, the God of the Hebrews, has appeared to us. Now let us go 3 days' journey into the wilderness, that we may offer a sacrifice to Jehovah our God. But I know that the king of Egypt will not let you go unless he is made to do so by a mighty power. Therefore I will use my power and overwhelm Egypt with all the marvelous deeds that I will do there. After that he will let you go." Moses said to Jehovah, "O Lord, I am not able to speak well, for I am slow to speak and slow in saying what I think." Jehovah said to him, "Who has given a man a mouth? Or who makes one deaf or dumb, or blind or able to see? Is it not I, Jehovah? Now go, and I will be with you and teach you what you shall say, and your brother Aaron shall speak for you to the people." Then Moses went back to Jethro, his wife's father, and said to him, "Let me go again to my people in Egypt to see whether they are still alive." Jethro answered Moses, "Go with my blessing." End of chapter 23. Chapter 24 of the Children's Bible by Henry A. Sherman. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Pharaoh, the stubborn ruler. Then Jehovah said to Aaron, "Go into the wilderness to meet Moses." So he went and met him on the mountain of God and kissed him. And Moses told Aaron all that Jehovah had sent him to declare. So Moses and Aaron gathered all the leaders of the Israelites, and Aaron repeated all the words which Jehovah had spoken to Moses. The people believed, and when they heard that Jehovah had remembered the Israelites and that he had seen their suffering, they bowed their heads and worshipped. Then Moses and Aaron went to Pharaoh and said to him, "Jehovah, the God of Israel, commands, 'Let my people go, that they may hold a feast in my honor in the wilderness.'" But Pharaoh said, "Who is Jehovah that I should obey his command to let Israel go? I do not know Jehovah, and I will not let Israel go." They said, "The God of the Hebrews has appeared to us. Let us go 3 days' journey into the wilderness, that we may offer a sacrifice to Jehovah our God, that he may not attack us with pestilence or with the sword." But the king of Egypt replied, "Moses and Aaron, why do you try to turn the people from their work? Go to your tasks." The same day Pharaoh gave this command to the taskmasters who were over the people: "You shall no longer give the people straw for making bricks as before. Let them go and gather straw for themselves. But you shall demand of them the same number of bricks that they may have been making before. You shall not lessen the number at all, for they are lazy. That is why they cry out, 'Let us go and offer a sacrifice to our God.' Let heavier work be laid upon the men, that they may be kept so busy that they will not pay attention to lying words." So the taskmasters who were over the people went out and said to them, "This is Pharaoh's order: I will no longer give you straw. Go yourselves, get straw wherever you can find it, but your work shall not be made less." So the people were scattered all over the land of Egypt to gather stubble for straw. The taskmasters urged them on, saying, "You must finish your daily work just as when there was straw." The overseers of the Israelites whom Pharaoh's taskmasters had put over them were also beaten and asked, "Why have you not finished today as many bricks as yesterday?" Then the overseers of the Israelites went to Pharaoh and said, "Why do you deal in this way with your servants? No straw is given to your servants, and yet they say to us, 'Make bricks.' See how your servants are beaten and how you wrong your people." But he said, "You are lazy, you are lazy. Therefore you say, 'Let us go and offer a sacrifice to Jehovah.' Now go and work, for no straw shall be given you, yet you must make the same number of bricks." Then Moses turned again to Jehovah and said, "Jehovah, why hast thou brought misfortune upon this people? Why is it that thou hast sent me? For since I came to Pharaoh to speak in thy name, he has wronged this people, and thou hast done nothing at all to rescue thy people." Jehovah answered Moses, "Now you shall see what I will do to Pharaoh. For compelled by a mighty power, he shall surely let them go, and compelled by a mighty power, he shall drive them out of his land." End of chapter 24. Chapter 25 of the Children's Bible by Henry A. Sherman. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Cost of Being Cruel and Stubborn. Then Jehovah said to Moses, "Pharaoh is stubborn. He will not let the people go. Go to Pharaoh early in the morning as he is going out on the water, and stand by the bank of the Nile to meet him. Say to him, 'Jehovah, the God of the Hebrews, has sent me to you with this command: Let my people go that they may worship me in the wilderness. But so far you have not listened. Jehovah declares, by this you shall know that I am Jehovah. See, I will strike the waters which are in the river with my rod that is in my hand, and they shall be changed into blood. The fish too that are in the Nile shall die, and the Nile shall become foul so that the Egyptians will hate to drink its water.'" Then Moses lifted up his staff, and in the presence of Pharaoh and his servants struck the waters that were in the river Nile, and all its waters were changed into blood. The fish too that were in the Nile died, and the river became so foul that the Egyptians could not drink its water, but dug round about the Nile for water to drink. 7 days later Jehovah gave this command to Moses: "Go in to Pharaoh and say to him, 'Jehovah commands, let my people go that they may worship me. If you refuse to let them go, then I will afflict all your land with frogs, and the Nile shall swarm with frogs, which shall go up and come into your house, into your sleeping chamber, upon your bed, into the houses of your servants, upon your people, and into your ovens and kneading troughs, and the frogs shall come up even upon you and your people and all your servants.'" Then Jehovah said to Moses, "Say to Aaron, 'Stretch out your hand with your staff over the rivers, over the canals, and over the pools, and cause frogs to come up over the land of Egypt.'" So Aaron stretched out his hand over the waters of Egypt, and the frogs came up and covered the land of Egypt. Then Pharaoh called for Moses and Aaron and said, "Pray to Jehovah to take away the frogs from me and my people. Then I will let the people go, that they may offer a sacrifice to Jehovah." Moses said to Pharaoh, "Will you do yourself the honor of telling me at what time I shall pray to Jehovah in your behalf and in behalf of your servants and people, that the frogs be destroyed from your palaces and be left only in the Nile?" Pharaoh answered, "Tomorrow." Then Moses said, "Let it be as you say, that you may know that there is none like Jehovah our God. The frogs shall depart from you, from your palaces, and from your servants and people. They shall be left only in the Nile." When Moses and Aaron had gone out from Pharaoh, Moses prayed to Jehovah to remove the frogs which he had brought upon Pharaoh, And Jehovah did as Moses asked. The frogs died in the houses, in the courts, and in the fields, and the people gathered them together in many heaps, and the land was filled with a vile odor. But when Pharaoh saw that the relief had come, he was stubborn, and, as Jehovah had said, did not listen to Moses and Aaron. Then Jehovah said to Moses, "Get up early in the morning and stand before Pharaoh, just as he goes out to the water, and say to him, 'Jehovah commands, let my people go, that they may worship me. And if you will not let my people go, I will send swarms of flies upon you, upon your servants, and upon your people, and into your palaces, so that the houses of the Egyptians shall be full of swarms of flies, as well as the ground upon which they stand. But at that time I will set apart the land of Goshen, in which my people live, and no swarms of flies shall be there, so that you may know that I, Jehovah, am in the midst of the earth.'" And Jehovah did so. A vast swarm of flies came upon Pharaoh's palace and into the homes of his servants, and all the land of Egypt was ruined by the swarms of flies. Then Pharaoh called Moses and Aaron and said, "I will let you go, that you may offer a sacrifice to Jehovah your God in the wilderness. Only you must not go far away. Pray for me." Moses replied, "I will go out and will pray to Jehovah that the swarms of flies may depart from Pharaoh, from his servants, and from his people tomorrow. Only let not Pharaoh again act deceitfully by refusing to let the people go to offer a sacrifice to Jehovah." So Moses went out from Pharaoh and prayed to Jehovah. And Jehovah did as Moses asked. But this time also Pharaoh was stubborn and would not let the people go. Then Jehovah said to Moses, "Go to Pharaoh and tell him, 'Jehovah, the God of the Hebrews, commands, let my people go, that they may worship me. For if you refuse to let me go and still hold them, then the power of Jehovah will bring a very severe pest upon your cattle which are in the field, upon your horses, the asses, the camels, the herds, and the flocks. But Jehovah will make a difference between the cattle of Israel and the cattle of Egypt, and not one that belongs to the Israelites shall die.'" So Jehovah set a fixed time, saying, "Tomorrow Jehovah will do this in the land." Jehovah did this on the next day, and all the cattle of the Egyptians died, but none of the cattle of the Israelites. Then Pharaoh sent and found that not even one of the cattle of the Israelites was dead. But Pharaoh was stubborn and would not let the people go. Then Jehovah said to Moses, "Get up early in the morning and stand before Pharaoh and say to him, 'Jehovah, the God of the Hebrews, commands, let my people go, that they may worship me. Do you still set yourself against my people, so that you will not let them go? Tomorrow about this time I will send down a very heavy fall of hail, such as has not been in Egypt from the day that it became a nation until now.'" So Jehovah sent down hail upon the land of Egypt, and the lightning flashing in the midst of the hail was very severe, such as had not been before in all Egypt since it became a nation. Through the whole land of Egypt the hail struck down everything that was in the field, both man and beast. The hail also struck down all the growing plants and broke all the trees in the fields. Only in the land of Goshen, where the Israelites were, there was no hail. Again Pharaoh sent and called for Moses and Aaron and said to them, "I have sinned this time. Jehovah is right, and I and my people are wrong. Pray to Jehovah, for there has been enough of these mighty thunderings and hail. Then I will let you go, and you shall stay no longer." Joseph said to him, "As soon as I have gone out of the city, I will spread out my hands in prayer to Jehovah. The thunders shall stop, and there shall be no more hail, that you may know that the earth is Jehovah's. But as for you and your servants, I know that even then you will not fear Jehovah." So Moses went out of the city from Pharaoh and spread out his hands to Jehovah, and the thunders and hail stopped, and the rain was no longer poured upon the earth. But when Pharaoh saw that the rain, the hail, and the thunders had stopped, he sinned again, and he and his servants became stubborn, and he would not let the Israelites go. So Moses and Aaron went to Pharaoh and said to him, Jehovah, the God of the Hebrews, commands, how long will you refuse to obey me? Let my people go that they may worship me. For if you refuse to let my people go, then tomorrow I will bring locusts into your land, and they will cover the surface of the earth so that no one will be able to see the ground, and they shall eat the rest of that which is left to you from the hail, and they shall eat all your trees which grow in the field. Then Moses and Aaron were driven out from Pharaoh's presence. But Moses stretched out his staff over the land of Egypt, and Jehovah caused an east wind to blow over the land all that day and night. In the morning the east wind brought the locusts, and they went over all the land of Egypt and settled down in all the land of Egypt a very large swarm, more locusts than there ever were before or ever will be again. For they covered the surface of the whole land so that the land was darkened and nothing green was left, neither tree nor growing plants anywhere in all the land of Egypt. Then Pharaoh called for Moses in haste and said, I have sinned against Jehovah your God and against you. Now therefore forgive my sin only this once, and pray to Jehovah your God to take away from me this deadly plague. So Moses went out from Pharaoh and prayed to Jehovah. And Jehovah made a very strong west wind to blow, which took up the locusts and drove them into the Red Sea. Not a single locust was left in all the land of Egypt. But Jehovah let Pharaoh's heart remain stubborn so that he would not let the Israelites go. Then Jehovah said to Moses, Stretch out your hand toward heaven, that there may be darkness over the land of Egypt, so dark that it may be felt. So Moses stretched out his hand toward heaven, and there was complete darkness in all the land of Egypt for 3 days. No one could see another, nor did any one move about for 3 days. But the Israelites had light in their homes. Then Pharaoh called Moses and said, Go worship Jehovah, only let your flocks and your herds stay behind. Let your little ones go with you. But Moses said, You must also give us animals for sacrifices and burnt offerings, that we may offer a sacrifice to Jehovah our God. Our cattle too must go with us. Not a hoof shall be left behind, for we must take these to offer to Jehovah our God. And we do not know what we must offer to Jehovah until we arrive there. But Jehovah let Pharaoh's heart remain stubborn, and he would not let them go. And Pharaoh said to him, Go away from me. Take care that you never come to me again. And on the day that you come to me, you shall die. Moses replied, You have spoken truly. I shall never see you again. Moses said to Pharaoh, Jehovah declares, About midnight I will go through all of Egypt. All the eldest sons in the land of Egypt shall die, from the eldest son of Pharaoh who sits upon his throne, even to the eldest son of the slave girl who is behind the mill, and all the firstborn of the cattle. There shall be a great cry of sorrow over all the land of Egypt, such as has never been before and never shall be again. And not a single dog shall bark at any of the Israelites, nor their animals, that you may know that Jehovah does make a difference between the Egyptians and the Israelites. All these your servants shall come to me and bow down before me, saying, Go away together with all the people that follow you. After that I will go away. And Moses went from Pharaoh in great anger. End of chapter 25. Chapter 26 of the Children's Bible by Henry A. Sherman. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The escape from Egypt. Moses called together all the leaders of Israel and said to them, Take lambs from the herds according to your families and kill the Passover lamb. You shall also take a bunch of hyssop and dip it in the blood that is in the basin, and strike the lintel and the 2 doorposts with the blood that is in the basin. And not one of you shall go out of the door of his house until morning, for Jehovah will pass through to kill the Egyptians. And when he sees the blood upon the lintel and on the 2 doorposts, he will pass over the door and will not let the destroyer come into your houses to destroy you. You and your children shall observe this event as a custom forever. When your children shall say to you, 'What do you mean by this service?' you shall say, 'It is the sacrifice of the Passover of Jehovah, for he passed over the houses of the Israelites in Egypt when he destroyed the Egyptians and released our people.'" Then the people bowed their heads and worshipped, and the Israelites went and did as Jehovah had commanded Moses and Aaron. At midnight Jehovah destroyed all the eldest sons in the land of Egypt, from the eldest son of Pharaoh who sat on his throne to the eldest son of the captive who was in prison. Then Pharaoh arose in the night, together with all his servants and all the Egyptians, and there was a great cry of sorrow, for there was not a house in Egypt in which there was not one dead. Pharaoh called Moses and Aaron at night and said, "Go away from among my people, both you and the Israelites. Go worship Jehovah as you have asked. Also take with you your sheep and your cattle, as you have asked. Go and ask a blessing for me also." The Egyptians also told the people to hasten out of the land, for they said, "We shall all perish." So the people took their dough before the yeast had worked, and their kneading troughs were bound up in their clothes upon their shoulders. The Israelites went on foot from Ramses to Succoth, and a mixed multitude went with them, and they had a great many flocks and herds. They baked unraised cakes of the dough which they had brought with them from Egypt, for there was no yeast in it, because they had been driven out of Egypt and could not wait, neither had they prepared for themselves any food for the journey. And they went from Succoth and camped at Etham on the border of the wilderness. Jehovah went before them by day in a pillar of cloud to show them the way, and at night in a pillar of fire to give them light, that they might march both by day and by night. The pillar of the cloud by day and the pillar of fire at night stayed in front of the people. When the king of Egypt was told that the people had fled, the feeling of Pharaoh and his servants toward them was changed. And they said, "Why have we done this and let the Israelites escape from serving us?" So he made ready his chariots and took his people with him. He also took 600 chosen chariots and the rest of the chariots of Egypt with captains over all of them. And Jehovah let the heart of Pharaoh, the king of Egypt, remain stubborn, so that he followed the Israelites because they had defied him. When Pharaoh drew near to them, the Israelites looked up and saw the Egyptians marching after them. And they were very much afraid and cried to Jehovah. And they said to Moses, "Why have you misled us by bringing us out of Egypt? Is not this what we told you in Egypt when we said, 'Let us alone that we may serve the Egyptians'? For it is better for us to serve the Egyptians than to die in the wilderness." But Moses said to the people, "Do not be frightened. Remain quiet, and you will see how Jehovah will save you today. For as surely as you now see the Egyptians, you shall never see them again. Jehovah will fight for you, and you are to keep still." Then the angel of God who went before the army of Israel changed his position and went behind them. The pillar of cloud also changed its position from in front of them and stood behind them, coming between the army of the Egyptians and the army of the Israelites. On the one side the cloud was dark, and on the other side it lightened up the night, so that throughout all the night neither army came near the other. Then Moses stretched out his hand over the sea, and Jehovah, by means of a strong east wind, caused the sea to go back all that night and made the bed of the sea dry. And the Israelites crossed over on the dry bed of the sea. The Egyptians followed, and all of Pharaoh's horses, his chariots, and his horsemen went after them into the sea. In the morning, before sunrise, Jehovah looked out through the pillar of fire and of cloud upon the army of the Egyptians and threw them into confusion. He also bound their chariot wheels so that they dragged heavily. Therefore the Egyptians said, "Let us flee from the Israelites, for Jehovah fights for them against us." Then Jehovah said to Moses, "Stretch out your hand over the sea, that the waters may come back upon the Egyptians, upon their chariots and upon their horsemen. So Moses stretched out his hand over the sea, and toward the morning the sea returned to its ordinary level, while the Egyptians were flying before it. So Jehovah overthrew the Egyptians in the midst of the sea, and the waters returned and covered the chariots and the horsemen, and all the army of Pharaoh that went after them into the sea, so that not one of them was left. Thus Jehovah saved the Israelites that day from the power of the Egyptians, and they saw the Egyptians dead upon the seashore. When the Israelites saw the great work which Jehovah did to the Egyptians, the people feared Jehovah and believed in him and in his servant Moses. And Miriam, the prophetess, the sister of Aaron, took a tambourine in her hand, and as all the women followed her with tambourines and with dancing, she sang with them, "Sing to Jehovah, for he has triumphed gloriously. Both horse and rider has he hurled into the sea." Then Moses and the Israelites sang this song to Jehovah: "I will sing to Jehovah, for he has triumphed gloriously. Both horse and rider he has hurled into the sea. Jehovah is my strength and song. He has delivered me. He is my God. I will praise him, my father's God, whom I honor." End of chapter 26. Chapter 27 of the Children's Bible by Henry A. Sherman. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. God's commands to the people. Moses led the Israelites forward from the Red Sea until they came to the wilderness of Sinai, and there the Israelites camped before the mountain. Moses went up into the presence of God, and Jehovah called to him from the mountain and said, "Tell the Israelites, 'You have seen what I did to the Egyptians and how I bore you on eagle's wings and brought you to myself. Now therefore, if you will listen to my voice and keep your solemn agreement with me, you shall be my own treasure taken from among all peoples, for all the earth is mine. You shall be a nation of priests, a people devoted to my service.'" So Moses called together the leaders of the people and told them all these words as Jehovah had commanded him. And all the people answered together, "We will do all that Jehovah has commanded." When Moses told Jehovah the answer of the people, Jehovah said to him, "See, I come to you in a thick cloud, that the people may hear when I speak and may always believe in you." And Jehovah said to Moses, "Go to the people and keep them pure today and tomorrow, and let them wash their garments and be ready on the third day. For on the third day I will come down on Mount Sinai within sight of all the people." On the third day, when the morning came, there were thunderings and lightnings, and a thick cloud rested upon the mountain, and a very loud trumpet blast sounded, so that all the people who were in the camp trembled. Then Moses brought the people out of the camp to meet God, and they stood at the foot of the mountain. Mount Sinai was entirely covered with smoke, because Jehovah came down upon it in fire, and from it smoke went up like the smoke of a furnace, and the entire mountain shook violently. Then God spoke all these words: "I am Jehovah your God, who brought you out of the land of Egypt, from a place where you were slaves. Thou shalt have no other gods except me. Thou shalt not make for thyself a graven image, nor any image of anything that is in the heavens above, or the earth beneath, or in the waters that are under the earth. Thou shalt not bow down before them, nor serve them. For I, Jehovah thy God, am a jealous God, visiting the sins of the fathers upon the children to the third and fourth generation, but showing acts of kindness to the thousandth generation of those who will love me and keep my commands. Thou shalt not take the name of Jehovah thy God in vain, for Jehovah will not leave him unpunished who takes his name in vain. Remember the Sabbath day to keep it holy. 6 days shalt thou labor and do all thy work, but the seventh day is the Sabbath of Jehovah thy God. In it thou shalt not do any work, neither thou, nor thy son, nor thy daughter, nor thy male servant, nor thy female servant, nor thy cattle, nor the guest who is with thee. For in 6 days Jehovah made the heavens and the earth, the sea, and all that in them is, and rested on the seventh day. Therefore Jehovah blessed the Sabbath day and made it holy. Honor thy father and thy mother, that thou mayest live long on the land which Jehovah thy God giveth thee. Thou shalt not murder. Thou shalt not commit adultery. Thou shalt not steal. Thou shalt not bear false witness against thy neighbor. Thou shalt not covet thy neighbor's house. Thou shalt not covet thy neighbor's wife, nor his male servant, nor his female servant, nor his ox, nor his ass, nor anything that belongs to thy neighbor. Then Jehovah said to Moses, "Write down these words, for in accord with these words I have made a solemn agreement with you and with Israel." End of chapter 27. Chapter 28 of the Children's Bible by Henry A. Sherman. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Our duties to God and man. Hear, O Israel, Jehovah our God is the one Lord. You shall love Jehovah your God with all your heart, with all your soul, and with all your strength. Behold the heavens, the highest heavens, the earth, and all that is on it belong to Jehovah your God. Jehovah showed his love to your fathers more than to any other people, and he has chosen their children after them and you out of all the nations. Therefore open your heart to him and no longer refuse to be guided by him. For Jehovah your God is God of gods and Lord of lords, the great, the mighty, the wonderful God who shows no favors and takes no bribes, who sees that what is right is done to the orphan and widow, who loves the foreigner and gives him food and clothing. Love Jehovah your God and always keep his laws and his commands. You shall not deceive one another. You shall not lie to one another. You shall not swear falsely in my name. You shall not wrong nor rob your neighbor. You shall not curse the deaf. You shall not put a stumbling block before the blind. You shall not tell stories about one another. You shall not hate anyone. You shall not take vengeance nor bear a grudge against anyone. You shall love your neighbor as yourself. You shall rise before the hoary head and honor an old man. If a foreigner lives in your land, you shall do him no wrong. You shall treat him as one of your own people, and you shall love him as yourself. End of chapter 28. Chapter 29 of the Children's Bible by Henry A. Sherman. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The report of the Hebrew spies. Moses sent certain men to explore the land of Canaan and said to them, "Go up into the south country and on into the highlands and see what the land is and whether the people who live there are strong or weak, whether they are few or many, and whether the land in which they live is good or bad, and what kinds of cities they live in, whether in camps or in strongholds. See whether the land is fertile or barren, whether there is wood in it or not. Be courageous and bring some of the fruit of the land, for it was the time when the grapes first begin to ripen." So they went up to the south country and came to Hebron. When they came to the valley of Eshcol, they cut down from there a branch with one cluster of grapes and brought it away on the pole carried by 2 men. They also took some pomegranates and figs. That place was called the Valley of the Grape Cluster, because of the cluster which the Israelites cut down there. Then they returned to Moses and Aaron and all the Israelites at Kadesh, and brought back word to them and showed them the fruit of the land. they reported to Moses, "We went to the land to which you sent us, and it indeed is full of milk and honey, and there is some of its fruit. But the people who live in the land are strong, and the cities are very large and have high walls about them." Then Caleb quieted the people and said, "Let us go up at once and take it, for we are well able to conquer it." But the men who had gone up with him said, "We are not able to conquer the people, for they are stronger than we, and all the people whom we saw there are very tall and large. There we saw the giants. We were as grasshoppers in our own sight, and so we seemed to them." All the people wept that night and cried out, "Why did Jehovah bring us to this land to fall by the sword? Our wives and our little ones will be taken captive. Would it not be better for us to return to Egypt?" So they said to one another, "Let us choose a leader and return to Egypt." Then Moses and Aaron bowed low before all the Israelites who were gathered there, and Joshua and Caleb, who were among those who explored the land, tore their clothes and said to them, "This land which we went to explore is a very good land. If Jehovah is pleased with us, he will bring us into this land and give it to us, a land which is full of milk and honey. Only do not rebel against Jehovah. Fear not the people of the land, for they will supply us with food. Their defense is taken from over them, and Jehovah is with us. Fear them not." But the people would not trust Jehovah. Then Jehovah said to Moses, "How long will this people despise me? How long will they refuse to trust me in spite of all the wonders which I have performed before their eyes? I will send sickness upon them and destroy them, and I will make you and your family a nation greater and mightier than theirs." But Moses said to Jehovah, "When the Egyptians hear it, they will say, 'Jehovah has killed them in the wilderness because he was not able to bring his people into the land which he solemnly promised to them.' Forgive, I pray thee, the guilt of this people, because thy love is great, even as thou hast forgiven them from that time they left Egypt, even up until now." Jehovah said, "I have forgiven as you have asked. But as surely as I live, and as surely as the whole earth shall be filled with the glory of Jehovah, none of the men who have seen my glory and my wonders which I performed in Egypt and in the wilderness, and yet have tested me these 10 times and have not listened to my voice, shall see the land which I have solemnly promised to their fathers. Neither shall any of those who despise me see it. But I will bring my servant Caleb to the land to which he went, for he has shown a different spirit and has faithfully followed me, and his children shall possess it. But your little ones, whom you said would be captives of war, I will bring in, and they shall possess the land which you have refused. Your dead bodies shall fall in this wilderness, and your children shall be wanderers there 40 years, and shall suffer for your unfaithfulness until your bodies have all decayed in the wilderness." End of chapter 29. Chapter 30 of the Children's Bible by Henry A. Sherman. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The last words of Moses. When Moses was old, he said to all the Israelites, "I am 120 years old this day. I can no longer go out and come in, and Jehovah has said to me, 'You shall not go over this river Jordan.' Jehovah your God is going over before you. He will destroy these nations before you, and you shall drive them out. And Joshua is going over to lead you as Jehovah has commanded. Be brave and strong. Do not be afraid of them, for Jehovah your God is leading you. He will not fail you nor forsake you." Moses also called Joshua and said to him in the presence of all Israel, "Be brave and strong, for you shall bring this people into the land which Jehovah has promised to their fathers to give them, and you shall give it to them. Jehovah is going before you. He will be with you. He will not fail nor forsake you. Fear not, nor be frightened." Then Moses went up on the plains of Moab to Mount Nebo, to the summit of Pisgah opposite Jericho. And Jehovah showed him all the land and said to him, "This is the land which I have solemnly promised to Abraham, to Isaac, and to Jacob, saying, 'I will give it to your children.' I have let you see it with your own eyes, but you shall not go over there." So Moses, the servant of Jehovah, died there in the land of Moab, as Jehovah had said. And Jehovah buried him in the deep valley in the land of Moab. But to this day no man knows the place where he was buried. Moses was 120 years old when he died, but his eye was not dim, nor had he lost his strength. The Israelites wept for Moses on the plain of Moab 30 days, and then the days of weeping and mourning for Moses were ended. Joshua the son of Nun was filled with the spirit of wisdom, for Moses had laid his hands upon him, and the Israelites listened to him and did as Jehovah commanded Moses. But in Israel no prophet had yet arisen whom Jehovah knew as well as he did Moses. End of chapter 30. Chapter 31 of the Children's Bible by Henry A. Sherman. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Crossing the River Jordan. After the death of Moses, Jehovah said to Joshua, Moses' helper, "Moses, my servant, is dead. Now arise, go over the Jordan with all this people to the land which I am about to give to the Israelites. As long as you live, no one will be able to stand against you. As I was with Moses, so I shall be with you. I will not fail you nor forsake you. Be brave and strong, for you shall give this people the land which I solemnly promised to their fathers I would give them. Only be brave and strong to keep faithfully all the law as Moses my servant commanded you. Turn not from it to the right nor to the left, and you shall have success wherever you go. Have I not commanded you? Be brave and strong. Fear not, nor be afraid, for Jehovah your God is with you wherever you go." Then Joshua gave this order to the officers who were over the people: "Go through all the camp and give this command: 'Prepare food for yourselves, for within 3 days you are to cross this Jordan, to go in and take the land which Jehovah your God has given you as your own.'" While Joshua was at Shittim, he secretly sent 2 men as spies with the command, "Go, explore the land, and especially Jericho." So they went and entered the house of a woman named Rahab and stayed there. It was reported to the king of Jericho, "Some men came here tonight from the Israelites to explore the land." Therefore the king of Jericho sent to Rahab and said, "Bring out the men who entered your house, for they have come to explore all the land." Now the woman had taken the 2 men and hidden them, so she said, "It is true some men came to me, but I did not know where they came from. When the time came to shut the gate at night, the men went out, and I do not know where they have gone. Follow after them quickly, for you may overtake them." She, however, had brought them up to the roof and hidden them with the stalks of flax which she had spread out there. So the men of Jericho followed after them in the direction of the fords of the Jordan. And as soon as the men of Jericho had gone out, the gate was closed. The spies had hardly lain down when Rahab came up to them on the roof and said, "I know that Jehovah has given you the land, and that fear of you has seized us, and that because of you all who live in the land are losing heart. Now therefore swear to me by Jehovah, since I have treated you with kindness, that you will also treat my family kindly, and promise me that you will save the lives of my father, my mother, my brothers, and my sisters, together with all that they have, and will not put us to death." The men said to her, "We are ready to give our lives for you." If you do not tell what we are doing, then when Jehovah gives us the land, we will treat you kindly and faithfully." Then she let them down by a rope through the window, for the house in which she lived was built into the city wall. She said to them, "Go into the hills, that the men who are looking for you may not find you, and hide yourselves there 3 days until they have returned. Then you may go on your way." The men said to her, "We shall be free from our solemn promise to you, unless when we come into the land you bind this cord of scarlet thread to the window through which you let us down, and gather your father, your mother, your brothers, and all your family into your house. If anyone goes out the doors of your house into the street, he shall be responsible for his death, and we shall be innocent. If anyone stays with you in the house, we shall be responsible for his death if anyone lays hands on him. But if you tell what we are doing, we shall be free from our solemn promise to you." She replied, "It shall be as you say." So she sent them away, and when they were gone, she bound the secret cord in the window. So they left and went into the hills and stayed there 3 days, until those who were looking for them had returned. They sought for them in every direction, but did not find them. Then the 2 men came down from the hills, crossed the river, and came to Joshua and told him all that had happened to them. Joshua rose up early in the morning and set out from Shittim. And he and all the Israelites came to the Jordan and spent the night there before crossing. Then Jehovah said to the people, "Consecrate yourselves, for tomorrow Jehovah will do wonders among you. Come and hear the words of Jehovah your God. By this you shall know that a living God is with you. The ark of the Lord of all the earth is about to pass over before you into the Jordan. When the priests who bear the ark of the Lord of all the earth step into the waters of the Jordan, its waters shall be cut off so that the waters that come down from above will stand still in a heap." So when the people left their tents to pass over the Jordan, the priests who were carrying the ark were in front of them. And when the bearers of the ark came to the Jordan and the feet of the priests who were carrying the ark dipped into the brink of the water, for the Jordan overflows all its banks during the harvest time, the waters that came down from above stood still, and its waters rose in a heap a long distance up the river at Adam, the city that is near Zarethan. The waters that went down toward the Dead Sea were wholly cut off, while the people crossed over opposite Jericho. The priests who were carrying the ark of Jehovah stood firm on dry ground in the middle of the Jordan, while all the Israelites passed over on dry ground until the whole nation had completed the crossing of the Jordan. When they had all crossed, Jehovah said to Joshua, "Command them to take from the middle of the Jordan, out of the place where the priests' feet stood, 12 stones, and carry them over with you, and lay them down in the camping place where you pass the night, that this may be a reminder to them. Then when your children ask from time to time, 'What do these stones mean to you?' you shall say to them, 'They are reminders that the waters of the Jordan were cut off before the ark of Jehovah when it passed over the Jordan.' These stones shall be a constant reminder to the Israelites." So the Israelites did as Joshua commanded and took up out of the middle of the Jordan 12 stones, corresponding to the number of tribes of the Israelites. They carried them over with them to the place where they camped and laid them down there. Then the waters of the Jordan returned to their place, and the river overflowed all its banks as before. End of chapter 31. Chapter 32, The Children's Bible by Henry A. Sherman. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The capture of Jericho and Ai. Now Jericho had closed its gates because of the Israelites, and no one went in or out. But Jehovah said to Joshua, See, I have given Jericho to you with its king and its able warriors. You shall march around the city, all the soldiers going about the city once. You shall do this for 6 days, and on the seventh day the people shall make the attack, each man going up straight before him." Then Joshua said to the people, "March around the city and let the armed men pass on before the ark of Jehovah. You shall not shout the battle cry, nor let your voice be heard. Not a word shall escape from your mouth until the day I say to you, 'Shout the battle cry.' Then you shall shout." So he had the ark of Jehovah carried around the city once. Then they returned to the camp and spent the night there. The second day they also marched around the city once and returned to the camp. Thus they did 6 days. The seventh day they arose early at dawn and made the circuit of the city in the same way. Only on that day they marched around the city 7 times. The seventh time the priests blew the trumpets, and Joshua said to the people, "Shout the battle cry, for Jehovah has given you the city. The city and all that is in it shall be sacrificed to Jehovah. Only Rahab and those who are with her in her house shall live, because she hid the messengers whom we sent." So the people shouted the battle cry, and the wall fell down, and they went straight up into the city and captured it. But Joshua spared the lives of Rahab and her father's family and all that she had, because she hid the messengers whom Joshua sent to explore Jericho. And they have lived among the Israelites even to this day. Then Joshua set out with all the warriors to go up to Ai. And he selected 30,000 brave soldiers and sent them out at night with this command: "Hide somewhere beyond the town, not very far from it, but be ready to act. I and all the people who are with me will go toward the town. But when they come out against us, we will flee before them. They will come out after us until we have drawn them away from the town, for they will say, 'They are fleeing before us.' Then you shall rise up from where you are hiding and take the town. When you have captured it, set it on fire." So Joshua sent them out, and they went to the place where they were to hide and placed themselves on the west side of Ai. Joshua spent that night among the people and rose early the next morning and gathered them. And he went up together with the rulers of Israel before the people to Ai. And the warriors who were with him went up and came before the town. When the king of Ai saw it, the men of the town quickly rose up and went out to fight against the Israelites. But the king did not know that the men were hiding behind the town to rise up and attack him. Then Joshua and the Israelites pretended to be beaten and fled toward the wilderness. And all the people that were in the town were called together to pursue them. So they left the town unguarded and pursued the Israelites. Then the men who were hiding rose quickly out of their place and set the town on fire. When the men of Ai looked back, they saw the smoke of the town rising to heaven, and they had no chance to flee this way or that. For the Israelites who had been fleeing from the wilderness turned back upon those who were following them. When the smoke of the town rose up, the rest of the Israelites came out of the town against them. So they were surrounded by the Israelites, some on this side and some on that, so that they let none of the people of Ai remain or escape. End of chapter 32. Chapter 33 of the Children's Bible by Henry A. Sherman. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Women who saved a nation. Later, Sisera, who had 900 chariots, cruelly oppressed the Israelites for 20 years. Then the prophetess Deborah, the wife of Lapidoth, delivered Israel. She used to sit under the palm tree of Deborah between Ramah and Bethel in the highlands of Ephraim. And the Israelites went to her to have her decide their disputes. She sent and called Barak, the son of Abinoam, from Kadesh Naphtali, and said to him, "Does not Jehovah, the God of Israel, command you? Go, march to Mount Tabor, and take with you 10,000 of the Naphtalites and of the Zebulunites. Then I will draw out to you at the brook of Kishon Sisera with his chariots and his troops, and I will deliver him into your hands." Barak said to her, "If you will go with me, I will go, but if you will not go with me, I will not go." She replied, "I will certainly go with you, only you will not have the glory in this expedition on which you are going, for Jehovah will deliver Sisera into the hands of a woman." So Deborah arose and went with Barak to Kadesh. Barak called the Zebulunites and the Naphtalites together at Kadesh, and 10,000 men followed him, and Deborah also went up with him. Now Heber the Kenite had left the Kenites, the children of Jethro, the father-in-law of Moses, and had pitched his tent as far away as the oak which is near Kadesh. When it was reported to Sisera that Barak, the son of Abinoam, had gone up to Mount Tabor, Sisera gathered together all his chariots, 900 iron chariots, and all his people from the heathen city Harosheth to the brook Kishon. Then Deborah said to Barak, "To the attack, for today Jehovah has delivered Sisera into your hands. Has not Jehovah gone out before you?" So Barak went down from Mount Tabor, followed by 10,000 men, and at the attack of Barak's swordsmen Jehovah put to flight Sisera and his chariots and all his forces. And Sisera got down from his war chariot and fled on foot. But Barak pursued the chariots and the forces to Harosheth, and all the army of Sisera was destroyed by the sword. Not a single man was left. On that day Deborah and Barak, the son of Abinoam, sang this song: "O Jehovah, when thou wentest from Seir, marching from the region of Edom, earth trembled, the heavens swayed, the clouds also dripped water. The hills quaked before Jehovah, yon Sinai before Israel's God. In the days of Anath's son Shamgar, in Jael's days the roads were unused, and travelers walked through byways. Leaders disappeared in Israel, until you, O Deborah, rose, till you rose as a mother in Israel. My heart is with the commanders of Israel, who volunteered among the people. Bless Jehovah, you who ride on tawny asses, you sit upon rich saddlecloths, you who walk by the way, tell of it, far from sounds of dividing the spoil in the places where water is drawn. Let them tell of Jehovah's righteous acts and the righteous deeds of his leaders. Then the people of Jehovah went down to the gates crying, "Awake, awake, O Deborah! Awake, awake, sing a battle song! Rise up, O Barak! Take your captives, O son of Abinoam!" So they went down against the powerful, the Lord's people against the mighty. From Machir commanders went down, from Zebulun standard bearers, Issachar's princes with Deborah, and with Barak the men of Naphtali. Into the valley they streamed after him. Zebulun risked its life, Naphtali on the heights of the field. Rulers came, they fought. The rulers of Canaan fought. At Tanash, the waters of Megiddo, they took no booty of silver, for from heaven the very stars fought. From their courses they fought against Sisera. The brook Kishon swept them away, that ancient brook, the brook Kishon. O my soul, march on with strength. Then did their horse hoofs pound. With the gallop of steeds, blessed above women shall Jael be, that wife of Heber the Kenite, more blessed than all nomad women. Water he asked, milk she gave, curdled milk she brought him. In a bowl well fitted for lords, she put her hand to the tent pen, her right hand to the workman's hammer. She struck Sisera, crushing his head. She shattered, she pierced his temples. At her feet he sank down and lay still. At her feet he sank, he fell. There he fell, a victim slain. Through the window she peered and cried, through the lattice, the mother of Sisera, "Why so long his chariot in coming? Why tarry the hoof beats of steeds?" Then the wisest of her ladies replied. She herself also answered her question. "Are they not dividing the spoil, a woman or two for each warrior? For Sisera, a spoil of dyed stuffs embroidered, some pieces of lace for his neck? So perish thy foes, O Jehovah, but may those who love him be as the sun, rising up in invincible splendor." End of chapter 33. Chapter 34 of the Children's Bible by Henry A. Sherman. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Gideon's brave band. In the course of times, the Midianites conquered the Israelites. To escape them, the Israelites made for themselves dens in the mountains and caves and strongholds. When the Israelites had sown their crops, the Midianites would come down and leave nothing for the Israelites to live on, neither sheep nor ox nor ass, for they came up with their cattle and their tents. The Israelites were so robbed by the Midianites that they cried to Jehovah for help. Then the angel of Jehovah came and sat down under the oak which was in Ophrah that belonged to Joash the Abiezrite, and his son Gideon was beating out wheat in the winepress to hide it from the Midianites. The angel of Jehovah appeared to him and said, "Jehovah is with you, able warrior." Gideon said to him, "O my Lord, if Jehovah is with us, why then has all this overtaken us? Where are all his wonderful acts of which our fathers told us, saying, 'Did not Jehovah bring us from Egypt?' But now Jehovah has cast us off and given us into the power of the Midianites." Then Jehovah turned to him and said, "With this strength which you have, go and save Israel from the rule of the Midianites. Do I not send you?" But Gideon said to him, "O Jehovah, how can I save Israel? See, my family is the poorest in Manasseh, and I am the least in my father's house." Jehovah said to him, "I will surely be with you, and you shall overthrow the Midianites as if they were only one man." Then the spirit of Jehovah took possession of Gideon, and he sounded the war trumpet, and the Abiezrites assembled under his leadership. He also sent messengers throughout all the land of the Manassites, and they assembled under his leadership. And he sent messengers to the Asherites and the Zebulunites, Naphtalites, and they went up to join him. But Jehovah said to Gideon, "You have too many people with you. If I give the Midianites up to the Israelites, they will boast, 'We have saved ourselves.' Therefore proclaim to your people, 'Whoever is afraid may go home.'" Then Gideon separated them so that 22,000 of the people went back and 10,000 stayed. But Jehovah said to him, "The people are still too many. Take them down to the water, and I will try them out for you there. Every one of whom I say to you, 'This one shall go with you,' shall go with you, and every one of whom I say to you, 'This one shall not go with you,' shall not go." So Gideon brought the people down to the water, and Jehovah said to him, "You shall put by themselves all who lap the water with their tongues, as a dog laps, and all who kneel down on their knees to drink by themselves." The number of those who lapped with their tongue, putting their hand to their mouth, were 300 men, but all the rest of the people knelt down on their knees to drink. Then Jehovah said to Gideon, "By the 300 men who lapped, I will save you and deliver the Midianites into your hands. Let all the rest of the people go home." So they took the food that the people had in their hands and their trumpets, and Gideon sent home all the other Israelites, keeping only the 300 men. Then Gideon came to the Jordan and crossed it, and the 300 men were with him. faint yet pursuing. And he said to the men of Succoth, "Give, I beg of you, loaves of bread to the people who follow me, for they are faint, for I am pursuing after Zebah and Zalmunna, the kings of Midian." But the rulers of Succoth said, "Are Zebah and Zalmunna already in your power, that we should give bread to your band?" Gideon replied, "When Jehovah has delivered Zebah and Zalmunna into my power, for this insult I will thrash your bare flesh with desert thorns and briars." He went on from there to Penuel and made the same request of the men of Penuel. But they made the same answer as the men of Succoth. To the men of Penuel he also said, "When I come back victorious, I will break down this tower." Zebah and Zalmunna were in Karkor, and their forces were with them, in all about 15,000 men. Gideon went up by the caravan road and surprised the horde, as it was encamped with no fear of being attacked. He divided the 300 men into 3 companies. Into the hands of all of them he put horns and empty earthen jars. In each jar was a torch. He also said to them, "Watch me and do as I do. When I reach the outside of the camp and those who are with me blow a blast on the horn, then you also shall blow your horns on every side of the camp and cry, 'For Jehovah and Gideon.'" So Gideon and the 100 men with him reached the outside of the camp at the beginning of the middle watch, when the guards had just been posted. And they blew the horns and broke into pieces the jars that were in their hands. The 2 other companies also broke their jars, took the torches in their left hands and their swords in their right, and cried, "The sword of Jehovah and of Gideon." And as they stood where they were about the camp, the entire horde awoke, sounded the alarm, and fled. Zebah and Zalmunna also fled, but Gideon followed and captured the 2 kings of Midian and threw all the horde into a panic. When Gideon returned from the battle, he captured a young man who lived at Succoth. At Gideon's request, he wrote down for him the names of the rulers of Succoth and its leading men. There were 77 in all. When Gideon came to the men of Succoth, he said, "See, here are Zebah and Zalmunna, about whom you mocked me, saying, 'Are Zebah and Zalmunna already in your power, that we should give bread to your men who are weary?'" Then he took the desert thorns and briars, and with these he thrashed the leading men of Succoth. He also broke down the tower of Penuel and put to death the men of the town. Then Gideon said to Zebah and Zalmunna, "What kind of men were those whom you killed at Tabor?" They replied, "They were just like you. Each of them looked like a prince." Gideon said, "They were my own brothers, the son of my mother. As surely as Jehovah lives, if you had saved them alive, I would not kill you now." Then he said to Jethro, his oldest son, "Up and kill them." For the boy did not draw his sword because he was afraid, for he was only a boy. Then Zebah and Zalmunna said, "Get up yourself and fall upon us, for a man has a man's strength." So Gideon rose and killed Zebah and Zalmunna, and took the crescents that were on their camels' necks. Then the men of Israel said to Gideon, "Rule over us, and not only you, but your son and your son's son after you, for you have saved us from the power of the Midianites." Gideon said to them, "I will not rule over you, nor shall my son rule over you. Jehovah shall rule over you. But let me make one request of you. Let every man give me the earrings from his spoil." For they had golden earrings, because they were desert dwellers. They answered, "Certainly we will give them." So they spread out a blanket, and each man threw into it earrings from his spoil. The weight of the golden earrings for which he had asked was nearly 70 pounds of gold. Then Gideon made of the gold a priestly robe to wear when asking questions of Jehovah, and placed it in his own city Ophrah. Gideon died at a good old age and was buried in the tomb of Joash his father in Ophrah of the Abiezrites. End of chapter 34. Chapter 35 of the Children's Bible by Henry A. Sherman. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Jephthah's foolish promise. Jephthah the Gileadite was an able warrior, but he was the son of a wicked woman and had fled from his relatives and lived in the land of Tob. There certain rascals gathered about him, and they used to go out on raids with him. After a time the Ammonites made war against the Israelites. Then the elders of Gilead went to bring Jephthah from the land of Tob, and they said to him, "Come and be our commander, that we may fight against the Ammonites." But Jephthah said to the elders of Gilead, "Are you not the men who hated me and drove me out of my father's house? Why then do you come to me now when you are in trouble?" But the elders of Gilead said to Jephthah, "This is why we have now turned to you, that you may go with us and fight against the Ammonites, and you shall be our chief, even over all the people who live in Gilead." Then Jephthah said to the rulers of Gilead, "If you take me back to fight against the Ammonites, and Jehovah gives me the victory over them, I shall be your chief." The elders of Gilead replied, "Jehovah shall be a witness between us. We swear to do as you say." Then Jephthah went with the elders of Gilead, and the people made him chief and commander over them. Jephthah also made this vow to Jehovah, "If thou wilt deliver the Ammonites into my power, then whoever comes out of the door of my house to meet me when I return victorious from the Ammonites shall be Jehovah's, and I will offer that one as an offering to be burned with fire." Then Jephthah went out to fight against the Ammonites, and Jehovah gave him the victory over them and delivered them into his hands. But when he came home to Mizpah, his daughter was just coming out to meet him with tambourines and choral dances. She was his only child. Beside this one he had neither son nor daughter. So when he saw her, he tore his clothes and said, "Oh, my daughter, you have stricken me. It is you who are the cause of my woe, for I have made a solemn vow to Jehovah and cannot break it." She said to him, "My father, you have made a solemn vow to Jehovah. Do to me what you have promised, since Jehovah has punished your enemies, the Ammonites. But let this favor be granted me. Spare me 2 months, that I may go out upon the mountains with those who would have been my bridesmaids and lament, because I will never become a wife and a mother." He said, "Go." So he sent her away for 2 months with her friends, and she mourned on the mountains because she would never become a wife and mother. At the end of the 2 months she returned to her father, who did what he had vowed to do, even though she had never been married. So it became a custom in Israel. Each year the women of Israel go out for 4 days to bewail the death of the daughter of Jephthah the Gileadite. End of chapter 35. Chapter 36 of the Children's Bible by Henry A. Sherman. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Samson, who did to others as they did to him. There was a certain man of Zorah, of the clan of the Danites, named Manoah, and he and his wife had no children. But the angel of Jehovah appeared to the woman and said to her, "See, you have no children. But now be careful not to drink any wine or strong drink, and do not eat anything unclean, for you are about to have a son. No razor shall be used upon your son's head, for from birth the boy shall belong to God." So the woman had a son and named him Samson. Once Samson went down to Timnah and saw there a Philistine woman. When he came back, he said to his father and mother, "I have seen a Philistine woman in Timnah. Get her as a wife for me." But his father and mother said to him, "Is there no woman in your own tribe or among our people that you must marry a wife from among the heathen Philistines?" But Samson said to his father, Get her for me, for she suits me." So Samson went with his father and mother to Timnah, and just as they came to the vineyards of Timnah, a full-grown young lion came roaring toward him. The Spirit of Jehovah came upon Samson, and although he had nothing in his hand, he tore the beast in two as one tears a kid. But he did not tell his father and mother what he had done. Then he went down and talked with the woman, and she suited him. When he returned after a while to marry her, he turned aside to see what was left of the lion, and there was a swarm of bees and honey in the carcass. He scraped the honey out into his hands and went on eating it as he went. When he came to his father and mother, he gave some to them, and they ate, but he did not tell them that he had taken the honey out of the carcass of the lion. Then Samson went down to the woman, and he gave a feast there, for so bridegrooms used to do. When the Philistines saw him, they provided 30 comrades to be with him. And Samson said to them, "Let me tell you a riddle. If you can tell me what it is within 7 days of the feast, I will give you 30 fine linen robes and 30 suits of clothes. But if you cannot tell me, then you shall give me 30 fine linen robes and 30 suits of clothes." They said to him, "Tell your riddle, that we may hear it." And he said to them, "Out of the eater came something to eat, and out of the strong came something sweet." But for 6 days they could not solve the riddle. On the 7th day they said to Samson's wife, "Tease your husband until he tells us the riddle, or else we will burn up you and your father's house. Did you invite us here to make us poor?" So Samson's wife wept before him and said, "You only hate me and do not love me at all. You have told a riddle to my fellow countrymen and not told me what it is." He said to her, "See, I have not told it to my father or my mother, and shall I tell you?" So she wept before him as long as their feast lasted. But on the 7th day he told her, because she kept asking him, and she told the riddle to her fellow countrymen. So the men of the city said to him on the 7th day, before the sun went down, "What is sweeter than honey, and what is stronger than a lion?" And he said to them, "If with my heifer you did not plow, you had not solved my riddle now." Then he was suddenly given divine strength, and he went down to Ashkelon and killed 30 of their men and took the spoil from them and gave the suits of clothes to those who had guessed the riddle. But he was very angry and returned to his father's house, and his bride was given to his comrade who had been his best man. After a while, at the time of wheat harvest, Samson went to visit his wife with a kid as a present. But when he said, "Let me go into the inner room with my wife," her father would not let him go in, but said, "I thought that you must surely hate her, so I gave her to your best man. Is not her younger sister fairer than she? Take her then instead." But Samson said to him, "This time I shall be justified if I do the Philistines an injury." So he went and caught 300 foxes and turned them tail to tail, and put a torch between every pair of tails. When he had set the torches on fire, he let them go into the standing grain of the Philistines and burned up not only the shocks and the standing grain, but the olive orchards as well. Then the Philistines said, "Who has done this?" The reply was, "Samson, the son-in-law of the Timnite, because that man took Samson's wife and gave her to his best man." So the Philistines went up and burnt her and her father. Then Samson said to them, "If this is the way you do, I will not stop until I have had my revenge on you." So he fought fiercely and killed many of them. Then he went and stayed in a cavern on the cliff of Etam. When the Philistines went up and camped in Judah and made a raid on Lehi, the Judahites said, "Why have you come up against us?" They replied, "We have come up to bind Samson, to do to him as he has done to us." Then 3,000 men of Judah went down to the cavern in the cliff of Etam and said to Samson, "Do you not know that the Philistines are our rulers? What are you doing to us?" He replied, "I have done to them as they did to me." They said to him,
"We have come down to bind you, to turn you over to the Philistines." Samson said to them, "Swear to me that you will not attack me yourselves." They said to him, "No, we will simply bind you securely and deliver you to them, but we will not kill you." So they bound him with 2 new ropes and brought him up from the cliff. When he came to Lehi, the Philistines shouted when they met him. Then he was suddenly given divine strength, and the ropes that were on his arms became like flax that had been burned in the fire, and his bonds melted from his hands. And he found a fresh jawbone of an ass, and having seized it, he killed 1,000 men with it. Then Samson said, "With the jawbone of an ass have I piled them as mass on mass. 1,000 warriors have I slain with the jawbone of an ass." End of chapter 36.
Chapter 37 of the Children's Bible by Henry A. Sherman. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. A strong man who lost his strength. Afterward, Samson fell in love with a woman in the valley of Sorek named Delilah. Then the rulers of the Philistines came to her and said, "Find out by teasing him how it is that his strength is so great, and how we may overpower and bind him, that we may torture him. Then we will each one of us give you 1,100 pieces of silver." So Delilah said to Samson, "Tell me how it is that your strength is so great, and how you might be bound to torture you." Samson said to her, "If they should bind me with 7 green bowstrings which have not been dried, I would become weak like any other man." Then the rulers of the Philistines brought her 7 green bowstrings which had not been dried, and she bound him with them. She had the men lying in wait in the inner room. But when she said to him, "The Philistines are upon you, Samson," he snapped the bowstrings as a piece of yarn is snapped when it comes near the fire, so that they did not find out the secret of his strength. Then Delilah said to Samson, "You have deceived me and lied to me. Now tell me with what you can be bound fast." He said to her, "If they should bind me securely with new ropes with which no work has been done, I would become weak like any other man." So Delilah took the new ropes and bound him with them and said to him, "The Philistines are upon you, Samson." Men were also lying in wait in the inner room, but he snapped the ropes from his arms like thread. Again Delilah said to Samson, "So far you have deceived me and lied to me. Tell me now with what you can be bound fast." He said to her, "If you should weave the 7 braids on my head along with the web, and beat it into form with the weaving pin, I will become weak like any other man." So while he was asleep, she took the 7 braids of his hair and wove it with the web and beat it into form with the pin, and said to him, "The Philistines are upon you, Samson." But he awoke out of his sleep and pulled up the loom and the web. Then she said to him, "How can you say, 'I love you,' when you do not trust me? You have deceived me 3 times already and have not told me the secret of your great strength." But in time, since she daily begged and urged him, he was wearied to death and told her all that he knew, saying, "A razor has never touched my head, for I have belonged to God from my birth. If I should be shaved, my strength would be gone, and I would become weak like any other man." When Delilah saw that he had told her all that he knew, she sent and called for the rulers of the Philistines and said, "Come at once, for he has told me all that he knows." Then the rulers of the Philistines came up to her and brought the money with them.
After she had put Samson to sleep on her knee, she called for a man and had him shave off the 7 braids of his head. Then she began to tease him, and his strength went from him. And she said, "The Philistines are upon you, Samson." And he awoke out of his sleep and thought, "I will get up as I have done at other times and shake myself free." For he did not know that Jehovah had left him. So the Philistines seized him and bore out his eyes. Then they brought him down to Gaza and bound him with chains of brass, and then he was set to grinding in the prison. But the hair of his head began to grow again as soon as he was shaved. Then the rulers of the Philistines assembled to offer a great sacrifice to their god Dagon and to rejoice, for they said, "Our God has given Samson, our enemy, into our power." When the people saw him, they also praised their God, saying, "Our God has laid low our foe, he who brought our country woe, he who slew us with many a blow." When they were in high spirits, they said, "Call Samson that he may amuse us." So they called Samson from the prison, and he amused them, and they placed him between the pillars. Then Samson said to the young man who held him by the hand, "Let me touch the pillars on which the building rests, that I may lean against them." Now the building was full of men and women, and all the rulers of the Philistines were there. And on the roof about 3,000 men and women were looking on while Samson amused them. Samson called on Jehovah and said, "O Jehovah, remember me and strengthen me, I pray thee, just this once, O God, that by one act I may avenge myself on the Philistines for the loss of my 2 eyes." Then Samson took hold of the 2 middle pillars upon which the building rested, one in his right hand and the other with his left, and leaned against them. And Samson said, "Let me die with the Philistines." Then he bent over with all his strength, and the house fell upon the rulers and upon all the people who were in it. So those whom he killed at his death were more than those whom he killed during his lifetime. Then his brothers and all his family came down and took him away and buried him between Zorah and Eshtaol in the burying place of Manoah his father. End of chapter 37.
Chapter 38 of the Children's Bible by Henry A. Sherman. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Devotion of Ruth. During the days of the judges, there was once a famine in the land. And a certain man from Bethlehem in Judah took his wife and 2 sons to live in the territory of Moab. His name was Elimelech, and his wife Naomi, and his 2 sons were Mahlon and Chilion. After they had been living in Moab for some time, Elimelech died, and Naomi was left with her 2 sons. They married Moabite women named Orpah and Ruth. After they had lived there about 10 years, Mahlon and Chilion both died, and Naomi was left without husband or children. So she set out with her daughters-in-law to return from the land of Moab, for she had heard that Jehovah had remembered his people and given them food. As they were setting out on the journey to Judah, Naomi said to her daughters-in-law, "Go, return each of you to the home of your mother. May Jehovah be kind to you, as you have been kind to the dead and to me. Jehovah grant that each of you may find peace and happiness in the house of a new husband." Then she kissed them, but they began to weep aloud and said to her, "No, we will return with you to your people." But Naomi said, "Go back, my daughters. Why should you go with me? Can I still have sons who might become your husbands? Go back, my daughters. Go your own way, for I am too old to have a husband. Even if I should say I have hope, even if I should have a husband tonight and should have sons, would you wait for them until they were grown up? Would you remain single for them?
"No, my daughters, I am sorry for you, for Jehovah has afflicted me." Then they again wept aloud, and Orpah kissed her mother-in-law good bye, but Ruth stayed with her. Naomi said, "See, your sister-in-law is going back to her own people and to her own gods. Go along with her." But Ruth answered, "Do not urge me to leave you or to go back, for wherever you go I will go, and wherever you stay I will stay. Your people shall be my people, and your God my God. I will die where you die and be buried there. May Jehovah bring a curse upon me if anything but death separate you and me." When Naomi saw that Ruth had made up her mind to go with her, she ceased urging her to return. So they traveled on until they came to Bethlehem. When they arrived there, the whole town was interested, and the women said, "Is this Naomi?" But she said to them, "Do not call me Naomi, which means sweetness. Call me Mara, which means bitterness, for the Almighty has given me a bitter lot. I had plenty when I left, but Jehovah has brought me back empty-handed. Why should you call me Naomi now that Jehovah has turned against me and the Almighty has afflicted me?" So Naomi and Ruth returned to Moab, and they came to Bethlehem at the beginning of the barley harvest. Now Naomi was related through her husband to Boaz, a very wealthy man of the family of Elimelech. Ruth the Moabitess said to Naomi, "Let me now go into the fields and pick up the scattered heads of grain after him whose favor I should win." Naomi said to her, "Go, my daughter." So she went to pick up grain in the field after the reapers. And it was her good fortune to pick up grain in that part of the field which belonged to Boaz, who was of the family of Elimelech. When Boaz came from Bethlehem and said to the reapers, "Jehovah be with you," they answered him, "May Jehovah bless you." Then Boaz said to his servant, "Who had charge of the reapers? Whose maiden is this?" The servant replied, "It is the Moabite maiden who came back with Naomi from the land of Moab." And she said, "Let me pick up the scattered grain and gather sheaves after the reapers." So she came and has worked all the time until now, and she has not rested a moment in the field. Then Boaz said to Ruth, "Listen, my daughter, do not go to pick up grain in another field, nor leave this place, but stay here with my maidens. I have told the young men not to trouble you. When you are thirsty, go to the jars and drink of that which the young men have drawn." Then she bowed low and said to him, "Why are you so kind to me to take interest in me, who am from another land?" Boaz replied, "I have heard what you have done for your mother-in-law since the death of your husband, and how you left your father and mother and your native land to come to a people that you did not know before. May Jehovah repay you for what you have done, and may you be fully rewarded by the God of Israel, under whose wings you have come to take refuge." Then she said, "I trust I may please you, my lord, for you have comforted me and spoken kindly to your servant, although I am not really equal to one of your own servants." At noonday Boaz said to her, "Come here and eat some of the food and dip your piece of bread in the wine." So she sat beside the reapers, and he passed her the roasted grain, and she ate until she had had enough and had some left. When she rose to gather grain, Boaz gave this order to his young men: "Let her gather grain even among the sheaves and do not disturb her. Also pull out some for her from the bundles and leave it for her to gather, and do not find fault with her." So she gathered grain in the field until evening, then beat out that which she had gathered, and it was about a bushel of barley. Then she took it up and went into the city and showed her mother-in-law what she had gathered. She also brought out and gave her that which she had left from her meal after she had had enough. Her mother-in-law said to her, "Where did you gather grain today, and where did you work? A blessing on him who took interest in you." Then she told her mother-in-law where she had worked and said, "The name of the man with whom I work today is Boaz." Naomi said to her daughter-in-law, May the blessing of Jehovah rest upon him who has not ceased to show his love to the living and to the dead." Naomi also said to her, "The man is a near relative of ours." Ruth the Moabitess added, "He said to me, 'You must keep near my young men until they have completed all the harvest.'" Naomi said to Ruth, "It is best, my daughter, that you should go out with his maidens and that no one should find you in another field." So she gathered grain with the maidens of Boaz until the end of the barley and wheat harvest, but she lived with her mother-in-law. Then Naomi said to her, "My daughter, shall I not try to find a home for you where you will be happy and contented? Is not Boaz, with whose maidens you have been, a relative of ours? This very night he is going to winnow barley on the threshing floor. So bathe and anoint yourself and put on your best clothes and go down to the threshing floor, but do not make yourself known to the man until he is through eating and drinking. Then when he lies down, you mark the place where he lies. Go in, uncover his feet, lie down, and then he will tell you what to do." Ruth said to her, "I will do as you say." So she went down to the threshing floor and did just as her mother-in-law told her. When Boaz was through eating and drinking and was in a happy mood, he went to lie down at the end of the heap of grain. Then Ruth came softly and uncovered his feet and lay down. At midnight the man was startled and turned over, and there was a woman lying at his feet. He said, "Who are you?" She answered, "I am Ruth, your servant. Spread therefore your skirt over your servant, for you are a near relative." He said, "May you be blessed by Jehovah, my daughter, for you have shown me greater favor now than at first. For you have not followed the young men, whether poor or rich. My daughter, have no fear. I will do for you all that you ask, and all my townspeople know that you are a good woman. Now it is true that I am a near relative, yet there is one nearer than I. Stay here tonight, and then in the morning, if he will marry you, well, let him do it. But if he, being your nearest relative, will not marry you, then as surely as Jehovah lives, I will do so. Lie down until morning." So she lay at his feet until morning, but rose before any one could tell who she was. For Boaz said, "Let it not be known that a woman came to the threshing floor." He also said, "Bring the cloak which you have on and hold it." So she held it while he poured into it 6 measures of barley and laid it on her shoulders. Then he went into the city. When Ruth came to her mother-in-law, Naomi said, "Is it you, my daughter?" Then Ruth told Naomi all the man had done for her. She said, "He gave me these 6 measures of barley, for he said, 'Do not go to your mother-in-law empty-handed.'" Naomi said, "Wait quietly, my daughter, until you know how this will turn out, for the man will not rest until he settles it all today." Then Boaz went up to the gate and sat down. Just then the near relative of whom Boaz had spoken came along. To him Boaz said, "Ho," calling him by name, "come here and sit down." So he stopped and sat down. Boaz also took 10 of the town elders and said, "Sit down here." So they sat down. Then he said to the near relative, "Naomi, who has come back from the country of Moab, is offering for sale a piece of land which belonged to our relative Elimelech. I thought I would lay the matter before you and ask you to buy it in the presence of these men who sit here and of the elders of my people. If you will buy it and so keep it in the family, do so, but if not, then tell me, that I may know, for no one but you has the right to buy it, and I am next to you." He said, "I will buy it." Then Boaz said, "On the day that you buy the field from Naomi, you must also marry Ruth the Moabitess, the widow of Mahlon, that a son may be born to bear his name and to receive this field." The near relative said, "I cannot buy it for myself for fear I should lose what already belongs to me. You take my rights of buying it as a relative, for I cannot do so." Now in those days this was the custom in Israel, to make an arrangement between two men. The one drew off his shoe and gave it to the other. So when the near relative said to Boaz, "Buy it for yourself," Boaz drew off the man's shoe. Then Boaz said to the elders and all the people, "You are witnesses at this time that I have bought all that was Elimelech's and all that was Chilion's and Mahlon's from Naomi. Moreover, I have secured Ruth the Moabitess, the woman of Mahlon, to be my wife, so that she may have a son who will receive this land and carry on Mahlon's name. You are witnesses this day." Then all the people who were at the gate and the elders said, "We are witnesses. May Jehovah make the woman who is coming into your house like Rachel and Leah, and make you also famous in Bethlehem." So Boaz married Ruth, and she became his wife, and Jehovah gave her a son. Then the woman said to Naomi, "Blessed be Jehovah, who has not left you at this time without a near relative, and may his name be famous in Israel. This child will bring back your strength and take care of you in your old age. For your daughter-in-law who loves you, who is worth more to you than 7 has his son." So Naomi took the child in her arms, and she became its nurse. Her neighbors also said, "Naomi has a son," and they named him Obed. And he became the father of Jesse, who was the father of David. End of chapter 38. Chapter 39 of the Children's Bible by Henry A. Sherman. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Samuel, the boy prophet. Elkanah, a Zuphite of the hill country of Ephraim, lived at Ramah with his 2 wives, Hannah and Peninnah. Peninnah had children, but Hannah had none. This man used to go up from his village each year to worship and offer a sacrifice to Jehovah of hosts at Shiloh. Whenever the day came for Elkanah to offer a sacrifice, he gave portions to his wife, Peninnah, and to all his sons and daughters. But although he loved Hannah, he gave her only 1 portion, for Jehovah had given her no children. Peninnah made her angry by mocking her, for Jehovah had given her no children. Elkanah did this year after year, but whenever Hannah went up to the temple of Jehovah, Peninnah made her so angry that she wept and would not eat. So Elkanah, her husband, said to her, "Hannah, why do you weep and why do you not eat? Why are you so troubled? Am I not more to you than 10 sons?" After they had eaten in Shiloh, Hannah arose and stood before the temple of Jehovah, while Eli the priest was sitting on his seat beside the doorpost of the temple. With a sad heart she prayed earnestly to Jehovah and wept bitterly. She also made this sacred promise: "O Jehovah of hosts, if thou wilt look at my affliction and remember not forgetting thy servant, but wilt give thy servant a son, then I will give him to thee throughout all the days of his life, and no razor shall touch his head." While she continued praying before Jehovah, Eli watched her mouth. She spoke to herself. Her lips moved, but her voice was not heard, so that Eli thought that she was drunk and said to her, "How long will you act like a drunken woman? Put away your wine and go from the presence of Jehovah." But Hannah answered, "No, my lord, I am an unhappy woman. I have not drunk wine nor any strong drink, but I have been pouring out my heart before Jehovah. Do not think that your servant is a wicked woman, for I have gone on speaking until now because my grief and vexation are so great." Eli answered, "Go in peace, and may the God of Israel grant what you have asked of him." She said, "May your servant have your approval." So the woman went away and ate, and her face was no longer sad. Early in the morning she and her husband rose, and after they had worshipped Jehovah, they returned to their home in Ramah. In the course of the year, Hannah had a son and named him Samuel, saying, "I asked him of Jehovah." Elkanah, And all his household again went to offer the yearly sacrifice to Jehovah. But Hannah did not go up, for she said to her husband, "When the child is weaned, then I will take him, and he shall go to Jehovah's temple and live there the rest of his life." Elkanah said to her, "Do what seems best to you. Wait until you have weaned him, only may Jehovah help you to do what you have promised." So the woman waited and nursed her son until she weaned him. Then she took him with her and a 3-year-old ox, a bushel of flour, and a skin of wine, and brought him to the temple of Jehovah at Shiloh. Then they killed the ox, and Hannah brought the child to Eli and said, "Oh, my lord, as surely as you live, I am the woman who stood near you here praying earnestly to Jehovah. This is the boy for whom I prayed. Jehovah has granted what I asked of him. Therefore I have given him to Jehovah. As long as he lives, he belongs to Jehovah." Elkanah returned to his home in Ramah, but the boy stayed to serve Jehovah under the directions of Eli the priest. So Samuel, a young boy dressed in a linen robe, did the duties of a priest in the temple. His mother also made him a little robe, and each year brought it to him when she came with her husband to offer the yearly sacrifice. Eli blessed Elkanah and said, "Jehovah repay you with children from this woman for the gift she has given to Jehovah." Then they returned to their home, and Hannah had 3 more sons and 2 daughters. Meanwhile, the boy Samuel grew up in the temple of Jehovah. The sons of Eli were very wicked, and they knew not Jehovah, and they despised the offerings which were brought to him. Eli was very old, and whenever he heard that his sons were doing wrong, he said to them, "Why do you do such things? For I hear of your wicked deeds from all the people. No, my sons, it is not a good report that I hear from the people of Jehovah, that they did not listen to the words of their father." The boy Samuel grew and won the favor both of Jehovah and of men. He continued to serve Jehovah under the direction of Eli, but in those days not many messages came from Jehovah. One day Eli was lying in his room. His eyes had begun to grow dim so that he could not see. While a lamp of God was still burning and Samuel was lying in the temple of Jehovah where the ark of God was, Jehovah called, "Samuel, Samuel." He answered, "Here am I." Then he ran to Eli and said, "Here am I, for you called me." But Eli said, "I did not call. Lie down again." So he went and lay down. Then Jehovah called again, "Samuel, Samuel." Samuel rose and went to Eli and said, "Here I am, for you called me." But Eli answered, "I did not call, my son. Lie down again." Now Samuel did not yet know Jehovah, nor had a message from Jehovah been given to him. So when Jehovah called Samuel again the 3rd time, he rose and went to Eli and said, "Here am I, for you called me." Then Eli knew that Jehovah was calling the boy. So he said to Samuel, "Go, lie down, and if you are called, say, 'Speak, Jehovah, for thy servant is listening.'" So Samuel went and lay down in his place. Then Jehovah came and called and said other times, "Samuel, Samuel." And Samuel answered, "Speak, for thy servant is listening." Jehovah said to Samuel, "See, I am about to do a thing in Israel that will make the ears of every one who hears it tingle. On that day I will do to Eli all that I have said that I would do to his family from the first to the last. And I have told him that I will punish his family forever for the crimes of which he knew his sons were guilty, for they did not do what God commanded, and he did not stop them." Samuel lay until morning, and then he opened the doors of the temple of Jehovah. He was afraid to tell the vision to Eli, but when Eli called him and said, "Samuel, my son," he said, "Here am I." Eli asked, "What is the thing that Jehovah said to you? Keep nothing from me. May God do to you whatever he will if you keep from me a word of all that he said to you." So Samuel told him everything and kept nothing from him. And Eli said, "It is Jehovah. Let him do what seems good to him." End of chapter 39. Chapter 40 of the Children's Bible by Henry A. Sherman. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Ark among the Philistines. In those days the Israelites went out to meet the Philistines, and in a hard-fought battle the Israelites were defeated by the Philistines. When the people returned to the camp, the leaders of Israel said, "Why has Jehovah let us be beaten today by the Philistines? Let us bring the ark of our God from Shiloh. He may then go out with us and deliver us from our enemies." So the people sent to Shiloh and took from there the ark of Jehovah of hosts. When it came to the camp, all the Israelites shouted so loud that the earth resounded. The Philistines heard the sound of the shouting and said, "What does this sound of great shouting in the camp of the Hebrews mean?" When they knew that the ark of Jehovah had come to the camp, they were afraid, for they said, "Their God has come to their camp. Woe to us, for it has never been so before. But be strong and act like men." So the Philistines fought, and the Israelites were defeated, and each fled to his tent. The same day a Benjaminite from the ranks ran to Shiloh with his clothes torn and with earth on his head. As he came, Eli was sitting on his seat by the gate watching the road, for his heart was trembling for the ark of God. When the man came and told the people of the city, they all cried out. Eli heard the sound of crying and said, "What is this uproar?" So the man came quickly and told Eli, "I am the man who came from the battle, for I fled from the ranks." Eli said, "How did it go, my son?" The messenger answered, "Israel fled from the Philistines, and many people were killed, and your 2 sons are dead, and the ark of God has been captured." When he spoke of the ark of God, Eli fell off his seat backward beside the gate, and his neck was broken, for he was old and heavy, and he died. The Philistines took the ark of God and brought it to the temple of Dagon in Ashdod and set it up by the side of Dagon. When the people of Ashdod rose early the next day and came to the temple of Dagon, there was Dagon on the ground flat on his face before the ark of Jehovah. Then they raised up Dagon and set him in his place again. But when they rose up early the following morning, there was Dagon on the ground flat on his face before the ark of Jehovah. The head of Dagon and both his hands were broken off on the door sill, and only his body was left. Jehovah severely punished the people of Ashdod, for he punished them with boils. When the men of Ashdod saw this, they said, "The ark of the God of Israel shall not stay with us, for he is severely punishing us and Dagon our God." So they sent for all the rulers of the Philistines and asked, "What shall we do with the ark of the God of Israel?" They answered, "Let it be carried around to Gath." So they carried the ark of the God of Israel around to Gath. Then Jehovah punished the men of that city, both young and old, with boils. Therefore they sent the ark of the God of Israel to Ekron. But when it came to Ekron, the Ekronites cried out, "They have brought around the ark of the God of Israel to kill us and our people." They sent therefore and gathered all the rulers of the Philistines and said, "Send the ark of the God of Israel back to its own place, so that it will not kill us and our people." Then the Philistines called the priests and diviners and asked, "What shall we do with the ark of Jehovah? Tell us with what we shall send it to its place." They said, "If you send back the ark of the God of Israel, you must not send it away empty, but must return to him an offering to repay him for all that you have done to the ark. Then you shall be healed, and you shall know why he has continued to punish you." They said, "What offering shall we send back in order to repay him?" They said, 5 golden boils and 5 golden mice, the same number as the rulers of the Philistines. For 1 plague was upon you as well as upon your rulers. Now therefore prepare a new cart and 2 milch cows that have never worn a yoke, and fasten the cows to the cart, but leave their calves behind them at home. Then take the ark of Jehovah and place it upon the cart, and put in a box by its side the golden objects which you are sending to them as an offering to repay him. Then send it away. If it goes on its way to its own border to Beth Shemesh, then it is Jehovah who has done us this great harm. But if not, then we shall know that it is not he who has punished us. It was only an accident." The men did so, and the cows took a straight course along the Beth Shemesh road. They went along the highway, lowing as they went, and did not turn aside to the right nor to the left. The rulers of the Philistines also went after them as far as Beth Shemesh. The inhabitants of Beth Shemesh were harvesting their wheat in the valley, and when they looked up and saw the ark, they rejoiced at the sight. When the ark came into the field of Joshua the Beth Shemeshite, it stood still there, and a great stone was there. So they split up the wood of the cart and offered the cows as a burnt offering to Jehovah. When the 5 rulers of the Philistines saw it, they returned to Ekron the same day. End of chapter 40. Chapter 41 of the Children's Bible by Henry A. Sherman. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. How Samuel Found a Leader. There was a rich Benjaminite named Kish who lived in Gibeah. He had a son named Saul, a man full grown and handsome. No one among the Israelites was more handsome than he. For his shoulders and upward he was taller than any of the people. Now the asses of Kish, Saul's father, were lost. So Kish said to Saul, "Take one of the servants with you and go look for the asses." They went through the highlands of Ephraim and the land of Shalishah, but did not find them. Then they crossed into the land of Shaalim, but the asses were not there. They also went through the land of Benjamin, but did not find them. Then they had come into the land of Zuph, where Saul said to his servant who was with him, "Come, let us go back, that my father may not stop thinking of the asses and be anxious about us." The servant answered him, "There is a man of God in this town who is held in honor. All that he says is sure to come true. Now let us go there. Perhaps he can tell us the way we should go." Saul said to his servant, "But suppose we go. What shall we take to the man? For the bread is gone from our sacks, and there is no present to take to the man of God. What have we?" The servant answered Saul again and said, "See, I have with me a quarter of a silver shekel. Give it to the man of God, that he may tell us our way." Then Saul said to his servant, "Your advice is good. Come, let us go." So they went to the town where the man of God was. As they were going up to the town, they met a young woman going out to draw water and said to them, "Is the seer here?" They answered them, "He is there. He is before you. Make haste, for he has just come into the town, for the people have a sacrificial feast today at the sacred place on the hilltop. As soon as you come to the town, you will find him before he goes up to the high place to eat, for the people will not eat until he comes, for he blesses the sacrifice, and then the guests eat. Therefore go up now, for at this time you will find him." So they went up to the town, and when they came inside the gate, Samuel was just coming out toward them to go up to the high place. Now Jehovah had told Samuel the day before Saul came, "About this time tomorrow I will send you a man out of the land of Benjamin, and you shall anoint him to be a prince over my people Israel. He shall deliver my people from the power of the Philistines, for I have seen the suffering of my people, because their cry has come to me." When Samuel saw Saul, Jehovah told him, "This is the man of whom I spoke to you. He it is who shall rule over my people." So when Saul met Samuel in the gate and said, "Tell me, if you will, where the seer's house is," Samuel answered Saul, "I am the seer. Go up before me to the high place, for you shall eat with me today, and in the morning I will let you go and will tell you all that is in your mind. As for your asses that were lost 3 days ago, Do not trouble yourself about them, for they have been found. And to whom belongs all that is best in Israel? Does it not belong to you and to your father's house?" Saul answered and said, "Am I not a Benjaminite, of the smallest of the tribes of Israel? And is not my family the least of all the families of the tribes of Benjamin? Why then do you speak to me in this way?" But Samuel took Saul and his servant and brought them into the hall and made them sit at the head of the guests, who were about 30 in number. Samuel also said to the cook, "Bring the part which I gave you and told you to put aside." So the cook took up the leg and what was on it and placed them before Saul. Then Samuel said, "See what has been kept for you. Set it before you and eat, for it was kept for you until the appointed time, that you might eat with the people whom I have invited." So Saul ate with Samuel that day. After they came down from the high place into the town, they spread a bed for Saul on the roof, and he lay down. Then at daybreak Samuel called to Saul on the roof, saying, "Rise, that I may send you away." So Saul rose, and he and Samuel went out into the street. As they were going out of the town, Samuel said to Saul, "Tell the servant to go on before us, but you stand here that I may tell you the message from God." Then Samuel took the flask of oil and poured it on Saul's head and kissed him and said, "Has not Jehovah anointed you to be prince over his people Israel? You shall rule over Jehovah's people and deliver them from the power of their enemies on every side. This is the sign that Jehovah has anointed you to be a prince over his own people. When you go from me today, you will find 2 men at Rachel's tomb, and they will say to you, 'The asses that you went to seek are found.' And now your father is thinking no more about the asses, but is worrying about you, saying, 'What shall I do for my son?' Then you shall go on from there and come to the oak of Tabor. There 3 men going up to God at Bethel will meet you, one carrying 3 kids, another carrying 3 loaves of bread, and another carrying a skin of wine. They will greet you and give you 2 loaves of bread, which you shall take from their hand. After that you shall come to Gibeah. As you come to the city, you will meet a band of prophets coming down from the high place with a lyre, a tambourine, a flute, and a harp before them, while they prophesy. Then the Spirit of Jehovah will come suddenly upon you, and you shall prophesy with them and shall be changed into another man. When these signs come to you, do whatever you can, for God is with you." So when Saul turned away from Samuel, God gave him a new heart, and all those signs came to pass that day. Saul's uncle also said to him and to his servant, "Where did you go?" He said, "To seek the asses. And when we saw that they were not to be found, we went to Samuel." Saul's uncle said, "Tell me what Samuel said to you." Saul replied, "He told us that the asses were surely found." But Saul did not tell him that Samuel had said he should become the ruler. After about a month, Nahash the Ammonite came up and besieged Jabesh in Gilead. And all the men of Jabesh said to Nahash, "Make terms with us, and we will serve you." But Nahash the Ammonite said to them, "On this condition will I make terms with you, that I bore out the right eye of each of you, and so bring disgrace upon all Israel." The elders of Jabesh said to him, "Let us have 7 days in which to send messengers through all the land of Israel. Then, if there are none to save us, we will come to you." So the messengers came to Gibeah where Saul lived and told the facts in the hearing of the people, and they all set up a loud wail. Just then Saul was coming from the field behind the oxen, and he said, "What is the trouble with the people that they are wailing?" Then they told him what the men of Jabesh had said. When he heard it, the Spirit of Jehovah came suddenly upon him, and he became very indignant. He took a pair of oxen, cut them in pieces, and sent them through all the land of Israel by messenger. who said, "Whoever does not come out after Saul and after Samuel, the same shall be done to his oxen." Then a terror from Jehovah fell upon the people, and they all gathered together. And Saul said to the messengers who came, "Say to the men of Jabesh in Gilead, 'Tomorrow by the time the sun grows hot, help shall come to you.'" So the messengers went and told the men of Jabesh, and they were glad. Therefore the men of Jabesh said to the Ammonites, "Tomorrow we will come out to you, and you shall do to us whatever you please." So on the following day Saul divided the people into 3 divisions, and they went into the midst of the camp early in the morning and fought against the Ammonites until noon. The Ammonites who stayed behind were so scattered that not 2 of them were left together. Then all the people went to Gilgal, and there in the presence of Jehovah made Saul their ruler, and they offered sacrifices there to Jehovah, and Saul and all the men of Israel were very happy. End of chapter 41. Chapter 42 of the Children's Bible by Henry A. Sherman. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Jonathan's brave deed. Saul picked out 3,000 men from the Israelites. 2,000 were with Saul in Michmash and on the high land of Bethel, and 1,000 were with his son Jonathan in Gibeah. But Saul had sent the rest of the people, each to his home. Then Jonathan attacked the company of the Philistines in Gibeah, and the Philistines heard of it. But Saul sounded a call to arms throughout all the land, saying, "Let the Hebrews hear." So all Israel heard the report that Saul had attacked the Philistines, and also that Israel was hated by them. Then the Philistines were gathered together to fight with Israel, 3,000 chariots, 6,000 horsemen and foot soldiers, as many as the sand of the seashore. They came up and camped in Michmash. When the men of Israel saw that they were in a tight place, for the people were hard pressed, the people hid themselves in caves, in holes, in the rocks, in tombs, and in pits. Also many people crossed over the Jordan to the land of Gad and Gilead. Then Saul counted the people who were with him and found that there were about 6,000 men. And Saul and his son Jonathan, together with the people who were with them, remained in Gibeah, while the Philistines camped in Michmash. Then the Philistines came out of the camp in 3 divisions to steal whatever they could find. One division turned toward Ophrah in the land of Shual, another toward Betharon, and another toward the hill that looks down over the valley of Zebulun. But the garrison of the Philistines went out to the pass of Michmash. Now on that day Jonathan, the son of Saul, said to the young man who carried his armor, "Come, let us go over against the Philistine garrison that is on the other side." But he did not tell his father. Meantime Saul was sitting just outside of Gibeah under the pomegranate tree which is near the threshing floor, and there were with him about 600 men. But the people did not know that Jonathan had gone. Along the ravine by which Jonathan tried to go over against the Philistines, there was a steep rock on one side and a steep rock on the other. One was named the Shining, and the other the Thorny. One rock rose up north of Michmash, and the other south of Geba. So Jonathan said to the young man who carried his armor, "Come, let us go over to the camp of these Philistines. Perhaps Jehovah will act for us." But there is nothing that can keep Jehovah from delivering his people, either by many or by few. His armor-bearer replied, "Do whatever you wish. I will do my best to help you." Then Jonathan said, "See, we will cross over to the men and show ourselves to them. If they say to us, 'Stand still until we can reach you,' then we will stand in our place and will not go up to them. But if they say, 'Come up to us,' then we will go up, for this shall be the proof that Jehovah has given them into our power." When both of them showed themselves to the Philistines said, "There are Hebrews coming out of the holes where they have hidden." So they called to Jonathan and his armor-bearer, "Come up to us, and we will show you something." Then Jonathan said to his armor-bearer, "Come up after me, for Jehovah has given them into the power of Israel." So Jonathan climbed up on his hands and feet, and his armor-bearer after him. And the Philistines fell before Jonathan, and his armor-bearer followed, and put them to death. In the first attack, Jonathan and his armor-bearer killed about 20 men with spears and rocks from the field. Then there was a great panic in the camp, in the open field, and among all the Philistines. Even those who were out robbing were panic-stricken, and the earth quaked so that it produced a God-sent panic. The watchmen of Saul in Gibeah looked and saw the great company of Philistines melting away and rushing here and there. Then Saul said to the people who were with him, "Look now and see who is gone from us." When they searched, they found that Jonathan and his armor-bearer were not there. So Saul said to Ahijah, "Bring the ark of God here," for at that time it was with the Israelites. While Saul was still speaking to the priest, the noise and disorder among the Philistines kept on increasing. Therefore Saul said to the priest, "Do not wait to consult Jehovah." Then Saul and all the people who were with him gathered together and went into battle. And every Philistine's sword was turned upon his fellow, so that there was a very great confusion among them. The Hebrews who once were on the side of the Philistines and who had joined their army also went over to the side of the Israelites who were with Saul and Jonathan. Likewise, all the men of Israel who were hiding in the highlands of Ephraim, when they heard that the Philistines had fled, closely followed them in the battle. So Jehovah delivered Israel that day, and the battle passed over beyond Betharon. But Saul made a great mistake that day, for he strictly commanded the people, saying, "The man who shall eat any food until evening and until I take vengeance on my enemies shall be punished." So none of the people tasted food. Now there was honey on the surface of the ground, and when the people came to the forest, they saw a stream of honey. But no one put his hand to his mouth, for the people feared the punishment. But Jonathan had not heard when his father commanded the people. Therefore he reached out the end of the staff that was in his hand and dipped it in the honeycomb, and put his hand to his mouth, and he felt refreshed. Then one of the people spoke up and said, "Your father strictly commanded the people, saying, 'The man who eats food this day shall be punished.'" But Jonathan replied, "My father has brought great trouble on the land. See how I have been refreshed because I tasted a little of this honey. If only the people had eaten freely today of the spoil of their enemies, many more of the Philistines would have been slain." Then Saul said, "Let us go down after the Philistines by night and take spoil until daybreak, and let us not leave one of them." They said, "Do whatever you think best." But the priest said, "Let us ask of God." So Saul asked of God, "Shall I go down after the Philistines? Wilt thou deliver them over to Israel?" But he did not answer him that day. Therefore Saul said, "Come here, all you leaders of the people, and find out who has done wrong today. For as surely as Jehovah, the deliverer of Israel, lives, even though it be Jonathan my son, he shall die." But not one of the people answered him. Then he said to all Israel, "You be on one side, and I and Jonathan my son will be on the other." The people said to Saul, "Do what you think best." Therefore Saul said to Jehovah, "God of Israel, why hast thou not answered thy servant this day? If the sin be mine or that of my son Jonathan, God of Israel, show it by the lot marked Urim. But if the sin lies with thy people Israel, show it by the lot marked Thummim." Then the lot fell on Jonathan and Saul and not on the people. So Saul said, "Cast the lot between me and Jonathan my son. He whom Jehovah selects must die." The people said to Saul, "It shall not be so." But Paul made the people do as he said, and they cast the lot between him and Jonathan his son, and it fell on Jonathan. Then Saul said to Jonathan, Tell me what you have done." So Jonathan told him, "I did indeed taste a little honey with the end of the staff that was in my hand. Here I am ready to die." Saul said, "God do so to me and more too. Jonathan, you shall surely die." But all the people said to Saul, "Shall Jonathan die, who has brought this great deliverance to Israel? Far from it! As surely as Jehovah lives, not one hair of his head shall fall to the ground, for he has done this day what God wished." So the people saved Jonathan from death. End of chapter 42. Chapter 43 of the Children's Bible by Henry A. Sherman. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. David's victory over the giant. As long as Saul lived, there was a bitter war with the Philistines. Whenever Saul saw a stronger or able man, he would take him into his service. Now the spirit of Jehovah had left Saul, and an evil spirit from Jehovah troubled him. So Saul's servants said to him, "See now, an evil spirit from Jehovah is troubling you. Let your servants who are here advise you, and let them seek a man skilled in playing the lyre. Then whenever the evil spirit comes upon you, he shall play on the lyre, and you will be well." Saul said to his servants, "Find me a man who plays well and bring him to me." Then one of the young men said, "I have seen a son of Jesse the Bethlehemite, who is a skilled musician, a strong and able man, a soldier, careful in speech, handsome, and Jehovah is with him." So Saul sent messengers to Jesse with the command, "Send me David your son, who is with the flock." Then Jesse took 10 loaves of bread, a skin of wine, and a kid, and sent them to Saul by his son David. So David came to Saul and entered his service. And Saul loved him, and he became his armor bearer. Saul sent this message to Jesse, "Let David remain in my service, for I am well pleased with him." And whenever the evil spirit from God came upon Saul, David would take the lyre and play, and Saul would breathe more easily and would be well, and the evil spirit would depart from him. Now the Philistines gathered their forces for war and camped between Socoh and Ezekah in Ephes-dammim. Saul and the men of Israel came together and camped in the valley of Elah, and they were drawn up ready for battle against the Philistines. The Philistines were standing on the hill on one side, and the Israelites were standing on the hill on the other side, with the valley between them. Then there came out from the ranks of the Philistines a champion named Goliath, who was about 10 feet tall. He had a helmet of bronze on his head and wore a bronze breastplate of scales, which weighed 150 pounds. He also had bronze greaves upon his legs and a bronze backplate between his shoulders. The shaft of his spear was like a weaver's beam, and the head of his iron spear weighed about 20 pounds, and his shield bearer went before him. He stood and called to the ranks of Israel, "Why have you come out to form a line of battle? Am I not a Philistine, and you servants of Saul? Choose a man for yourselves and let him come down to me. If he is able to fight with me and kill me, then we will become your servants. But if I conquer and kill him, then you shall become our servants and serve us." The Philistine added, "I defy the ranks of Israel today. Give me a man that we may fight together." When Saul and all the Israelites heard these words of the Philistine, they were terrified. But David said to Saul, "Let not my lord's courage fail him. I will go and fight this Philistine." Saul said to David, "You are not able to go and fight against this Philistine, for you are only a youth, and he has been a warrior from his youth." But David said to Saul, "Your servant kept his father's sheep, and whenever a lion or a bear came and took a lamb out of the flock, I would go out after him and kill him and rescue it from his mouth. If he attacked me, I would seize him by his throat and kill him with a blow. Your servant has killed both lion and bear. Now this heathen Philistine shall be like one of them, for he has defied the armies of the living God." Jehovah, who saved me from the paw of the lion and from the paw of the bear, will save me from the hand of this Philistine." So Saul said to David, "Go, and may Jehovah be with you." Saul clothed David with his own garments and put a helmet of bronze on his head and gave him a coat of mail. And David fastened on his sword over his coat and was not able to walk, for he was not used to them. So he said to Saul, "I cannot go with these, for I am not used to them." So David took them off. Then he took his club in his hand, and he chose 5 smooth stones from the bed of the brook and put them in his bag. And he took his sling in his hand and drew near to the Philistine. When the Philistine looked and saw David, he despised him, for he was but a fair and ruddy youth. So the Philistine said to David, "Am I a dog that you come against me with a club?" And he cursed David by his gods and said, "Come to me, that I may give your flesh to the birds of the heavens and to the beasts of the field." Then David answered the Philistine, "You come to me with a sword and a spear and a javelin, but I come to you in the name of Jehovah of hosts and of the God of the armies of Israel, whom you have insulted this day. Jehovah will deliver you into my hand, that I may kill you and cut off your head." When the Philistines started to attack him, David put his hand into his bag and took from it a stone, and slung it and struck the Philistine in the forehead. The stone sank into his forehead, and he fell on his face to the earth. Then David ran and stood over the Philistine, and drawing his sword from its sheath, he killed him and cut off his head with it. When the Philistines saw that their champion was dead, they fled. The men of Israel and of Judah rose up and raised the battle cry and followed the Philistines to the entrance of Gath and to the gates of Ekron, so that the wounded of the Philistines fell all the way from the battlefield even to Gath and Ekron. End of chapter 43. Chapter 44 of the Children's Bible by Henry A. Sherman. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Saul's mean jealousy. When the Israelites and David returned from slaying the Philistines, the women came out from all the cities of Israel, singing and dancing to meet Saul with tambourines, with cries of rejoicing, and with cymbals. The women sang gaily to each other and said, "Saul has slain his thousands, and David his tens of thousands." Saul was very angry, for their words displeased him, and he said, "To David they give credit for 10,000s, but to me only thousands. What more can he have but the rulership?" So Saul kept his eye on David from that day onward. Saul feared David and did not let him stay near him. He made him commander over 1,000 men, and David went out and came in at the head of the soldiers. In all that he did, David acted wisely and had success, for Jehovah was with him. When Saul saw that he acted wisely, he was still more afraid of him. But all Israel and Judah loved David, for he went out and came in at their head. Michal, Saul's daughter, also loved David, and when they told Saul, he was pleased, for he said, "I will give her to him that she may lead him to destruction and that the Philistines may capture him." So Saul commanded his servants, "Say to David secretly, 'See, the ruler is pleased with you, and all his servants love you. Now therefore become his son-in-law.'" When Saul's servants told this to David, he said, "Do you think it is easy for me to become the son-in-law of a ruler when I am poor and have no reputation?" When Saul's servants told him David's answer, he commanded, "Say to David, 'Saul wishes no price for his daughter except the proof that you have killed 100 Philistines.'" For Saul thought that David would be killed by them. So David went with his men and killed 100 Philistines, and Saul gave him his daughter Michal as his wife. Then Saul knew that Jehovah was with David, and that all Israel loved him, so he feared David still more. Then Saul commanded his son Jonathan and all his servants to put David to death. But Jonathan was very fond of David.
And Jonathan spoke well of David to Saul his father and said to him, "Do not sin against your servant David, for he has not wronged you, and his behavior toward you has been excellent. For he risked his life and killed the Philistine, so that Jehovah saved all Israel. You saw it and rejoiced. Why then will you sin by shedding innocent blood and killing David without cause?" So Paul listened to Jonathan and gave a solemn promise, "As surely as Jehovah lives, he shall not be put to death." Then Jonathan called David and told him all these things, and Jonathan brought David to Saul, and he was with him as before. But there was war again, and David went out and fought against the Philistines and killed so many of them that they fled before him. Then an evil spirit from Jehovah came upon Saul while he was sitting in his house with his spear in his hand, and while David was playing the lyre. Saul tried to pin David to the wall with the spear, but David slipped away so that Saul drove the spear into the wall, and David fled and so escaped. That night Saul sent messengers to David's house to watch him so as to kill him in the morning. But Michal, David's wife, told him, "If you do not save your life tonight, you will be killed tomorrow." So Michal let David down through the window, and he fled away and escaped. Then Michal took the household god and laid it in the bed, and she put a pillow of goat's hair under its head and covered it with a garment. And when Saul sent messengers to seize David, she said, "He is sick." Again Saul sent the messengers to the house of David with the command, "Bring him up to me on the bed, that I may put him to death." When the messengers came in, there was the household god in the bed with the pillow of goat's hair under its head. Saul said to Michal, "Why have you deceived me thus and let my enemy go?" Michal answered Saul, "He said to me, 'Let me go. Why should I kill you?'" End of chapter 44. Chapter 45 of the Children's Bible by Henry A. Sherman. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Jonathan's love for David. Then David went and found Jonathan and said, "What have I done? What is my guilt and what is my sin in the mind of your father that he is seeking my life?" Jonathan replied, "No, no, you shall not die. You know that my father does nothing great or small that he does not tell me. And why should my father hide this from me? He surely will not." David answered, "Your father well knows that you are fond of me, and he is saying to himself, 'Do not let Jonathan know this, that he may not be grieved.' But as surely as Jehovah lives and as you live, there is only a step between me and death." Then Jonathan said to David, "What do you wish me to do for you?" David answered, "Tomorrow is the festival of the new moon, and I ought to sit at the table with Saul. But let me go, and I will hide myself in the field until evening. If your father misses me, then say, 'David asked permission of me to run to Bethlehem, his native town, for the yearly sacrifices there for all his family.' If he says, 'Good,' then it is well with your servant. But if he gets angry, then you will know that he is planning to harm me. Now show your kindness to your servant, for in the presence of Jehovah you have made a solemn agreement with your servant. But if I am at all guilty, kill me yourself, for why should you bring me to your father?" Jonathan said, "That shall never be. If I learn that my father is planning to do you harm, I will tell you." Then David said to Jonathan, "Who will tell me if your father answers you harshly?" Jonathan answered, "Jehovah, the God of Israel, be witness that about this time tomorrow I will find out how my father feels. If he feels kindly toward you, then I will send and tell you. Should my father wish to do you harm, God do to Jonathan whatever he will, and more too, if I do not tell you and send you away that you may go in peace. May Jehovah be with you as he has been with my father. And if I am yet alive, oh, may you show me kindness like that of Jehovah himself. But if I should die, you must never cease to be kind to my family.
And if, when Jehovah destroys all the enemies of David from the face of the earth, the family of Jonathan should be destroyed by the family of David, may Jehovah punish the crime by the hand of David's enemies." So Jonathan renewed his solemn promise to David because he loved him, for he loved him as much as he loved his own life. Then Jonathan said to him, "Tomorrow is the festival of the new moon, and you will be missed, for your seat will be empty. On the third day, when you will be greatly missed, go to the place where you hid yourself when my father attacked you, and sit down beside the heap of stones. I will shoot 3 arrows on one side of it as though I shot at a mark. Then I will send the boy, saying, 'Go find the arrows.' If I call to the boy, 'See, the arrows are on this side of you, pick them up, then come, for all goes well with you.' And as surely as Jehovah lives, there is nothing to fear. But if I call to the boy, 'See, the arrows are beyond you,' then go, for Jehovah sends you away. And as for the promises which you and I have made, Jehovah is witness between you and me forever." So David hid himself in the field, and when the festival of the new moon came, Saul sat down at the table to eat. He sat on his seat, as usual, by the wall. And Jonathan sat opposite, and Abner sat beside Saul. But David's seat was empty. Saul, however, did not say anything that day, for he thought, "It is an accident." But on the next day, when David's place was again empty, Saul said to Jonathan, "Why has not the son of Jesse come to the table, either yesterday or today?" Jonathan answered, "David asked permission to go to Bethlehem, for he said, 'Let me go, for we have a family sacrifice in the town, and my brother has commanded me to be there. Now if you approve, let me go away that I may see my family.' Therefore he has not come to your table." Then Saul's anger was aroused against Jonathan, and he said to him, "Son of a rebellious slave girl, do I not know that you are making the son of Jesse your friend, to your own shame and to your mother's shame? For as long as the son of Jesse lives, neither you nor your rule shall be safe. Therefore send now and bring him to me, for he is doomed to die." Then Jonathan answered Saul his father and said, "Why should he be put to death? What has he done?" But Saul flung his spear at him to strike him. So Jonathan knew that his father had made up his mind to put David to death. And Jonathan rose from the table in hot anger and ate no food on the second day of the month, for he felt hurt because his father had insulted David. The next morning Jonathan went out into the field to the place agreed upon with David, and a small boy was with him. He said to the boy, "Run, find the arrows which I shoot." As the boy ran, he shot an arrow beyond him. When the boy came to the place where the arrow which Jonathan had shot lay, Jonathan called him, "Is not the arrow beyond you? Hurry, be quick, do not stop." So Jonathan's lad gathered up the arrows and brought them to his master. But the boy knew nothing about the signal. Only Jonathan and David understood. End of chapter 45. Chapter 46 of the Children's Bible by Henry A. Sherman. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Cost of a Lie. Then David went to Nob, to Ahimelech, the priest, who came trembling to meet David, and said to him, "Why are you alone and no one with you?" David answered Ahimelech the priest, "Saul has given me orders about some business and has said to me, 'Let no one know anything about the business on which I am sending you and about which I have given you orders.' I have also directed the young men to meet me at a certain place. Therefore, if you have at hand 5 loaves of bread, give them to me, or whatever can be found." The priest answered David, "There is no plain bread at hand, but only holy bread." So the priest gave him holy bread, for there was no other bread there except that which had been removed from the temple to be replaced at once by hot bread. Now Doeg the Edomite the chief of Saul's herdsmen, was there that day. And David said to Ahimelech, "Have you not here at hand a spear or sword? For I did not bring my sword or my weapons with me, since the king's business required haste." The priest said, "The sword of Goliath, the Philistine whom you slew in the valley of Elah, is here, wrapped in a cloth. If you wish to take that, do so, for there is no other except that here." David answered, "There is none like that. Give it to me." Then David went from there and escaped to the stronghold of Adullam. When his brothers and all his father's clan heard of it, they went down there to him. Every one who was in trouble and every one who was in debt and every one who was discontented gathered about him, and he became their leader. About 400 men were with him. When Saul heard that David and the men with him had been found, he was sitting in Gibeah under the tamarisk tree at the high place with his spear in his hand, and all his servants were standing about him. Saul said to his servants who stood about him, "Hear, O Benjaminites! Will the son of Jesse give all of your fields and vineyards? Will he make all of your commanders of thousands and commanders of hundreds? Is it not true that all of you have plotted against me, so that no one tells me that my son has made an arrangement with the son of Jesse, and that none of you has pity upon me or tells me that my son has made my servant David my enemy, as he now is?" Then Doeg the Edomite, who was standing by the servants of Saul, spoke up and said, "I saw the son of Jesse go to Nob to Ahimelech, the son of Ahitub, and the priest inquired of God for him and gave him food and the sword of Goliath the Philistine." Then Saul sent for Ahimelech the priest and all his family and the priests who were in Nob, and all of them came to him. Then Saul said, "Listen, son of Ahitub." He answered, "Here I am, my lord." Saul said to him, "Is it not true that you and the son of Jesse have plotted against me, and that you have given him bread and a sword, and have inquired of God for him, that he might rebel against me?" Ahimelech answered Saul, "Who among all your servants is trusted like David your son-in-law, chief over your subjects and honored in your household? Is this the first time I have inquired of God for him? Far be it from me to be disloyal. Do not think that I or any of my clan have any evil intention, for your servant does not know the slightest thing about all this." But Saul said, "Ahimelech, you shall surely die, you and all your family." Then Saul said to the guards who were standing about him, "Turn and kill the priest of Jehovah, for they have plotted with David, and although they knew that he was fleeing, they did not tell me." But Saul's servants would not raise their hands to kill the priest of Jehovah. Then Saul said to Doeg, "Turn and kill the priest." So Doeg the Edomite turned and killed them. On that day he killed 85 men who wore the priestly robes. But Abiathar, one of the sons of Ahimelech, escaped and fled to David. When Abiathar told David that Saul had killed the priest of Jehovah, David said to him, "I knew that day, because Doeg the Edomite was there, that he would surely tell Saul. I myself am responsible for the death of all your family. Stay with me, have no fear, for whoever seeks your life must first take mine, for you are placed in my charge." End of chapter 46.
Chapter 47 of the Children's Bible by Henry A. Sherman. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. A soldier who spared his enemy. Now when David was told, "The Philistines are fighting against Keilah and are robbing the threshing floors," he inquired of Jehovah, "Shall I go and attack these Philistines?" Jehovah said to David, "Go, attack the Philistines and save Keilah." But David's men said to him, "See, we are afraid here in Judah. How much more will we be if we go to Keilah against the armies of the Philistines?"
When David again inquired of Jehovah, Jehovah answered him, "Arise, go down to Keilah, for I will give the Philistines into your hand." So David and his men went to Keilah and fought with the Philistines and drove away their cattle and killed a great many of them. In this way David delivered the people of Keilah. Now when Abiathar, the son of Ahimelech, fled to David in Keilah, he came down with the priestly robe used in consulting Jehovah in his hand. And when Saul was told that David had come to Keilah, Saul said, "God has given him into my power, for by entering a town that has doors and bars, he has let himself to be trapped." So Saul called the people to arms to go down to Keilah to besiege David and his men. But when David knew that Saul was plotting evil against him, he said to Abiathar the priest, "Bring here the priestly robe." Then David said, "O Jehovah, the God of Israel, thy servant has surely heard that Saul is planning to come to Keilah to destroy the town because of me. Will Saul come down as thy servant has heard? O Jehovah, God of Israel, tell thy servant." Jehovah said, "He will come down." Then David said, "Will the men of Keilah turn me and my men over to Saul?" Jehovah said, "They will." Then David and his men, who were about 600, left Keilah and wandered from one place to another. When it was reported to Saul that David had escaped from Keilah, he no longer followed him. So David lived in the wilderness of Ziph and stayed in the mountain strongholds. Then the Ziphites came to Saul at Gibeah, saying, "Is not David hiding in the hill country of Hachilah?" So Saul went down to the wilderness of Ziph with 3,000 men of Israel to hunt for David. And Saul camped in the hill country of Hachilah, but David stayed in the wilderness. When David saw that Saul was following him into the wilderness, he sent out scouts and learned that Saul had come to the place just in front of him. David then arose and went to the place where Saul had camped, and he saw the place where Saul lay with Abner, the son of Ner, the commander of his army, and Saul was within the barricade, and the people were camped about him. Then David turned to Ahimelech the Hittite and Abishai, the son of Zeruiah, Joab's brother, and said, "Who will go down with me to Saul's camp?" Abishai said, "I will go with you." So David and Abishai came to the people by night, and Saul was lying asleep inside the barricade with his spear stuck into the earth at his head, and with Abner and the soldiers lying about him. Then Abishai said to David, "God has given your enemy to you today. Now let me pin him to the earth with his spear at one stroke, for I will not need to strike him twice." David replied, "As surely as Jehovah lives, either Jehovah will smite him, or this day will come to die, and he will go down into battle and meet his end. Jehovah forbid that I should harm him whom Jehovah has called to rule. But now take the spear that is at his head and the jug of water, and let us go." So David took the spear and the jug of water from Saul's head, and they departed. But no man saw it or knew it, for they were all asleep, and no one awoke, for a deep sleep from Jehovah had fallen upon them. Then David went across and stood at the top of a hill at a distance, with a great space between them. And David called to the soldiers of Abner, the son of Ner, and said, "Do you make no answer, Abner?" Abner answered, "Who are you that calls?" David said to Abner, "Are you not a man, and who is like you in Israel? Why then have you not kept guard over your lord, the ruler of Israel? For one of your people came to destroy your lord. You have not done what is right. As surely as Jehovah lives, you ought to be put to death, for you have not kept watch over your master whom Jehovah has called to rule. Now see where his spear is and his jug of water that was at his head." Saul knew David's voice and said, "Is this your voice, my son David?" David replied, "It is my voice, my lord." And he added, "Why is it that my lord is following his servant? For what have I done? Or of what am I guilty? Now therefore let my lord listen to me. If Jehovah has stirred you up against me, let him accept an offering. But if men have stirred you up against me, let them be cursed before Jehovah, for they have driven me out to day, saying, 'Go serve other gods,' so that I have no share in the land which Jehovah has given to his people. May I not meet my end far away from the presence of Jehovah, for the ruler of Israel has come to seek my life as one hunts a partridge on the mountains." Then Saul said, "I have done wrong. Come back, my son David, for I will do you no more harm, for you have spared my life to day. I have acted foolishly and have made a great mistake." David answered, "Here is Saul's spear. Let one of the young men come over and take it. May Jehovah reward each one who does right and is faithful, for Jehovah gave you to me to day, but I would not harm one whom Jehovah had called to rule. Just as your life was of great value in my sight, so may my life be of great value in Jehovah's sight, and may he deliver me from all trouble." Then Saul said to David, "May you be blessed, my son David. You shall do great deeds and shall surely succeed." So David went his way, but Saul returned home. End of chapter 47. Chapter 48 of the Children's Bible by Henry A. Sherman. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Abigail's sensible advice. Then David went away into the wilderness of Maon. Now there was a man in Maon whose property was in Carmel. The man was very rich. He had 3,000 sheep and 1,000 goats, and he was shearing his sheep at Carmel. His name was Nabal, and his wife's name was Abigail. The woman was sensible and beautiful, but the man was rough and ill-mannered, and he was a Calebite. When David heard in the wilderness that Nabal was shearing his sheep, he sent 10 young men with the command, "Go up to Carmel and enter Nabal's house and greet him in my name. You shall say to him and to his family, 'Peace and prosperity be to you and your family and to all that you have. Now I have heard that you have sheep shearers. Your shepherds were with us, and we did not insult them, and nothing of theirs was missing all the while they were in Carmel. Ask your young men, and they will tell you. Therefore receive my young men favorably, for we have come on a feast day. Give also whatever you have at hand to your servants and to your son David." When David's young men came, they spoke to Nabal for David, as they were told, and they waited. But Nabal answered David's servants, "Who is David, and who is the son of Jesse? Many are the slaves these days who break away from their masters. Should I then take my bread and my water and my meat that I have prepared for my shearers and give it to men of whom I know nothing?" So when David's young men returned and told him, he said to them, "Let every man put on his sword." So they all put on their swords. David also put on his sword. And about 400 men followed David, and 200 stayed with the baggage. Now one of the young men told Abigail, Nabal's wife, "David has just sent messengers from the wilderness to greet our master, but he insulted them. The men have been very good to us, and we have not been harmed, nor have we missed anything as long as we were with them in the open country. They were as a wall about us both night and day all the time we were near them guarding the sheep. And therefore decide what you will do, for evil is planned against our master and against all his household, for he is such an ill-tempered man that no one can say a word to him." Then Abigail quickly took 200 loaves of bread, 2 skins of wine, 5 roasted sheep, 5 baskets of parched grain, 100 bunches of raisins, 200 cakes of figs, and loaded them on asses. She said to her young men, "Go on ahead of me. See, I am coming after you." But she said nothing about it to her husband Nabal. As she was riding on the ass and coming down under the cover of a hill, David and his men were coming down toward her, so that she met them. David had just said, It was in vain that I guarded all that belonged to this fellow in the wilderness, so that nothing of his was missing, for he has returned me evil for good. May God bring a similar judgment upon David, and more too, if by daybreak I leave a single man of all those who belong to him." When Abigail saw David, she dismounted quickly from her ass and bowed down before him with her face to the ground. As she fell at his feet, she said, "Upon me, my lord, upon me be the blame. Only let your servant speak to you, and listen to her words. Let not my lord pay any attention to that mean man Nabal, for as his name is, so is he. Fool is his name, and folly rules him. But your servant did not see the young men of my lord whom you sent. Now, my lord, as surely as Jehovah lives and as you live, since Jehovah has kept you from murder and from avenging yourself by your own hand, may your enemies and those who seek to harm my lord be like Nabal. Let this present which your servant has brought to my lord be given to the young men who follow him. I beg of you, forgive the wrong done by your servant, for Jehovah will certainly make my lord's family strong, for my lord is fighting for Jehovah, and you shall not be guilty of any evil deed as long as you live. Should a man rise up to pursue you and seek your life, Jehovah your God will care for you, but he will cast away the lives of your enemies as far as a sling. When Jehovah has done for you all the good that he has promised and has made you ruler over Israel, you will not have to be sorry that you have shed blood without cause or that you were revenged by your own hand. When Jehovah gives prosperity to my lord, then too remember your servant." David said to Abigail, "Blessed be Jehovah, the God of Israel, who sent you this day to meet me, and blessed be your good sense. A blessing on you, who have kept me this day from murder and from avenging myself by my own hand. For as surely as Jehovah, the God of Israel lives, who has kept me from doing you harm, unless you had quickly come to meet me, truly by daybreak not one man would have been left to Nabal." So David received from her all which she had brought him, and he said to her, "Go back in peace to your house. See, I have listened to your advice and granted your request." When Abigail returned to Nabal, he was holding a feast in his house like a king. He was feeling merry, for he was very drunk. So she told him nothing whatever until daybreak. But in the morning, when the effects of wine were gone, his wife told him what she had done. Then his heart stopped beating and he became like a stone. About 10 days later, he had a stroke from which he died. When David heard that Nabal was dead, he said, "Thanks be to Jehovah, who has punished Nabal's insult to me and has kept me from doing wrong, for Jehovah has visited Nabal's crime upon his own head." Then David sent to ask Abigail to become his wife. When his servant came to her at Carmel and said, "David has sent us to you to take you to him to be his wife," she rose and bowed her face to the earth and said, "See, your slave is willing to be even a servant to wash the feet of my lord's servants." Then Abigail quickly rose and mounted an ass, and 5 of her maids followed as servants. So she went with the messengers of David and became his wife. End of chapter 48. Chapter 49 of the Children's Bible by Henry A. Sherman. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Making the best of trouble. Then David said to himself, "I shall be killed some day by the hand of Saul. There is nothing better for me than to escape into the land of the Philistines. Then Saul will give up hope and search no more for me in all the land of Israel, and I will escape from him." David, therefore, with the 600 men who were with him, went over to Achish, king of Gath. And David and his men lived with Achish at Gath, each with his family. When Saul was told that David had fled to Gath, he gave up looking for him. David said to Achish, If now you will grant me the favor, give me a place in one of the towns in the open country, that I may live there. For why should your servant live in the royal city with you?" So Achish gave him Ziklag. And David lived in the open country of Philistines 1 year and 4 months. And David and his men went up and made a raid upon the Geshurites, the Girzites, and the Amalekites, for these tribes live in the land which extends from Telem to the land of Egypt. As often as David made a raid on the land, he did not leave alive man or woman, but taking the sheep, the oxen, the asses, the camels, and the clothing, he returned and went to Achish. Then when Achish said, "Where have you made a raid today?" David answered, "Against the south country of Judah," or "Against the south country of the Jerahmeelites," or "Against the south country of the Kenites." And Achish trusted David, thinking, "He has made his people Israel hate him. Therefore he will be my servant forever." Now in those days the Philistines gathered their forces to make war against Israel. And Achish said to David, "You and your men shall surely go with me in the army." David replied, "You shall then know what your servant can do." Achish said to David, "In that case I will make you the captain of my bodyguard from this time on." Then the Philistines gathered all their forces at Aphlec, and the Israelites camped at the fountain of Jezreel. When the rulers of the Philistines were marching past by hundreds and by thousands, and David and his men were marching in the rear with Achish, the commanders of the Philistines said, "What are those Hebrews doing here?" Achish said to them, "Is this not David, the servant of Saul, the ruler of Israel, who has been with me these 2 years, and I have found no fault in him from the time that he came to me to the present?" But the commanders of the Philistines were displeased and said to him, "Send the man back to the place where you had stationed him. Do not let him go down with us into the battle, lest we have a foe in the camp. For how could this fellow better win back the favor of his master than with the heads of these men? Is not this the David of whom they sang to one another in the dances? Saul has slain his thousands and David his 10,000s." Then Achish called David and said to him, "As surely as Jehovah lives, you are upright, and your conduct toward me both in and out of the camp has been satisfactory. For I have found nothing wrong in you from the time that you came to me to the present. But you are not trusted by the other rulers. Go back home, therefore, in peace, that you may do nothing to displease the rulers of the Philistines." David said to Achish, "But what have I done? What have you found in your servant from the day that I entered your service, that I may not go out and fight the enemies of my lord the king?" Achish answered, "I know that you are as faithful to me as an angel of God, but the commanders of the Philistines have said, 'He shall not go with us into battle.' Therefore you and those who came with you are to rise early in the morning and go to the place where I have stationed you. Do not plan any evil, for I trust you, but rise early in the morning, and as soon as it is light, depart." So David and his men arose early in the morning to return to the Philistine land, but the Philistines went up to Jezreel. On the third day, when David and his men returned to Ziklag, the Amalekites had made a raid on the south country and on Ziklag, and had attacked Ziklag and burned it with fire, and had also carried away captive all who were in it, including the women and children. They had not killed any, but had carried them away with them. Then David and the people who were with him wept aloud until they were no longer able to weep. David was in great trouble, for the people spoke of stoning him, because they all felt bitter, having lost their sons and daughters. But David took courage, for he trusted in Jehovah his God. So David, with his 600 followers, went on to the brook Besor, where those who were too tired to cross the brook stayed behind. They found there an Egyptian in the open field and brought him to David and gave him food to eat and water to drink. Then David said to him, "To whom do you belong, and where do you come from?" He replied, "I am an Egyptian lad, an Amalekite's servant, and my master left me behind because 3 days ago I fell sick. We marched into the south country of the Cherethites and into that which belongs to Judah and into the south country of Caleb and Ziklag. We destroyed by fire." David said to him, "Will you guide me to this robber band?" He replied, "Swear to me by your God that you will neither kill me nor turn me over to my master, and I will guide you to this band." When he had brought him down, the Amalekites were scattered all over the land, eating and drinking and dancing because of all the great spoil that they had taken from the land of the Philistines and from the land of Judah. David fought against them from twilight to the evening of the next day, and only 400 young men who were mounted on camels escaped. So David took from the Amalekites all that they had carried away and rescued his 2 wives. Nothing at all was missing. Then he took all the flocks and the herds and drove these animals before the people, and they said, "This is David's spoil." When David came to the 200 men who had been so faint that they could not follow him, all the wicked, mean fellows who went with him said, "Because these men did not go with us, let us not give them any of the spoil that we have taken, except that each man may take his wife and children and depart." David answered, "My brothers, you shall not do so with that which Jehovah has given us. After he has saved our lives and given this robber band that attacked us into our power, those who stayed with the baggage shall have an equal share with those who fight." So from that day to the present he made this a law and a rule in Israel. When David came to Ziklag, he sent some of the spoil to the leaders of Judah and to his relatives, saying, "See, a present for you from the spoil of the enemies of Jehovah." End of chapter 49. Chapter 50 of the Children's Bible by Henry A. Sherman. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The death of 2 brave warriors. Samuel had died, and all Israel had mourned for him and had buried him in his own town, Ramah. Saul, too, had put the mediums and those who had messages from the spirits of the dead out of the land. Then the Philistines came and camped in Shunem, and Saul gathered all the Israelites and camped in Gilboa. But when he saw the army of the Philistines, he was terrified and filled with fear. So he asked of Jehovah whether he should go against them. But Jehovah did not answer him, either by dream or by lot or by the prophets. Then Saul said to his servants, "Find for me a woman who is a medium, that I may go and ask through her." His servants said to her, "There is such a woman at Endor." So Saul did not let any one know who he was, but put on other clothes and went, taking 2 men with him, and they came to the woman at night. He said, "Ask for me through some departed spirit, and bring up for me the one for whom I shall ask." The woman said to him, "You know what Saul has done, how he has driven from the land the mediums and those who have messages from the spirits of the dead. Why then are you trying to catch me to put me to death?" But Saul swore to her by Jehovah, saying, "As surely as Jehovah lives, no punishment will come to you from this act." Then the woman said, "Whom shall I bring up to you?" Saul said, "Bring up Samuel." When the woman saw Samuel, she screamed and said to Saul, "Why have you deceived me? For you are Saul." Saul replied, "Do not be afraid. What do you see?" The woman said to Saul, "I see a god coming out of the earth." Saul asked, "What does he look like?" She said, "An old man is coming up, and he is wrapped in a cloak." Then Saul knew that it was Samuel, and he bowed with his face to the earth and worshipped. Samuel said to Saul, "Why have you disturbed me by bringing me up?" Saul answered, "I am in great trouble, for the Philistines are making war against me, and God has turned from me and answers me no more, neither by prophets nor by dreams. So I have called you to tell me what I shall do." Samuel said, "Why do you ask of me when Jehovah has turned from you and become your enemy? He has taken the authority from your hand and given it to another, even to David. Tomorrow you with your sons beside you shall fall, and Jehovah will deliver the army of Israel into the power of the Philistines." Then Saul fell at full length upon the earth, for the words of Samuel filled him with fear, for he had no strength left, for he had not eaten any food all that day and night. When the woman came to Saul and saw that he was in great trouble, she said to him, "See, I have taken my life in my hand and have done what you asked me. Now therefore listen also to my advice and let me set before you a little food and eat, that you may have strength to go on your way." Saul refused and said, "I will not eat." But his servants, as well as the woman, urged him until he listened to their advice. Then he rose from the earth and sat upon the couch. And the woman had a fat calf in the house, which she quickly killed. And she took flour and kneaded it and baked from it bread without yeast. She set it before Saul and his servants, and they ate. Then she rose up and went away that night. The Philistines fought against Israel, but the Israelites fled from them and fell dead on Mount Gilboa. Then the Philistines closely followed Saul and his sons, and he killed Jonathan and Abinadab and Malchishua, the sons of Saul. So the battle went against Saul, and when the archers found out where he was severely wounded. Then Saul said to his armor-bearer, "Draw your sword and kill me with it, so that these heathen Philistines may not come and make sport of me." But his armor-bearer would not, for he was very much afraid. Saul therefore took his own sword and fell upon it. When his armor-bearer saw that Saul was dead, he also fell upon his sword and died with him. So Saul and his 3 sons and his armor-bearer died on the same day. When the Israelites who were in the towns of the lowland and across the Jordan saw that the Israelites had fled and that Saul and his sons were dead, they left their towns and fled, and the Philistines came and took them. On the next day the Philistines came to rob the dead, and found that Saul and his 3 sons had fallen on Mount Gilboa. They cut off his head and stripped off his armor and sent messengers through all the land of the Philistines to bring the good news to their idols and to the people. And they put his armor in the temple of Ashtarte and fastened his body on the wall of Bethshan. When the inhabitants of Jabesh in Gilead heard what the Philistines had done to Saul, their brave men rose up and marched all night. And they took the bodies of Saul and his sons from the wall of Bethshan and brought them to Jabesh and mourned over them there. They then took their bones and buried them under the oak tree at Jabesh, and ate no food for 7 days. On the 3rd day after David returned to Ziklag, after defeating the Amalekites, a man came from the camp of Saul with his clothes torn and with earth upon his head. When he came to David, he fell on the ground before him. David said to him, "Where do you come from?" He answered, "I have escaped from the camp of Israel." David said to him, "How did the battle go? Tell me." He answered, "The people fled from the battlefield, and many of them fell, and Saul and Jonathan his sons were dead." Then David and all the men who were with him tore their clothes and mourned and went without food until evening, because Saul and Jonathan his son and the people of Jehovah had fallen by the sword. David then sang this dirge over Saul and Jonathan: "Weep, O Judah! Grieve, O Israel! On your heights are the slain. How the mighty have fallen! Saul and Jonathan, beloved and lovely, in life and in death they were never parted. The angels swifter than eagles, they are stronger than lions. O Jonathan, your death has mortally wounded me. O Jonathan, my brother, for you I am sorrowing. You were ever a friend to me most dear. Your love meant far more than the love of women. How the mighty have fallen, and the weapons of war vanished." End of chapter 50.
Chapter 51 of the Children's Bible by Henry A. Sherman. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. A shepherd boy who was called to lead a nation. After this, David asked of Jehovah, "Shall I go up into the towns of Judah?" Jehovah answered, "Go up." When David asked, "To which shall I go?" he said, "To Hebron." So David went up with his two wives, Ahinoam and Abigail, and David brought the men who were with him, each with his family, and they lived in the towns of Hebron. Then the men of Judah came there and made David ruler over the people of Judah. When they told David about the men of Jabesh in Gilead who had buried Saul, David sent messengers to them and said, "May you be blessed by Jehovah because you have shown this kindness to your master Saul and have buried him. Even so, may Jehovah show kindness and faithfulness to you. I also will repay you for this kind deed which you have done. Therefore be brave and courageous, for Saul your master is dead, and the people of Judah have made me ruler over them." Now Abner, the commander of Saul's army, had taken Ishbaal, the son of Saul, and brought him over to Mahanaim and made him ruler over Gilead and all Israel. But the people of Judah remained loyal to David. There was constant war between the followers of Saul and those of David, but David kept growing stronger while the followers of Saul grew weaker. Then Rechab and Baanah, the sons of Rimmon, went about midday to the palace of Ishbaal as he was taking his rest at noon. The doorkeeper of the palace was cleaning wheat, but he grew drowsy and slept. So Rechab and Baanah, his brother, slipped in, and attacking Ishbaal, they killed him and cut off his head. Then all the tribes of Israel came to David at Hebron and said, "See, we are your relatives. When Saul was ruler over us, it was you who led the Israelites, and Jehovah said to you, 'You shall be shepherd of my people Israel, and you shall become the leader of Israel.'" So the leading men of Israel came to David, and he made an agreement with them in Hebron in the presence of Jehovah, and they made David ruler over Israel. David was 30 years old when he began to rule, and he ruled for 40 years. When the Philistines heard that they had made David ruler over Israel, all the Philistines went up to search for David. But when he heard of this, he went down to the fortress. 3 of David's 30 warriors came down to him to the top of the rock to the fortress of Adullam, while the force of the Philistines was camped in the valley of Rephaim. David was at that time in the fortress, and a company of the Philistines was in Bethlehem. And David said longingly, "Oh, that some one would bring me a drink of water from the well of Bethlehem, which is near the gate." Then the 3 famous warriors broke through the line of the Philistines and drew water out of the well of Bethlehem, which was near the gate, and brought it to David. He would not drink of it, however, but poured it out as an offering to Jehovah and said, "Jehovah forbid that I should drink it. This is the blood of the men who went at the risk of their lives." Therefore he would not drink it. When the Philistines came and spread out over the valley of Rephaim, David asked of Jehovah, "Shall I go against the Philistines? Wilt thou give them into my hand?" Jehovah said to David, "Go, for I will certainly give the Philistines into your hand." So David went to Baal-perazim and defeated them there. And he said, "Jehovah has broken down my enemies before me, like waters which break through their banks." Then the Philistines came up again and spread out over the valley of Rephaim. When David asked of Jehovah, he said, "You shall not make a direct attack. Go around behind them and attack them opposite the balsam trees. When you hear the sound of marching in the tops of the balsam, ask quickly, for then Jehovah will have gone out before you to overthrow the army of the Philistines." David did as Jehovah commanded him, and drove the Philistines from Gibeon as far as Gezer. End of chapter 51.
Chapter 52 of the Children's Bible by Henry A. Sherman. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Jerusalem made the capital city. David and his men went to Jerusalem against the Jebusites, the people of the land who had said to David, "You shall not come in here, for the blind and the lame will turn you back." For they thought, "David cannot come in here." But David took the fortress of Zion and lived there. He also built a wall around it and called it the City of David. David continued to grow more powerful, for Jehovah of hosts was with him. And Hiram, king of Tyre, sent messengers to him and cedar trees and carpenters and masons, and they built a palace for him. So David knew that Jehovah had made him ruler over Israel and his kingdom powerful for the sake of his people Israel. David again gathered all the chief men of Israel, 30,000 in all, and went with all the people to Baal Judah to bring up from there the ark of God. They placed the ark of God upon a new cart and brought it out of the house of Abinadab on the hill. Uzzah and Ahio, the sons of Abinadab, guided the cart. Uzzah went beside the ark of God, while Ahio went before it. David and all the people of Israel danced before Jehovah with all their might to the music of harps and lyres and drums and castanets and cymbals. When they came to the threshing floor of Nachon, Uzzah stretched out his hand to hold the ark of God, for the oxen stumbled. Then the anger of Jehovah was aroused against Uzzah, and he struck him down there, because he had stretched out his hand to the ark. So he died there in the presence of God. David was afraid of Jehovah that day and said, "How can the ark of Jehovah come to me?" So David was not willing to move the ark of Jehovah to the city of David, but carried it aside to the house of Obed-Edom, the Gittite, and it remained there 3 months. But Jehovah blessed Obed-Edom and all his family. When the report came to David, "Jehovah has blessed Obed-Edom and all his family because of the ark of God," David joyfully brought up the ark from the house of Obed-Edom to the city of David. When the bearers of the ark of Jehovah had gone 6 paces, David offered an ox and a fat animal as a sacrifice, and he danced before Jehovah with all his might, and he had about his waist a priestly garment made of linen. So David and all the house of Israel brought up the ark of Jehovah with shouting and the blare of trumpets. When they had brought in the ark of Jehovah and had set it in its place in the tent that David had built for it, he offered burnt offerings and sacrifices to Jehovah. When David had finished offering these sacrifices, he blessed the people in the name of Jehovah of hosts and gave to each of the many Israelites who were there, to both men and women, a roll of bread and a portion of meat and a cake of raisins. Then all the people went back to their homes. This message also from Jehovah came to Nathan the prophet: "You shall say to my servant David, 'Jehovah of hosts declares, I took you from the pasture, from following the sheep, to be chief over my people of Israel. I have been with you wherever you went, to destroy all your enemies before you, and I will make you a name like that of the great in the earth. When your life is ended and you are buried with your fathers, I will raise up your son after you, and I will make his rule strong. I will be a father to him, and he shall be my son. When he goes astray, I will gently correct him. I will not withdraw my favor from him, as I withdrew it from Saul. Your house and your dominion shall always stand firm before me. Your authority shall stand forever." End of chapter 52. Chapter 53 of the Children's Bible by Henry A. Sherman. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. David's kindness to Jonathan's son. Then David asked, "Is any one left of the family of Saul to whom I may show kindness for Jonathan's sake?" And there was a servant of Saul named Ziba. When they called him before David, he said to him, "Are you Ziba?" He replied, "Your servant." David said, "Is there any one else belonging to the family of Saul to whom I may show kindness like that which God shows to us?" Ziba answered, "A son of Jonathan is still living, but he is lame in his feet." David inquired, "Where is he?" Ziba replied, "He is in the house of Machir in Lodabar." Then David sent and brought him from the house of Machir. And when Merib-Baal, the son of Jonathan, came to David, he bowed down to the ground before him. David said, "Merib-Baal." He answered, "Here is your servant." David said to him, "Fear not, for I will surely show you kindness for the sake of your father Jonathan, and I will give back to you all the land of your grandfather Saul, and you shall always eat at my table." Merib-Baal bowed down and said, "What is your servant that you should look favorably upon one as unworthy as I?" Then David called to Ziba, Saul's servant, and said to him, "I have given to your master's son all that belongs to Saul and to his family. You with your sons and servants shall cultivate the land for him and harvest the fruits, that your master's son may have food to eat. But Merib-Baal, your master's son, shall always eat at my table." Now Ziba had 15 sons and 20 servants, and he said to David, "Your servant will do all that my lord commands." So Merib-Baal ate at David's table like one of his own sons. Merib-Baal also had a young son whose name was Micah, and all who lived in the house of Ziba were Merib-Baal's servants. So Merib-Baal lived in Jerusalem, and though he was lame in both feet, he always ate at David's table. End of chapter 53.
Chapter 54 of the Children's Bible by Henry A. Sherman. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. A rich man who was a thief. One evening while Joab was besieging Rabbah Ammon, David rose from his bed and walked upon the roof of the royal palace. From the roof he saw a woman bathing, and she was very beautiful. And David sent to ask about the woman, and someone said, "Is not this Bathsheba, the wife of Uriah the Hittite?" Then David sent messengers to bring her, and she came to him, but later returned to her home. Then David wrote a letter to Joab and sent it by Uriah. In the letter he said, "Place Uriah in the front line where there is the fiercest fighting. Then draw back from behind him, that he may be struck down and die." So Joab, in posting guards over the city, sent Uriah to the place where he knew there were brave men. When the men of the city went out to fight against Joab, some of the soldiers of David fell, and Uriah the Hittite was killed. Then Joab sent to tell David all about the war, and he gave this command to the messenger: "If, after you have finished telling the ruler all about the war, he is angry and says to you, 'Why did you go so near to the city to fight? Did you not know that they would shoot from the wall? Who struck down Abimelech, the son of Jerubbaal? Did not a woman cast an upper millstone upon him from the wall, so that he died in Thebes? Why did you go near the wall? Then say, your servant Uriah the Hittite is dead also.'" So the messenger of Joab went to Jerusalem and told David all that Joab commanded him. Then David said to the messenger, "Say to Joab, 'Let not this thing trouble you, for the sword takes one and then another. Go on fighting against the city and capture it, and encourage him.'" When Bathsheba heard that Uriah her husband was dead, she mourned for him, as was the custom. When the mourning was over, David sent for her, and she became his wife, and she had a son.
What David had done displeased Jehovah, and he sent the prophet Nathan to David. Nathan went to him and said, "There were two men in one city, one rich and the other poor. The rich man had many flocks and herds, but the poor man had nothing except one little ewe lamb which he had bought. He fed it, and it grew up with him and with his children. It used to eat of his own small supply of food and drink out of his own cup, and it lay in his bosom and was like a daughter to him. Now a traveler came to the rich man, and he spared his own flock and did not take an animal from it, nor from his own herd to make ready for the traveler who had come to him, but took the poor man's lamb and prepared it for the guest who had come. Then David was very angry, and he said to Nathan, 'As surely as Jehovah lives, the man who has done this deserves to die. He shall repay 7 times the value of the lamb, because he showed no pity.' Nathan said to David, 'You are the man. Jehovah, the God of Israel, declares, I made you ruler over Israel, and I delivered you out of the hand of Saul. I gave you your master's house and your master's wives to be your own, and I gave you the nations of Israel and Judah. If that were too little, I would add as much again. Why have you despised Jehovah by doing that which is wrong in his sight? You have struck down Uriah the Hittite with the sword, and have taken his wife to be your wife, and have killed him with the sword of the Ammonites. Now therefore the sword shall never cease to smite your family, because you have despised me and have taken the wife of Uriah the Hittite to be your wife.' David said to Nathan, 'I have sinned against Jehovah.' Then Nathan said to David, 'Jehovah has also put away your sin so that you shall not die. Yet because of this deed, you have shown contempt for Jehovah. The child that is born shall surely die.' Then Nathan went to his house. And Jehovah smote Bathsheba's child so that it fell sick. David prayed to God for the child and ate no food, but went in and lay all night in sackcloth upon the earth. The older men in his house stood over him to raise him up from the earth, but he would not rise nor eat with them. When on the 7th day the child died, the servants of David were afraid to tell him that the child was dead, for they said, 'While the child was yet alive, we spoke to him, and he paid no attention to our voice. How can we tell him that the child is dead, for he will do some harm?' But when David saw that his servants were whispering together, he knew that the child was dead, and said to his servants, 'Is the child dead?' They replied, 'He is dead.' Then David rose from the earth, washed and put oil on himself, changed his clothes, and went into the temple of Jehovah and worshipped. After that he went to his own house, and he asked for bread, and when they set it before him, he ate. His servants said to him, 'What is this you have done? You ate no food and cried for the child while it was alive, but when the child died, you rose and ate bread.' He replied, 'While the child was yet alive, I ate no food and cried aloud, for I said, "Who knows whether Jehovah will have mercy so that the child will live?" But now that he is dead, why should I eat no food? Can I bring him back? I am going to him, but he will not come back to me.'" End of chapter 54. Chapter 55 of the Children's Bible by Henry A. Sherman. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Absalom, the ungrateful son. Some time later, Absalom, David's son, prepared a chariot and horses and 50 men to run before him. He used to rise early and stand beside the highway which led to the city gate. He would call to him every man who had a suit that was to come before the ruler for judgment and say, "Of what city are you?" When the man replied, "Your servant is from one of the tribes of Israel," Absalom would say to him, "Your claims are good and right, but the ruler has not appointed any one to hear you. Oh, that some one would make me judge in the land! so that every man who has any complaint or cause would come to me, and I would see that he received justice. And whenever a man came near to bow before him, he would put out his hand and take hold of him and kiss him. In this way Absalom treated all the Israelites who came to David for justice. Thus Absalom stole from David the hearts of the Israelites. At the end of 4 years, Absalom said to his father, "I should like to go and keep my promise which I have made to Jehovah in Hebron." David said to him, "Go in peace." So he went to Hebron. But Absalom sent messengers to all the tribes of Israel to say, "As soon as you hear the sound of the trumpet cry, 'Absalom has become the ruler in Hebron.'" With Absalom there went 200 men from Jerusalem, who were invited and went innocently, knowing nothing at all of what he was going to do. Absalom also sent for Ahithophel, David's adviser, from the city of Gilo, while he was offering the sacrifices. And the plot was strong, for more and more people kept going over to Absalom. When a messenger came to David saying, "The hearts of the men of Israel have gone over to Absalom,"
David said to all his servants who were with him at Jerusalem,
"Up, let us flee, for if we do not, none of us will escape from Absalom. Go at once, or he may quickly overtake us and bring evil upon us and kill the people of the city." Then David's servants said to him, "It shall be done as our lord wishes. We are your servants." So David and all the people who followed him went out and stood at the last house, while all the officers and the royal bodyguard and all the men of Ittai the Gittite, the 600 who had followed him from Gath, passed on before him. Then David said to Ittai, "Why do you also go with us? Go back and stay with the new ruler, for you are a foreigner and away from your own land. Yesterday you came, and today shall I make you go up and down the land with us, while I go where I may? Go back and take your men with you, and may Jehovah show you kindness and faithfulness." But Ittai answered, "As surely as Jehovah lives, and as my lord ruler of Israel lives, wherever my lord is, whether dead or living, there your servant will be." David said to Ittai, "March on." So Ittai marched on with all his men and with all the children who were with him. All the people were weeping aloud, while David stood in the Kidron Valley, and they went by before him on the way to the wilderness. And Zadok and Abiathar came carrying the ark of Jehovah, and set it down until all the people had passed. Then David said to Zadok, "Carry the ark of God back into the city. If I win Jehovah's favor, he will bring me back and show me both it and the place where he dwells. But if he declares, 'I have no trust in you,' then here am I. Let him do to me as he thinks best." So Zadok and Abiathar carried the ark of God back to Jerusalem and stayed there. But David went up, weeping as he climbed the Mount of Olives, with his head covered and his feet bare. All the people who were with him covered their heads and went up, weeping as they went. And when David came to the summit where one worships God, Hushai the Hittite, with his garment torn and earth upon his head, came to meet him. David said to him, "If you go on with me, you will be a burden to me. But if you go back to the city and say to Absalom, 'Your brothers have gone away, and your father has gone after them,' I will be your servant, O king, as I have been your father's servant in the past, so now I will be your servant. You can defeat for me the advice of Ahithophel. And have you not there with you Zadok and Abiathar the priest? See, they have there with them their 2 sons, Ahimaaz, Zadok's son, and Jonathan, Abiathar's son. By them you shall send word to me of everything that you hear." So Hushai, David's friend, went into the city when Absalom came to Jerusalem. Then David and all the people who were with him reached the Jordan tired out, but he refreshed himself there. And Absalom with all the men of Israel came to Jerusalem, and Ahithophel was with him. When Hushai, David's friend, came to Absalom, Hushai said to him, "May the king live! May the king live!" But Absalom said to Hushai, "Is this your love for your friend? Why did you not go with your friend?" Hushai answered, "No, to him whom Jehovah and his people and all the men of Israel have chosen, to him will I belong, and with him will I stay. Also, whom should I serve? Should it not be his son? As I have served your father, so will I serve you." The advice which Ahithophel gave in those days was thought by David and Absalom to be the same as if it had come from God himself. And Ahithophel said to Absalom, "Let me now pick out 12,000 men and set out and follow David tonight. Thus I will come upon him when he is tired and weak and will frighten him, and all the people who are with him will flee. But then I will kill only the king, and I will bring back all the people to you as the bride turns to her husband. Seek only the life of one man, and all the people will be at peace." This advice pleased Absalom and all the leaders of Israel. Then Absalom said, "Call now Hushai, and let us hear also what he has to say." When Hushai came to Absalom, Absalom said to him, "Thus Ahithophel has spoken. Shall we act as he advises? If not, you advise us." Then Hushai said to Absalom, "The advice that Ahithophel has given this time is not good. You know that your father and his men are mighty warriors and are now angry like a bear robbed of her cubs. Your father is also a soldier and will not stay at night with the people. Even now he has hidden himself in one of the caves or in some other place. If some of the people fall at first, whoever hears it will say, 'There is a slaughter among the people who follow Absalom.' Then even he who is brave, whose heart is like the heart of a lion, will completely lose courage, for all Israel knows that your father is a great warrior, and they who are with him are brave men. But I advise, let all the Israelites be gathered to you from Dan to Beersheba, as many as the sand that is by the sea, with you yourself marching in the midst of them. In this way we will come upon him in some place where he will be found, and we will fall upon him as the dew falls upon the ground. And of him and of all the men who are with him, not even one shall be left. If he goes into a city, then all Israel will bring ropes to that city, and we will pull it down into the valley until not even a small stone is found there." Absalom and all the men of Israel said, "The advice of Hushai is better than the advice of Ahithophel." For Jehovah has planned to defeat the good advice of Ahithophel, so that Jehovah might bring evil upon Absalom. Then Hushai said to Zadok and to Abiathar the priest, "This is what Ahithophel advised Absalom and the leaders of Israel, and this is what I advised. So now send quickly and say to David, 'Do not spend this night at the fords of the wilderness, but by all means cross over, for fear that David and all the people with him be killed.'" Now Jonathan and Ahimaaz were standing at En-Rogel, and a maidservant was to go and bring them news. And they were to go and tell David, for they must not be seen coming into the city. But a boy saw them and told Absalom. Then they both went away quickly and entered into the house of the man of Bahurim, who had a well in his courtyard, into which they descended. The woman took and spread the covering over the mouth of the well and scattered dry fruit upon it, so that nothing was known. And when Absalom's servants came to the woman at the house and said, "Where is Ahimaaz and Jonathan?" the woman answered, "They have gone over the brook." When they had searched and could find nothing, they returned to Jerusalem. But as soon as the men had gone away, Ahimaaz and Jonathan came up out of the well and went and told David and said, "Get up, cross quickly over the water, for so has Ahithophel advised in regard to you." Then David and all the people who were with him rose and crossed the Jordan. By daybreak there was not one left behind. End of chapter 55.
Chapter 56 of the Children's Bible by Henry A. Sherman. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. A Broken-Hearted Father. After Absalom and all the men of Israel crossed the Jordan, David counted the troops who were with him and put over them commanders of thousands and of hundreds. And he divided the troops into 3 divisions. One was under the command of Joab, another under Abishai, and another under the command of Ittai. Then David said to the people, "I too will surely go out with you." But the people said, "You shall not go out, for if we are defeated, or if half of us die, it will make no difference, for you are equal to 10,000 of us. It is therefore more important for you to be ready to help us from the city." David said to them, "I will do what you think best." So he stood beside the gate while all the troops marched out by hundreds and by thousands. David commanded Joab and Abishai and Ittai, "Deal gently for my sake with the young man with Absalom." All the people heard when he gave the commanders this order about Absalom. So the troops went out into the field against Israel. The battle was fought in the forest of Ephraim, and the soldiers of Israel were defeated there by those who were loyal to David. And the loss of life on that day was great, 20,000 men. The battle spread over the whole country, and the dense thickets killed more people than were killed by the sword. Absalom happened to meet the soldiers of David while riding upon his mule, and the mule went under the thick branches of a great oak, and Absalom's head caught fast in the oak, and he was hung between heaven and earth, while the mule that was under him went on. A certain man saw it and told Joab, "I saw Absalom hanging in an oak." Joab said to the man who told him, "You saw him? Why did you not strike him to the ground? I would have given you 10 pieces of silver and a belt." But the man said to Joab, "If I were to feel the weight of 1,000 pieces of silver in my hand, I would not raise my hand against the ruler's son. For in our hearing he commanded you and Abishai and Ittai, 'Take care of the young man Absalom.' If I had treacherously taken his life, nothing would have been hidden from the ruler of Israel, and you yourself would not have tried to save me." Joab answered, "I will not waste time with you." So he took 3 spears in his hand and drove them into Absalom's heart, while he was still alive in the midst of the oak. Then Joab said to a negro slave, "Go tell the ruler of Israel what you have seen." And the negro bowed before Joab and ran off. Now David was sitting between the 2 gates, and when the negro came, he said, "Let my lord receive the good news. Jehovah has punished for you this day all those who rose up against you." David said to the negro, "Is it well with the young Absalom?" The negro answered, "May the enemies of my lord and all who rebel against you to harm you be as that young man." Then David was very sad, and he went up to the chamber over the gate and wept. As he wept, he said, "My son Absalom, my son, oh, my son Absalom! Oh, that I had died for you! Absalom, my son, my son!" And it was reported to Joab, "The ruler of Israel is weeping and mourning for Absalom." So for all the people, the victory that day was turned to mourning because they heard that David was mourning for his son. Therefore the people stole away into the city as people who are ashamed steal away when they have run away in battle.
But David covered his face and cried aloud, "My son Absalom, Absalom, my son, my son." End of chapter 56.
Chapter 57 of the Children's Bible by Henry A. Sherman. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. How Solomon became the ruler of Israel. Now when David was old, Adonijah thought, "I will be ruler of Israel." So he prepared for himself chariots and horsemen and 50 men to run before him. His father David had never in his life troubled him by saying, "Why have you done thus and so?" Adonijah was very good looking and was the next younger son after Absalom. He had also made an agreement with Joab and with Abiathar the priest to help him. But Zadok the priest and Benaiah and Nathan the prophet, as well as Shimei and Rei and David's famous warriors, were not on his side. Adonijah held a feast and killed for it sheep, oxen, and fat beasts by the serpent stone, which is beside the fuller's spring, and he invited to the feast all his brothers and all the royal officials of Judah. But he did not invite the prophet Nathan, nor Benaiah, nor the famous warriors, nor his brother Solomon. Then Nathan said to Bathsheba, the mother of Solomon, "Have you not heard that Adonijah has been made ruler without David our Lord knowing it? Now therefore let me advise you that you may save your own life and the life of your son Solomon. Go at once to David and say to him, 'Did you not, my lord, solemnly promise your servant that Solomon your son should rule after you? Why then has Adonijah been made ruler?' While you are still talking with him, I will continue in and repeat your words." So Bathsheba went into David's room. He was very old, and Abishag the Shunammite was caring for him. When David said, "What do you wish?" she said to him, "My lord, you solemnly promised your servant by Jehovah, 'Solomon your son shall rule after me.' But now Adonijah has been made ruler without your knowledge, my lord. Now, my lord, all the Israelites are looking to you to tell them who shall rule after you. If you do not tell them, then when my lord dies, I and my son Solomon will be treated as criminals." While she was still talking with David, Nathan the prophet came in, and they told David, "Nathan the prophet is here." So he came in and bowed before David with his face to the ground. Then Nathan said, "My lord, have you said, 'Adonijah shall rule after me'? For he has gone down this day and killed many oxen and fat beasts and sheep, and has invited all your sons and the commanders and the army of Abiathar the priest, and there they are eating and drinking before him and saying, 'May the new ruler Adonijah live.' But he has not invited me, even me your servant, nor Zadok the priest, nor Benaiah, nor your servant Solomon. If you have done this, my lord, you have failed to show your servants who is to rule after my lord." David answered, "Call Bathsheba to me." So she came in and stood before him. Then David made this solemn promise, "As sure as Jehovah lives, who has delivered me from all trouble, as I have solemnly promised to you by Jehovah, the God of Israel, saying, 'Solomon your son shall rule after me,' so I will certainly do today." Then Bathsheba bowed her face to the earth and said, "May my lord live forever." Then David said, "Call to me Zadok the priest, Nathan the prophet, and Benaiah the son of Jehoiada." When they came before him, he said to them, "Take with you the servants of your lord. Let Solomon my son ride upon my own mule. Bring him down to Gihon, and there let Zadok the priest and Nathan the prophet make him ruler over Israel, and blow the trumpet and say,
May Solomon the ruler live. Then you shall go up after him, and he shall go in and sit upon my throne, for he shall rule after me, and I have appointed him to be chief over Israel and Judah." Benaiah answered David, "So it may be. May Jehovah confirm the words of my lord. As Jehovah has been with my lord, even so may he be with Solomon. And may he make his throne greater than the throne of my lord David." Then Zadok, Nathan, and Benaiah, together with the Philistine bodyguards, went down and put Solomon on David's mule and brought him to Gihon. Zadok the priest took the horn of oil out of the tent and poured oil on Solomon's head. And they blew the trumpet, and all the people said, "May Solomon live." Then all the people followed him, and the people played on flutes and rejoiced so loudly that the earth seemed to be shaken by the sound that they made. Adonijah and all the guests who were with him heard it just as they finished eating. And they were terrified, and each rose up and went away. But Adonijah, in his fear of Solomon, went and caught hold of the horns of the altar. When it was reported to Solomon, "See, Adonijah fears Solomon the ruler, for he has caught hold of the horns of the altar and says, 'Let Solomon solemnly promise me first that he will not kill his servant with his sword.'" Solomon said, "If he shall show himself a worthy man, not one of his hairs shall be touched. But if he is found guilty of disloyalty, he shall die." So Solomon had him brought from the altar, and he came and bowed before Solomon the ruler. And Solomon said to him, "Go to your home." Then David died and was buried in the city of David after having ruled over Israel 40 years. End of chapter 57.
Chapter 58 of the Children's Bible by Henry A. Sherman. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. A young man's wise choice. Solomon went to Gibeon to offer a sacrifice there, for that was the great high place. He offered upon that altar 1,000 animals as a burnt offering. In Gibeon, Jehovah appeared to Solomon in a dream by night and said, "Ask what I shall give you." Solomon said, "Thou hast showed to thy servant David my father great kindness. Now, O Jehovah, my God, thou hast made thy servant ruler in place of David my father, although I am but a child who does not know how to go out or come in. Give thy servant, therefore, an understanding mind to rule thy people, that I may see clearly what is good and what is evil. For who is able to rule this thy great people?" Jehovah was pleased that Solomon had asked this, and God said to him, "Because you have asked this, and not asked for yourself long life nor riches nor the life of your enemies, but have asked for yourself understanding to see clearly what is just, I have now granted what you ask. I have given you a wise and understanding mind. I have also given you that which you have not asked, both riches and honor." When Solomon awoke, he found that it was a dream, and he returned to Jerusalem. Once 2 women came to Solomon and stood before him. The one woman said, "O my lord, this woman and I live in the same house. While with her in the house, I had a child. 3 days later, this woman also had a child, and we were alone by ourselves in the house. While we 2 were alone, this woman's child died in the night because she lay upon it. Then she arose at midnight and took my son from beside me, and while your servant slept and laid it on her breast and laid her dead child on mine. When I rose at dawn to nurse my child, there it was dead. But when I looked at it closely in the morning, I found that it was not my son." Then the other woman said, "No, the living is my son, and the dead child is your son." So they quarreled before Solomon.
Then Solomon said, "One says, 'This one who is alive is my son, and your son is dead.' But the other says, 'No, your son is dead, and my son is the one that is alive. Bring me a sword.' So they brought him a sword. Then he said, 'Divide the living child in two, and give half to one and half to the other.' At that the woman to whom the living child belonged spoke to Solomon, for she loved her son with all her heart, and said, 'O my lord, give her the living child, and on no account put it to death.' But the other said, 'It shall be neither mine nor yours. Divide it.' Then Solomon said, 'Give the first woman the living child, and on no account put it to death, for she is its mother.' When all Israel heard of the decision which Solomon had given, they had great respect for him, for they saw that he had divine wisdom to decide questions justly. End of chapter 58. Chapter 59 of the Children's Bible by Henry A. Sherman. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Building a Great Temple. In the 4th year of Solomon's rule over Israel, he built the temple of Jehovah. The temple was 90 feet long, 30 feet wide, and 45 feet high. The porch before the large room of the temple was 30 feet wide and 15 feet deep. Solomon made windows for the temple with casings broad on the inside and narrow on the outside. The temple was built with stone which had been made ready at the quarry. Neither hammer nor chisel nor any iron tool was heard while the temple was building. Against the wall of the temple on the outside, Solomon built wings, both around the larger room and the inner room, and made side chambers around the temple. The entrance to the lower side chambers was on the south side of the temple. Winding stairs led to the second floor, and from the second to the third. Solomon built the wings against the sides of the temple, each 7.5 feet high, and they were joined to the temple with timbers of cedar. He covered the walls of the temple on the inside with boards of cedar from the floor of the temple to the rafters, and he covered the floor of the temple with boards of cypress. He also made a room 30 feet square in the back part of the temple, with boards of cedar reaching from the floor to the rafters. He built it as an inner room, even as the most holy place. The temple, that is the large room in front of the inner room, was 60 feet long, and there was cedar inside the temple with carving in the form of gourds and open flowers. All was cedar. No stone was seen. Solomon prepared the inner room as a place for the ark. In the inner room, Solomon made 2 winged bulls of olive wood. The height of each was 15 feet. Each of their wings measured 7.5 feet across, 15 feet from the end of one wing to the end of the other. He set these up in the inner room of the temple, and their rings were stretched out so that the wing on one touched the one wall, while the wing of the other touched the other wall, and their wings touched each other in the middle of the temple, and he covered them with gold. Then Solomon gathered in Jerusalem the leaders of Israel to bring up the ark of Jehovah out of Zion, the city of David, at the time of the autumn festival in September. When all the leaders of Israel had come, the priests took up the ark and the tent of meeting and all the sacred vessels that were in the tent. So the priests brought in the ark of Jehovah to its place in the inner room of the temple, under the wings of the winged bulls. There was nothing in the ark except the 2 tables of stone which Moses put there at Horeb. And when the priests came out from the inner room, the cloud filled the temple of Jehovah, so that the priests could not stand and perform their service on account of the cloud, for the glory of Jehovah filled his temple. Then Solomon said, "Jehovah has set the sun in the heavens, but he has said that he will dwell in thick darkness. So I have built thee a temple as a lofty dwelling, a place for thee to abide in forever. And Solomon stood before the altar of Jehovah in the presence of all the assembly of Israel. He spread out his hands toward heaven and said, O Jehovah, the God of Israel, there is no God like thee in heaven above or on earth beneath, who keepest thy solemn agreement and showest kindness to thy servants, who serve thee wholeheartedly, who has kept with thy servant David thy father the promise that thou didst make to him. Will God actually dwell on earth? Indeed, heaven and the highest heaven cannot hold thee, how much less this temple that I have built. End of chapter 59. Chapter 60 of the Children's Bible by Henry A. Sherman. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. A ruler who wronged his people. Solomon was building his palace 13 years before he finished it. He also built a throne hall where he judged people. This room was the hall of judgment, and it was covered with cedar from floor to ceiling. His palace where he lived in another court farther in from the hall of judgment was of the same workmanship. He made a palace, too, similar to this hall for Pharaoh's daughter, whom he had married. All these buildings were of costly stones, hewn according to measurements, sawed with saws both on the inside and outside. Solomon also gathered together chariots and horsemen. He had 1,400 chariots and 12,000 horsemen that he placed in the chariot cities and with him at Jerusalem. And Solomon had 12 officers over all Israel who provided food for him and for his household. Each man had to provide food for a month in the year. When the queen of Sheba heard of the fame of Solomon, she came to test him with puzzling questions. So she came to Jerusalem with a very large number of servants, with camels that carried spices and a great amount of gold and precious stones. As soon as she came to Solomon, she told him all that was in her mind, and Solomon answered all her questions. Nothing was too difficult for him to answer. When the queen of Sheba had seen all the wisdom of Solomon, the palace that he had built, the food on his table, the housing of his officers, the way his waiters served him, their clothing, his cupbearers, and the burnt offering which he offered at the temple of Jehovah, she was greatly surprised. She said to Solomon, "What I heard in my own land of your acts and of your wisdom was true, but I would not believe the words until I came and saw with my own eyes. But as it is, the half was not told to me. Your wisdom and prosperity are even greater than what was reported to me." Now Solomon loved women. He married many foreign wives, Moabites, Canaanites, Edomites, Sidonites, Hittites, and Amorites. He had 700 wives of princely birth and 300 concubines. When Solomon was old, his wives influenced him to worship other gods, and he was not loyal to Jehovah his God. Solomon built a palace of worship for Chemosh, the god of Moab, on the hill that is opposite Jerusalem, and for Milcom, the god of the Ammonites. He did the same for all his foreign wives, burning incense and offering sacrifices to their gods. Then God raised up as a foe against him Rezon, the son of Eliada, who had fled from his master Hadadezer, king of Zobah. He gathered men about him and became commander of a robber band, and he went to Damascus and lived and reigned there. He was a foe of Israel as long as Solomon lived. Jeroboam, the son of Nebat, was a man of great ability. When Solomon saw that the young man was industrious, he placed them over all the men of the tribe of Joseph who were working for the ruler. Once upon a time, when Jeroboam went away from Jerusalem, the prophet Ahijah of Shiloh met him on the way and took him aside. Now Ahijah had put on a new garment, and while the two were alone in the field, Ahijah took hold of the new garment he had on and tore it in 12 pieces. Then he said to Jeroboam, "Take for yourself 10 pieces, for Jehovah, the God of Israel, declares, 'I will tear the kingdom out of the hand of Solomon and will give 10 tribes to you, but he shall have only 1 tribe.'" So Jeroboam also rebelled against Solomon. Solomon therefore wanted to kill Jeroboam, but Jeroboam arose and fled to Egypt, and he was in Egypt until the death of Solomon. End of chapter 60. Chapter 61 of the Children's Bible by Henry A. Sherman. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Rehoboam's great mistake. When Solomon died, Rehoboam his son ruled after him. As soon as Jeroboam, who was still in Egypt, heard that Solomon had died, he returned at once to his hometown Zeredah in Mount Ephraim. Rehoboam went to Shechem, for all the Israelites had come to Shechem to make him the ruler. But they said to Rehoboam, "Your father laid a heavy yoke upon us. Now make the hard service of your father and the heavy yoke that he laid upon us lighter, and we will serve you." He said to them, "Go away for 3 days, then come again to me." So the people went away. Then Rehoboam asked advice from the old men who had been in the service of Solomon his father during his lifetime and inquired, "What answer do you advise me to give to this people?" They said to him, "If now you will serve this people and give them a favorable answer, then they will be your servants forever." But he rejected the advice the old men had given him and asked the young men who had grown up with him and had been in his service. And he said to them, "What answer do you advise that we give to this people who have said to me, 'Make the yoke that your father laid upon us lighter'?" The young men who had grown up with him said to him, "Make this answer to them: 'My little finger is thicker than my father's loins. While my father loaded you with a heavy yoke, I will make your yoke heavier. My father punished you with whips, and I will punish you with scourges.'" So when all the people came to Rehoboam the 3rd day, as he had directed, he answered the people harshly and did not follow the advice which the old men had given him, but spoke to them as the young men had advised, saying, "My father made your yoke heavy, but I will make your yoke still heavier. My father punished you with whips, but I will punish you with scourges." So Rehoboam paid no attention to the demand of the people. When all Israel saw that he paid no attention to their demand, they gave him this answer: "What interest have we in David? We have nothing in common with the son of Jesse. To your tents, O Israel! Now look out for your house, O David." So the Israelites went to their houses. Then Rehoboam sent to them Adoniram, who was over the men who did forced labor. But when all the Israelites stoned him to death, Rehoboam quickly mounted his chariot and fled to Jerusalem. So Israel had refused to obey the house of David to this present day. As soon as all Israel heard that Jeroboam had returned, they sent and called him to the assembly of the people and made him ruler over all Israel. None remained loyal to the house of David except the tribe of Judah. End of chapter 61. Chapter 62 of the Children's Bible by Henry A. Sherman. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Elijah and the widow's son. When Asa had been ruler of Judah for 31 years, Omri became the ruler over Israel, and he ruled 12 years. He bought the hill Samaria from Shemer for 2 talents of silver, and he built a city on the hill and named it Samaria, after Shemer, the owner of the hill. When Omri died, Ahab his son
ruled in his place. But Ahab displeased Jehovah more than all the kings who had ruled before him. He married Jezebel, the daughter of Ethbaal, king of the Sidonians, and there began to worship the Phoenician god Baal. He also built an altar for Baal in the temple of Baal, which he built in Samaria. Then Elijah from Tishbe in Gilead said to Ahab, "As surely as Jehovah, the God of Israel, lives, whom I serve, there shall be no dew nor rain for years except as I announce it." Then this message from Jehovah came to Elijah: "Go from here and hide yourself near the brook Cherith that is east of the Jordan. You shall drink from the brook, and I have commanded the ravens to feed you there." So he obeyed the command of Jehovah and lived near the brook Cherith. The ravens brought him bread every morning and meat every evening, and he drank from the brook. But after a while the brook dried up, for there had been no rain in the land. Then this message from Jehovah came to him: "Arise and go to Zarephath, which belongs to Sidon, and live there. I have commanded a widow to provide for you." So he went to Zarephath. When he came to the gate of the city, a widow was there gathering sticks. Calling to her, he said, "Bring me, I beg of you, a little water in a vessel, that I may drink." As she was going to get it, he called after her, "Bring also a bit of bread with you." She replied, "As surely as Jehovah your God lives, I have nothing baked and only one handful of meal in the jar and a little oil in the jug. Now I am gathering a few sticks that I may go in and prepare it for myself and my son, that we may eat it and die." Elijah said to her, "Fear not, go and do as you have said. But first bake for me a little dough and bring it to me. Afterward make some for yourself and your son. For Jehovah, the God of Israel, declares, 'The jar of meal shall not be empty, nor the jug of oil fail until Jehovah sends rain upon the earth.'" So she did as Elijah directed. And she and her child, as well as Elijah, had food to eat. From that day the jar of meal was never empty, and the jug of oil did not fail, as Jehovah had said through Elijah. Now after this the woman's son fell sick, and his sickness was so severe that he stopped breathing. So she said to Elijah, "What have I to do with you, O man of God? You have come to me to remind me of my sin by taking the life of my son." He said to her, "Give me your son." So he took him out of her arms and carried him up into the upper room where he was staying and laid him on his own bed. Then he prayed earnestly to Jehovah and said, "O Jehovah, my God, hast thou also brought misfortune upon this widow with whom I am staying by taking the life of her son?" And he stretched himself upon the child 3 times and prayed to Jehovah and said, "O Jehovah, my God, I pray thee, give back this child's life to him again." So Jehovah listened to Elijah's prayer, and the life of the child came back to him, and he sat up. Then Elijah took the child and brought him down from the upper room into the house and gave him to his mother and said, "See, your son lives." The woman said to him, "Now I know that you are a man of God, and the message of Jehovah that you speak is true." End of chapter 62. Chapter 63 of the Children's Bible by Henry A. Sherman. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Prophet of Fire. In the 3rd year of the famine, this command came from Jehovah to Elijah: "Go, show yourself to Ahab, and I will send rain upon the earth." So Elijah went to show himself to Ahab. The famine was so severe in Samaria that Ahab had called Obadiah, the overseer of the palace. Obadiah was very loyal to Jehovah, for when Jezebel tried to kill the prophets of Jehovah, he took 100 and hid them in a cave and kept them supplied with bread and water. Ahab said to Obadiah, "Come, let us go through the land to all the springs and to all the brooks in the hopes that we may find grass, so that we can save the horses and mules and not lose all of them." So they divided the land between them, Ahab going in one direction and Obadiah in another. While Obadiah was on the way, Elijah suddenly met him. As soon as Obadiah knew him, he fell on his face and said, "Is it you, my lord Elijah?" He answered, "It is. Go tell your master, Elijah is here." But Obadiah said, "What sin have I done that you would give your servant over to Ahab to kill me? As surely as Jehovah your God lives, there is no nation nor kingdom where my lord has not sent to find you." And when they said, "He is not here," he made each of the kingdoms and nations take an oath. But no one had found you. Now you say, "Go, tell your lord Elijah is here." As soon as I have left you, the Spirit of Jehovah will carry you to a place unknown to me, so that when I come and tell Ahab and he cannot find you, he will put me to death, although I, your servant, have been loyal to Jehovah from my youth. Have you not been told what I did when Jezebel killed the prophets of Jehovah, how I hid 100 by 50s in a cave and fed them continually with bread and water?" Elijah answered, "As surely as Jehovah of hosts lives, before whom I stand, I will show myself to Ahab today." So Obadiah went to Ahab and told him, and Ahab went to meet Elisha. As soon as Ahab saw Elijah, he said to him, "Is it you who have brought trouble to Israel?" He answered, "I have not brought trouble on Israel, but you and your father's house have, because you have failed to follow the commands of Jehovah and have run after the Phoenician gods. Now therefore call together to me at Mount Carmel all the Israelites and 450 prophets of the god Baal who eat at Jezebel's table." So Ahab sent for all the Israelites and gathered the prophets together at Mount Carmel. Then Elijah came to the people and said, "How long are you going to falter between worshipping Jehovah or Baal? If Jehovah is the true God, follow him, but if Baal, then follow him." But the people were silent. Then Elijah said to the people, Even I only, am left as a prophet of Jehovah, but there are 450 prophets of Baal. Let us take 2 oxen. Let them choose one ox for themselves and cut it in pieces and lay it on the wood without lighting any fire, and I will dress the other ox and lay it on wood without lighting any fire. Then you call on your God, and I will call on Jehovah. The God who answers by fire is the true God." All the people answered and said, "It is a fair offer." Then Elijah said to the prophets of Baal, "Choose one of the oxen for yourselves and dress it first, for you are many, and call on your God, without lighting any fire." So they took the ox which he gave them and dressed it and called on their God from morning until noon, saying, "O Baal, hear us." And there was no voice nor answer, although they leaped about the altar which they had built. When it was noon, Elijah mocked them, saying, "Call loudly, for he is God. Either he is thinking, or he has gone out, or he is on a journey, or perhaps he is sleeping and must be awakened." Then they called loudly and cut themselves, as was their custom, with swords and lances, until the blood gushed out upon them. When noon was past, they cried out in frenzy until the time of the offering of the evening sacrifice. But there was neither voice nor answer, nor was any attention paid to their cry. Then Elijah said to all the people, "Come near to me." And all the people drew near to him. And he rebuilt the altar of Jehovah, which had been thrown down. Then around the altar he made a ditch that would hold about 2 bushels of seed. When he had placed the pieces of wood in order, he cut up the ox and laid it on the wood. Then he said,
Fill 4 jars with water and pour it on the burnt offering and on the pieces of wood." Then he said, "Do it the second time." And they did it the second time. He said, "Do it the third time." And they did it the third time, so that the water ran around the altar. And he also filled the ditch with water. And when it was time to offer the evening sacrifice, Elijah the prophet came near and said, "O Jehovah, God of Abraham, of Isaac, and of Israel, let it be known this day that thou art God in Israel, that I am thy servant, and that I have done all these things at thy command. Hear me, O Jehovah, hear me, that this people may know that thou, Jehovah, art God, and that thou mayest win their hearts." Then the fire of Jehovah fell and burned up the burnt offering and the wood, the stones, and the dust, and licked up the water that was in the trench. When all the people saw it, they fell on their faces and cried, "Jehovah, he is God! Jehovah is God!" But Elijah commanded them, "Take the prophets of Baal. Do not let one of them escape." So they took them down to the brook Kishon and there put them to death. Then Elijah said to Ahab, "Go, eat and drink, for there are signs of heavy rain." So Ahab went to eat and drink, but Elijah went up to the top of Carmel and crouched down upon the earth with his face between his knees. And he said to his servant, "Go up now, look toward the sea." So he went up and looked and said, "There is nothing." But 7 times he said, "Go back." So the servant went back 7 times. But the 7th time he said, "There is a cloud as small as a man's hand rising out of the sea." Then Elijah said, "Go, say to Ahab, 'Make ready your chariot, go down, that the rain may not stop you.'" In a little while the heavens grew black with clouds and wind, and there was a heavy rain. And as Ahab rode toward Jezreel, Elijah was given divine strength, so that he tightened his belt and ran before Ahab to the entrance of Jezreel. End of chapter 63.
Chapter 64 of the Children's Bible by Henry A. Sherman. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. God's low whisper. Now when Ahab told Jezebel that Elijah had put the prophets to death with the sword, she sent a messenger to Elijah, saying, "As surely as you are Elijah and I am Jezebel, may the gods do to me what they will, and more too, if I do not make your life as the life of one of those prophets by tomorrow about this time." Then he was afraid and fled for his life. And he came to Beersheba, which belongs to Judah, and left his servant there. But he went on a day's journey into the wilderness and sat down under a desert tree. And he asked that he might die, saying, "It is enough now, O Jehovah, take my life, for I am no better than my fathers." Then he lay down and slept under the desert tree. But an angel touched him and said to him, "Rise, eat." When he looked, he saw there at his head a loaf baked on hot stones and a jar of water. So he ate and drank and lay down again. But the angel of Jehovah came again the second time and touched him and said, "Rise, eat, or else the journey will be too long for you." So he rose and ate and drank and went in the strength of that food 40 days and 40 nights to Horeb, the mountain of God. Then Jehovah passed by, and a very violent wind tore the mountain apart and broke the rocks in pieces before Jehovah. But Jehovah was not in the wind. And after the wind, an earthquake, but Jehovah was not in the earthquake. And after the earthquake, a fire, but Jehovah was not in the fire. After the fire, there was the sound of a low whisper. As soon as Elijah heard it, he wrapped his face in his mantle and went out and stood at the entrance of the cave. Then he heard a voice saying, "What are you doing here, Elijah?" He replied, "I have been very jealous for Jehovah, the God of hosts, for the Israelites have forsaken thee,
thrown down thine altars and slain thy prophets with the sword, and I only am left, and they seek to take my life." Then Jehovah said to him, "On your way back, go to the wilderness of Damascus, and when you arrive there, anoint Hazael to rule over Aram, Jehu the son of Nimshi to rule over Israel, and Elijah the son of Shaphat to be prophet in your place. Then everyone who escapes the sword of Hazael, Jehu shall put to death, and everyone who escapes the sword of Jehu, Elisha shall put to death. Yet I will spare 7,000 in Israel, all who have not worshipped Baal and kissed his image." After he had left, Elijah found Elisha the son of Shaphat as he was plowing with 12 pairs of oxen. When Elijah went up to him and threw his mantle upon him, he left the oxen and ran after Elijah and said, "Let me kiss my father and my mother, and then I will follow you." Elijah said to him, "Go back, for what have I done to you?" So Elijah turned back and took 1 pair of oxen and offered them as a sacrifice, and using the wooden plows and yokes as fuel, boiled their flesh and gave it to the people to eat. Then he arose and followed Elijah and served him. End of chapter 64. Chapter 65 of the Children's Bible by Henry A. Sherman. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Ahab the thief. Now Naboth the Jezreelite had a vineyard in Jezreel, next to the palace of Ahab, who ruled at Samaria. So Ahab said to Naboth, "Give me your vineyard that I may have it as a vegetable garden, for it is near my palace, and I will give you a better vineyard for it. Or if it is more pleasing to you, I will pay you its value in money." But Naboth answered Ahab, "May Jehovah save me from the crime of giving you what has come down to me from my fathers." So Ahab went into his house sullen and in bad humor because of what Naboth had said to him. And he lay down on his bed and covered his face and would eat no food. But Jezebel, his wife, came to him and said, "Why are you in such bad humor that you will not eat?" He replied, "Because I made this offer to Naboth, 'Give me your vineyard for its value in money, or else if it is more pleasing to you, I will give you another vineyard for it.' But he answered, 'I will not give you my vineyard.' Then Jezebel, his wife, said to him, 'Are you not the one who now rules in Israel? Rise, eat, and set your mind at rest. I will give you the vineyard of Naboth.' So she wrote letters in Ahab's name and sealed them with his seal, and sent the letters to the leaders and officials who lived in Naboth's city. In the letters she wrote, 'Proclaim a fast and put Naboth in front of the people. Then set up 2 base men before him and let them bring this charge against him: You cursed God and the ruler of Israel. Then carry him out and stone him to death.' The leaders and officials of Naboth's city did as Jezebel commanded in her letters to them. They proclaimed a fast and put Naboth in front of the people. Then the 2 base men came in and sat before him, and the scoundrels in the presence of the people said, 'Naboth cursed God and the ruler of Israel.' Then they carried him out of the city and stoned him to death. And they told Jezebel, 'Naboth has been stoned to death.' As soon as Jezebel heard that Naboth had been stoned to death, she said to Ahab, 'Rise, take the vineyard of Naboth, which he refused to sell you, for Naboth is not alive but dead.' As soon as Ahab heard that Naboth was dead, he went down to the vineyard of Naboth to take it. But this command came from Jehovah to Elijah the Tishbite: 'Rise, go down to meet Ahab, the ruler of Israel, who lives in Samaria. He is just now in the vineyard of Naboth, where he has gone to take it. Say to him, This is the message of Jehovah: Have you killed and also taken his vineyard?' In this very place where dogs licked the blood of Naboth, there they shall also lick your blood." Ahab said to Elijah, "Have you found me, O my enemy?" He answered, "I have, and Jehovah has declared, 'The dogs shall eat Jezebel in the district of Jezreel.'" When Ahab heard these words, he tore his clothes and put sackcloth on his flesh and ate no food. End of chapter 65. Chapter 66 of the Children's Bible by Henry A. Sherman. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Micaiah's courage in telling the truth. For 3 years there was no war between Aram and Israel. But in the 3rd year, when Jehoshaphat, the ruler of Judah, came to visit the ruler of Israel, Ahab said to his followers, "Do you not know that Ramoth in Gilead belongs to us? Yet we sat still in taking it from the king of Aram." Then he asked Jehoshaphat, "Will you go with me to attack Ramoth in Gilead?" Jehoshaphat replied, "I am with you. My people are as your people, my horses as your horses." And Jehoshaphat said to the ruler of Israel, "Ask now what Jehovah has to say." So that Ahab gathered the prophets together, in all about 400 men, and asked them, "Shall I go to fight against Ramoth in Gilead, or shall I not?" They said, "Go up, for Jehovah will give it into your hands." But Jehoshaphat said, "Is there any other prophet of Jehovah, that we may ask him?" The ruler of Israel answered, "There is another by whom we may ask of Jehovah, Micaiah the son of Imlah. But I hate him, for he prophesies for me nothing good, but only evil." Jehoshaphat said, "Do not say so." Then the ruler of Israel called his servant and said, "Bring quickly Micaiah the son of Imlah." The messenger who went to call Micaiah said to him, "See, the prophets have all of them prophesied the ruler of Israel success. Agree with them and prophesy success." But Micaiah said, "As surely as Jehovah lives, I will speak what he says to me." When he came to Ahab, he said to him, "Micaiah, shall we go to Ramoth in Gilead to fight, or shall we not? Go up and conquer. Jehovah will give it into your hands." But Ahab said to him, "How many times shall I warn you to speak nothing to me in the name of Jehovah, but the truth?" He said, "I saw all the Israelites scattered upon the mountains as sheep that have no shepherd. And Jehovah said, 'These have no master. Let each of them go home in peace.'" The ruler of Israel said to Jehoshaphat, "Did I not tell you that he would prophesy for me nothing good, but only evil?" Micaiah said, "Hear then the message from Jehovah. I saw Jehovah sitting on his throne and all the hosts of heaven standing about him. And Jehovah said, 'Who will deceive Ahab so that he will go up and fall at Ramoth in Gilead?'" One suggested one thing and another, until a spirit came out and stood before Jehovah and said, "I will deceive him." Jehovah said to him, "By what means?" He said, "I will go out and become a lying spirit in the mouth of all his prophets." Then Jehovah said, "You shall succeed in deceiving him. Go out and do so." So Jehovah has now put a lying spirit in the mouth of all these prophets of yours, for he has deceived to bring evil upon you. Then Zedekiah came near and struck Micaiah a blow on the cheek and said, "How was it that the Spirit of Jehovah went from me to speak to you?" Micaiah replied, "Indeed, you shall see on the day when you shall go from one hiding place to another." Then the ruler of Israel said, "Take Micaiah back to Amon, the governor of the city, and to Joash, the ruler's son, and say, 'This is the ruler's command. Put this fellow in prison and feed him with a scanty fare of bread and water until I return successful." Micaiah said, "If you intend to return successful, Jehovah has not spoken by me." Then Ahab, the ruler of Israel, and Jehoshaphat, the ruler of Judah, went up to Ramoth in Gilead. And the ruler of Israel said to Jehoshaphat, "I will dress myself so that no one will know me, and go into the battle. You can put on your robes." But a certain man shot an arrow, and by chance it struck the ruler of Israel between the breastplate and the lower part of his armor. So Ahab said to the driver of his chariot, "Turn about and carry me out of the battle, for I am wounded." But the battle grew more intense, so that Ahab stayed until evening, propped up in his chariot in the sight of the Arameans, and the blood ran out of the wound into the bottom of the chariot. And that evening he died. About sunset the cry went out through the army, "Each to his town and each to his land, for the ruler is dead." So they went to Samaria and buried Ahab there. And when they washed the chariot by the pool of Samaria, the dogs licked up his blood, just as Jehovah had said. End of chapter 66. Chapter 67 of the Children's Bible by Henry A. Sherman. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The mantle of Elijah. When Jehovah took up Elijah to heaven in a whirlwind, he was going with Elijah from Gilgal. And Elijah said to Elisha, "Stay here, for Jehovah has sent me as far as Bethel." But Elijah said, "As surely as Jehovah lives and as you live, I will not leave you." So they went down to Bethel. Then the followers of the prophets of Bethel came out to Elijah and said, "Do you know that today Jehovah will take away your master from you?" He said, "Yes, I know it. Say no more." And Elijah said to him, "Elisha, stay here, for Jehovah has sent me to Jericho." But he said, "As surely as Jehovah lives and as you live, I will not leave you." So they came to Jericho. Then the followers of the prophets of Jericho came near to Elijah and said, "Do you know that today Jehovah will take your master from you?" He answered, "Yes, I know it. Say no more." And Elijah said to him, "Stay here, for Jehovah has sent me to Jordan." But he said, "As surely as Jehovah lives and as you live, I will not leave you." So they both went on. 50 followers of the prophets stood opposite them at a distance, while they two stood by the Jordan. Then Elijah rolled up his mantle and with it struck the waters, and they were divided so that they two went over on dry ground. When they had gone over, Elijah said to Elisha, "Ask what I shall do for you before I am taken from you." Elijah said, "Let a double portion of your spirit be upon me." He replied, "You have asked what is difficult, but if you see me when I am taken from you, it shall come to you. But if you do not, it shall not come." As they were going on their way talking, a fiery chariot with horses of fire suddenly came and separated the two, and Elijah went up in a whirlwind to heaven. When Elijah saw it, he cried, my father, the chariots and the horsemen of Israel!" And he saw Elijah no more, but he took hold of his own robes and tore them in two. Then he took up the mantle that had fallen from Elijah. End of chapter 67. Chapter 68 of the Children's Bible by Henry A. Sherman. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Elijah healing the sick boy. One day Elijah went over to Shunem, where a rich woman lived, and she asked him to be her guest. Afterward, whenever he passed by, he stopped there to eat. So she said to her husband, "Now I see that this is a holy man of God who has constantly passing by our door. Let us make a little chamber on the roof and put there for him a bed, a table, a seat, and a candlestick, so that whenever he comes to us, he can stay there." One day when he came, he went into the upper room and lay down there. Then he said to Gehazi, his servant, "Call this Shunammite." So he called her, and she stood before him. Elijah said to Gehazi, "Say now to her, 'See, you have been so anxious to care for us. What can I do for you? May I ask the ruler or the commander of the army to do a favor for you?'" She answered, "I am living among my own people." Elijah said, "What then can be done for her?" Gehazi answered, "Verily, she has no son, and her husband is old." Then Elijah said, "Call her." So he called her, and she stood at the door. Then Elijah said, "At this time a year from now you shall hold a son in your arms." But she said, "No, my lord, O man of God, do not deceive your servant." But the next year the woman had a son at the very time Elijah had promised her. When the child had grown up, he went out one day to his father to the reapers, and he called to his father, "My head, my head!" So his father said to his servant, "Carry him to his mother." When he had been taken to his mother, the boy sat on her lap until noon and then died. His mother went up and laid him on the bed of the man of God and shut the door as she went out. Then she called her husband and said, "Send me one of the servants and one of the asses, that I may go quickly to the man of God and return." He said, "Why do you go to him today? For it is neither the feast of the new moon nor the Sabbath." She said, "I have good reason." Then she saddled an ass and said to her servant, "Drive on fast, do not stop until I tell you." So she went to the man of God on Mount Carmel. But when Elijah saw her at a distance, he said to Gehazi, his servant, "See there the Shunammite. Run down to meet her and say to her, 'Is all well with you? Is your husband well? Is the child well?'" And she answered, "All is well." But when she came to the man of God on the mountain, she caught hold of his feet. When Gehazi tried to push her away, Elisha said, "Let her alone, for she is deeply troubled, and Jehovah has not told me the reason." Then she said, "Did I ask a son of my lord? Did I not say, 'Do not deceive me'?" Elijah said to Gehazi, "Tighten your belt, take my staff in your hand, and go. If you meet any one, do not speak to him. If any one speaks to you, do not answer him, and lay my staff on the face of the child." But the mother of the child said, "As surely as Jehovah lives and as you live, I will not leave you." So he rose and went with her. And Gehazi had gone before them and had laid the staff upon the face of the child, but there was neither sound nor sign of life in the boy. So he went back to meet him and told him, "The child has not awakened." When Elijah came into the house, there was the child lying dead on his bed. So he went in and shut the door after them and prayed to Jehovah. He also went up and lay upon the child, put his mouth upon his mouth, his eyes upon his eyes, his hands upon his hands. As he lay upon him, the flesh of the child became warm. Then he turned and walked backward and forward in the house, and again went up and lay upon him. And the child sneezed 7 times and then opened his eyes. Calling Gehazi, he said, "Call this Shunammite woman." So he called her. And when she came in to him, he said, "Take up your son." Then she went nearer, fell at his feet, and bowed to the ground. After that she took up her son and went out. End of chapter 68. Chapter 69 of the Children's Bible by Henry A. Sherman. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. A slave girl who helped her master. Naaman, the commander of the army of the king of Aram, was a man who was beloved by his master and was held in high honor, for through him Jehovah had given victory to Aram. He was an able man, but he was a leper. Now the Arameans had gone out to rob and had brought away captive from the land of Israel a little maid who became the servant of Naaman's wife. She said to her mistress, "Oh, that my master were with the prophet who is in Samaria! Then he would cure him of his leprosy." So Naaman went in and told the king what the maid from the land of Israel had said. The king of Aram said, "Go now, and I will send a letter to the ruler of Israel." So Naaman set out and took with him 1,000 pounds of silver, 6,000 gold pieces, and 10 suits of fine clothes. He also brought to the ruler of Israel the letter, which read, "This letter is to tell you that I have sent Naaman, my servant, to you, that you may cure him of his leprosy." When the ruler of Israel read the letter, he tore his clothes and said, "Am I a god who can kill and make alive, that this king sends a man to me to cure him of his leprosy? But you can clearly see that he is seeking a quarrel with me." When Elijah, the man of God, heard that the ruler of Israel was tearing his clothes, he sent this message to him: "Why are you tearing your clothes? Let him come now to me, and he shall know that there is a prophet in Israel." So Naaman came with his horses and chariots and stood at the door of Elijah's house. Elijah sent a messenger to him to say, "Go and wash 7 times in the Jordan, and your flesh will again be well and clean." But Naaman went away in a rage, saying, "I expected that he would surely come out to meet me and stand and call on the name of Jehovah his God and wave his hand over the place and so cure the leper. Are not Armana and Pharpar, the rivers of Damascus, better than all the waters of Israel? Could I not wash in them and be clean?" So he turned and went away in a rage. But his servants came near and said to him, "The prophet had told you to do some great thing. Would you not have done it? Why not then, when he says to you, 'Wash and be clean'?" So he went down and dipped himself 7 times in the Jordan as the man of God commanded, and his flesh became again as the flesh of a little child, and he was cured of his leprosy. Then Naaman with all his followers returned to the man of God. When he arrived, he stood before him and said, "Now I know that there is no God in all the earth but in Israel. Therefore accept a present from your servant." But Elijah said, "As surely as Jehovah lives, before whom I stand, I will take nothing." And although he urged him to take it, he would not. Then Naaman said, "If not, give your servant a load of earth, what 2 mules can draw. For your servant will from this time on offer burnt offering and sacrifice to no other god but Jehovah." And Elijah said to him, "Go, and may good fortune attend you." But when he had gone from him a short distance, Gehazi, the servant of Elijah, the man of God, thought to himself, "My master has let this Naaman the Aramean go without accepting what he brought. As surely as Jehovah lives, I will run after him and take something from him." So Gehazi ran after Naaman, and when Naaman saw some one running after him, he stepped down from his chariot to meet him and said, "Is all well?" Gehazi replied, "All is well. My master has sent me to say, 'Just now 2 young men of the followers of the prophets have come to me from the highland of Ephraim. Give them 100 pieces of silver and 2 suits of fine clothes.'" Naaman said, "Agree to take twice as much silver." So he urged him and bound up 200 pounds of silver in 2 bags with 2 suits of fine clothes, and he laid them on 2 of his servants, and they carried them before Gehazi. But when he came to the hill, he took them from their hand and hid them in the house and let the men go. Then he went in to Elijah. But when he stood before his master, Elijah said to him, "Where do you come from, Gehazi?" He answered, "Your servant has not been anywhere." But Elijah said to him, "Was I not in the spirit with you when the man turned from his chariot to meet you? Now you have received money, and you may get clothes, olive yards, vineyards, sheep, oxen, and slaves. But the leprosy of Naaman shall stick to you, and to your children forever." Then Gehazi went from Elijah's presence, a leper as white as snow. End of chapter 69. Chapter 70 of the Children's Bible by Henry A. Sherman. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Elijah's way of treating enemies. Once, while the king of Aram was at war with Israel, he said to his officers, "In such and such a place we shall hide and surprise them." But Elijah, the man of God, sent word to the ruler of Israel, "Take care that you do not pass that place, for the Arameans are hiding there." So the ruler of Israel sent soldiers to the place of which the man of God had told him. Thus he warned him many times, so that he could there be on his guard. The king of Aram was very much troubled by this, and he called the officers and said to them, "Can you not tell me who has betrayed us to the ruler of Israel?" One of his officers replied, "No one, my lord, O king, for Elijah the prophet in Israel tells the ruler of Israel the words that you speak in your bedchamber." The king said, "Go and see where he is, that I may send and seize him." And they told the king, "Elijah is now in Dothan." So the king sent horses and chariots there and a great army. And they arrived at night and surrounded the city. And the man of God rose early the next morning and went out. An army with horses and chariots was about the city. So his servant said to him, "Alas, my master, what shall we do?" He answered, "Fear not, for they who are with us are more than they who are with them." And Elijah prayed and said, "Jehovah, open his eyes that he may see." Then Jehovah opened the eyes of the young man, and he saw that the highlands around about Elijah were full of horses and chariots of fire. When the Arameans came toward him, Elijah prayed to Jehovah and said, "Make this people blind." So Jehovah made them blind as Elijah had asked. Then Elijah said to them, "This is not the way nor the city. Follow me, and I will bring you to the man whom you seek." So he led them to Samaria. And as soon as they came to Samaria, Elijah said, "O Jehovah, open the eyes of these men that they may see." And Jehovah opened their eyes so that they could see. And there they were in Samaria. When the ruler of Israel saw them, he said to Elisha, "My father, shall I cut them down?" Elijah answered, "You shall not cut them down. Would you cut down those whom you have not taken captive with your sword nor with your bow? Set bread and water before them, that they may eat and drink and go to their master." So he prepared a great feast for them. And when they had food and drink, he sent them back to their master. So the robber bands of Arameans no longer invaded the land of Israel. Later Ben-Hadad, king of Aram, gathered all his army and besieged Samaria. The famine was so severe in Samaria while they were besieging it, that an ass's head was sold for 80 pieces of silver. Once, as the ruler of Israel was passing by on the wall, a woman cried out to him, "Help, my lord." He answered, "If Jehovah does not help you, from where can I bring help to you? From the threshing floor or from the winepress?" However, the ruler of Israel said to her, "What is the trouble with you?" She answered, "This woman said to me, 'Give your son that we may eat him today, and we will eat my son tomorrow.' So we cooked my son and ate him. And I said to her on the next day, 'Give me your son that we may eat him.' But she has hidden her son." When the ruler of Israel heard the words of the woman, he tore his clothes. And as he was passing by on the wall, the people looked and saw that he wore sackcloth next to his skin. Now Elijah was sitting in his house with the elders beside him. And while he was still talking to them, the ruler of Israel came down to him and said, "See, this is the evil that comes from Jehovah. Why should I put my hope in Jehovah any longer?" But Elijah said,
Hear the words of Jehovah, for he says, tomorrow about this time a peck of fine meal shall be sold for a piece of silver, and 2 pecks of barley for a piece of silver in the gate of Samaria." Then the charioteer on whose arm the ruler of Israel leaned answered the man of God, "If Jehovah himself should make windows in heaven, could this be possible?" He said, "You shall see it with your own eyes." Now there were 4 lepers just outside the gate, and they said one to another, "Why do we sit here until we die? If we say we will enter the city, then since there is famine in the city, we shall die there. But if we sit here, we shall die too. Now come, let us go over to the army of the Arameans. If they spare our lives, we shall live, and if they kill us, we shall but die." So they set out in the evening to go over to the camp of the Arameans. But when they came to the edge of the camp of the Arameans, no one was there, for the Lord had made the army of the Arameans hear a noise of chariots and of horses and of a great army. And they said to one another, "Surely the ruler of Israel has hired the kings of the Hittites and the kings of the Egyptians to attack us." So they rose and fled in the twilight. And they left their tents, their horses, their asses, even the camp as it was, and fled for their lives. So these lepers came to the edge of the camp. They went in to one tent and ate and drank and carried away silver and gold and clothing and hid them. Then they came back and entered another tent and carried away what was in it and went and hid that. Then they said to one another, "We are not doing right. This day is a day of good news. If we keep still and wait until morning, punishment will overtake us. Now come, let us go and tell those in the palace." So they called the watchmen at the city gate and said to them, "We went to the camp of the Arameans, but there was no one there, and no sound of men's voices. The horses and asses were tied, and the tents were just as they had been." The watchman at the city gate shouted this news to those in the palace. And the ruler of Israel rose in the night and said to his servants, "I will now tell you what the Arameans have done. They know that we are hungry, so they have gone out of the camp to hide themselves in the field, thinking, 'When they come out of the city, we will take them alive and get into the city.'" But one of his servants spoke up and said, "Let some men take a pair of the horses which we left here. If they die, they will be like most of the Israelites who are dying. Let us send and find out." So they took 2 men on horseback, and the ruler of Israel sent them after the army of the Arameans with the command, "Go and see." They followed them to the Jordan, and all the way was filled with clothes and weapons, which the Arameans had thrown away in their haste. So the messengers returned and told the ruler of Israel. Then the people went and carried things away from the camp of the Arameans. So a peck of fine meal was sold for a piece of silver, and 2 pecks of barley for a piece of silver, just as Jehovah had said. End of chapter 70.
Chapter 71 of the Children's Bible by Henry A. Sherman. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The end of Ahab's selfish family. Elijah the prophet called one of the followers of the prophets and said to him, "Tighten your belt, take this flask of oil in your hand, and go to Ramoth in Gilead. When you arrive there, look for Jehu, the son of Jehoshaphat. And when you go in, take him into an inner room away from those who are with him. Then from the flask pour oil on his head and say, 'Jehovah declares, I have anointed you to rule over Israel.' Then open the door and flee without delay." So the young man went to Ramoth in Gilead. When he arrived, the officers of the army were sitting together, and he said, "Commander, I have a message for you." Jehu said, "To which of us?" He replied, "To you, O commander." Then Jehu rose
and went into the house. And the young man poured the oil on his head and said to him, "Jehovah, the God of Israel, says, I have anointed you to rule over Jehovah's people, over Israel." Then he opened the door and hurried away. When Jehu came out to the servants of his master, they asked him, "Is all well? Why did this insane fellow come to you?" He answered, "You know the man and his message." But they said, "You are deceiving us. You must tell us." Jehu replied, "He said to me, 'Jehovah says, I have anointed you to rule over Israel.'" Then each quickly took his garment, laid it at his feet on the bare stairs, and blew the horn and cried, "Jehu is the ruler of Israel." So Jehu plotted against Joram. Now Joram, with all the Israelites, had been defending Ramoth in Gilead against Hazael, the king of Aram. But Joram had gone back to Jezreel to recover from the wounds which he had received from the Arameans when he fought with Hazael, king of Aram. So Jehu said, "If it is your will, let no one escape from the city to bring news to Jezreel." Then Jehu mounted his chariot and went toward Jezreel. While the watchman was standing on the tower of Jezreel, he saw the cloud of dust about Jehu as he came and said, "I see a cloud of dust." Joram said, "Send a horseman to meet him and ask whether he comes with peaceful purpose." So the horseman went out to meet him and said, "The ruler of Israel asks, 'Do you come with peaceful purpose?'" Jehu replied, "What have you to do with peace? Turn and follow me." So the watchman said, "The messenger went to them, but does not return." Then Joram sent out a second horseman, who went to them and said, "The ruler of Israel asks, 'Do you come with peaceful purpose?'" Jehu answered, "What have you to do with peace? Turn and follow me." So the watchman said, "He also went to them, but does not return. However, the driving is like the driving of Jehu, for he drives very fast." Then Joram said, "Get my chariot ready." And when it was ready, he went to meet Jehu and found him in the field of Naboth the Jezreelite. When Joram saw Jehu, he said, "Do you come with peaceful purpose, Jehu?" Then Joram turned to flee, but Jehu drew his bow and struck Joram between the shoulders, so that the arrow went through his heart, and he fell down in his chariot. Then Jehu said to Bidkar his charioteer, "Take him up and throw him into the field of Naboth the Jezreelite, for I well remember that, as you and I rode together after Ahab his father, Jehovah pronounced this sentence upon him: 'Surely I saw yesterday the blood of Naboth and his sons, and I will punish you on the same piece of land.' So throw him into this piece of land, as Jehovah said." Then Jehu arrived at Jezreel. As soon as Jezebel heard of it, she painted her eyes, arranged her hair, and looked out of the window. As Jehu came in at the gate, he said, "Is all well with you, you traitor, you murderer of your master?" But he looked up to the window and cried, "Who is on my side? Who?" 2 or 3 slaves looked down at him, and he said, "Throw her down." And they threw her down, and the horses trampled on her. When Jehu had gone in and had had something to eat and drink, he gave this command: "Look after this woman and bury her, for she is the king's daughter." But when they went to bury her, they found no more of her than the skull, the feet, and the hands. When they went back and told Jehu, he said, "This is what Jehovah declared by his servant Elijah when he said, 'On the piece of land at Jezreel the dogs shall eat Jezebel's flesh, and her body shall be as refuse on the surface of the field, so that no one can say, "This is Jezebel."'" End of chapter 71. Chapter 72 of the Children's Bible by Henry A. Sherman. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The boy Joash on the throne of Judah. When Joram had ruled 12 years over Israel, Ahaziah, the son of Jeroham, began to rule over Judah. And he went down to Jezreel to visit Joram, who was ill. When Jehu struck down Joram, Ahaziah saw it and fled towards Beth-Ganim. But Jehu followed after him with the words, "Shoot him down too in the chariot." So they shot him down on the way to Gur near Ibleam. But he escaped to Megiddo and died there. When Athaliah, the mother of Ahaziah, learned that her son was dead, she rose and put to death all of Ahaziah's children except Joash, whom his aunt Jehosheba secretly took and placed with his nurse in the bedchamber. In this way she hid him from Athaliah, so that he was not put to death. He was with her, hid in the temple of Jehovah 6 years, while Athaliah ruled over the land. But in the 7th year, Jehoiada, the priest, called together the officers of the royal guard and brought them into the temple of Jehovah. After he had made them make a solemn promise, he showed them Ahaziah's son and gave them these orders. "This is what you shall do. A third part of you who go in on the Sabbath to guard the palace shall keep watch over it. 2 divisions of you, including all who go out on the Sabbath to guard the temple of Jehovah, shall surround Joash, each with his weapons in his hand, and let every one who comes within the ranks be put to death. Thus you shall guard Joash when he goes out and when he comes in." The officers did as Jehoiada the priest commanded, and he brought Ahaziah's son and put the crown and the royal ornaments upon him, and they made him ruler over Judah, and poured oil upon his head, and clapped their hands, crying, "Long live the ruler!" But when Athaliah heard the people shouting, she came to them in the temple of Jehovah. When she saw Joash standing by the pillar, as was the custom, and the officers and the trumpeters by him, and all the people of the land rejoicing and blowing trumpets, she tore her clothes and said, "Treason! Treason!" But Jehoiada the priest gave this order to the officers: "Bring her between the ranks and kill with the sword whoever follows her." For the priest said, "Let her not be put to death in the temple of Jehovah." So they seized her. She was killed as she went through the horses' entry to the palace. Jehoiada made a solemn agreement between Jehovah and the new ruler and the people, that they should be Jehovah's people also between the ruler and the people. And Joash ruled 40 years in Jerusalem. End of chapter 72. Chapter 73 of the Children's Bible by Henry A. Sherman. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. A young man who said, "Send me." Uzziah, Joash's grandson, was 16 years old when he began to rule over Judah, and he ruled 52 years in Jerusalem. He fought against the Philistines and broke down the wall of Gath and of Jabneh and of Ashdod, and built cities near Ashdod and among the Philistines. And God helped him against the Philistines. The Ammonites also paid tribute to Uzziah, for he became very strong. And Uzziah built towers in Jerusalem at the corner gate and at the valley gate and at the corner of the wall, and fortified them. He also built towers in the wilderness and dug many cisterns, for he had many herds in the lowland and farmers in the plain and vine dressers in the mountains and in the fruit fields, for he loved to cultivate the ground. But he was a leper to the day of his death. He lived in his own house, while Jotham his son was at the head of the royal household, ruling the people of the land. And Uzziah died, And they buried him with his fathers in the city of David, and Jotham his son became the ruler in his place. Isaiah said, "It was in the year that Uzziah the ruler of Judah died that I saw the Lord sitting on a high and lofty throne, and the train of his robe filled the temple. Guardian angels stood above him. Each had 6 wings, one pair to cover the face, another pair to cover the feet, and another pair with which to fly. And they cried to one another, 'Holy, holy, holy is Jehovah of hosts. The whole earth is full of his glory.' The foundations of the thresholds trembled at the voice of those who called, and the temple was filled with smoke. Then I said, 'Woe is me! I am ruined, for I am a man with unclean lips, and I live among a people with unclean lips. For my eyes have seen the King, Jehovah of hosts.' But one of the guardian angels flew to me with a hot coal in his hand that he had taken from off the altar, and with it he touched my mouth and said, 'See, this has touched your lips. Your guilt is taken away and your sin forgiven.' Then I heard the voice of the Lord saying, 'Whom shall I send? For whom will go for us?' And I said, 'Here I am, send me.'" End of chapter 73. Chapter 74 of the Children's Bible by Henry A. Sherman. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Jeremiah is called to do a hard task. This was the message which came to me from Jehovah. "Before you were born, I knew you and prepared for you your work. I have appointed you to be a prophet to the nations." But I, Jeremiah, said, "O Lord Jehovah, I do not know how to speak in public, for I am only a youth." Then Jehovah said to me, "Do not say, 'I am only a youth,' for you shall go to all to whom I send you, and you shall speak whatever I command you. Do not be afraid of them, for I am with you to protect you." Then Jehovah stretched out his hand and touched my mouth and said to me, "See, I have put my words in your mouth, and I have appointed you this day over the nations and kingdoms, to tear up and break down, to destroy and to overthrow, to build and to plant." Again this message came from Jehovah. "What do you see?" I answered, "A great kettle brewing hot, and it faces from the north." Then Jehovah said to me, "From the north trouble is brewing for all the people of the land. For I am about to call all the kingdoms of the north, and they shall come and each set up his throne at the entrance to the gates of Jerusalem and around its wall and against all the cities of Judah. And I will pass judgment upon Jerusalem and these cities for all their wickedness, for they have been disloyal to me and offered sacrifices to other gods and have worshipped that which their own hands have made. Therefore make ready, rise, speak to them all that I command you. Do not be afraid of them. For see, I myself will make you this day like a fortified city and like a bronze wall against the rulers of Judah, its leaders, its priests, and the common people. Though they fight against you, they will not overcome you, for I am with you to protect you." End of chapter 74. Chapter 75 of the Children's Bible by Henry A. Sherman. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The young Josiah and the book of the law. Josiah was 8 years old when he began to rule, and he ruled for 31 years in Jerusalem. In the 18th year of his rule, he sent Shaphan the scribe to the temple of Jehovah with the command, "Go up to Hilkiah, the chief priest, and see that when he has taken the money that is brought into the temple of Jehovah
and that which the doorkeepers have gathered from the people, they give it to the workmen who have charge of the temple of Jehovah. Then let them give it to the carpenters, the builders, and the masons who are in the temple of Jehovah to repair the breaks in it, and to buy timber and cut stone to restore it. But no account was asked of them for the money that was given to them, for they dealt honestly. Then Hilkiah the chief priest said to Shaphan the scribe, I have found the book of the law in the temple of Jehovah. And Hilkiah gave the book to Shaphan, and he read it. Then Shaphan went to Josiah and told him, Your servants have taken the money that was found in the temple and have turned it over to the workmen who have charge of the temple of Jehovah. Shaphan the scribe also said to Jehovah, Hilkiah the priest has given me a book. And Shaphan read it to him. When Josiah had heard the words of the book of the law, he tore his clothes. Then he gave this command to Hilkiah the priest, to Ahikam the son of Shaphan, to Achbor the son of Micaiah, to Shaphan the scribe, and to Asaiah his servant. Go ask of Jehovah for me and for the people and for all Judah about the words of this book that has been found. For Jehovah must be very angry with us, because our fathers have not listened to the words of this book, nor done all that we are there commanded to do. So Hilkiah the priest and Ahikam and Achbor went to Huldah the prophetess, who lived in Jerusalem, and talked with her. She said to them, This is the message of Jehovah, the God of Israel. Tell the man who sent you to me, Jehovah says, I am now about to bring evil upon this place and upon its people, even all that is written in the book which the ruler of Judah has read. But you shall say to him who sent you to ask of Jehovah, Jehovah, the God of Israel, declares, because you listened and humbled yourself before Jehovah and have wept before me, I also have heard you. So they brought back word to Josiah. Then at his command they got together all the leaders of Judah and of Jerusalem, and Josiah went up to the temple of Jehovah, and with him all the men of Judah and all the people of Jerusalem, as well as the priests and the prophets and all the people, including the children. And he read to them all the words of the book of the covenant which was found in the temple of Jehovah. And Josiah stood by the pillar and made a solemn promise before Jehovah to obey all the commands and carry out the rules written in this book. And all the people also agreed to do so. Then Josiah commanded Hilkiah, the chief priest, and the second priest, and the doorkeepers to bring out from the temple of Jehovah all the things that were made for Baal and for the Canaanite goddess of fortune, and for the Babylonian star gods. And he burned them outside Jerusalem in the lime kilns by the Kidron, and carried their ashes to Bethel. He also put away the idolatrous priests, whom the rulers of Judah had appointed to offer sacrifice at the temples on the heights in the towns of Judah and in the places about Jerusalem. Those also who offered sacrifice to Baal, to the sun, the moon, and the planets, and all the starry host. He also destroyed Topheth, which is in the valley of Ben Hinnom, so that no man could ever make his son or his daughter pass through the fire to Molech. He removed the horses at the entrance of the temple of Jehovah, which the rulers of Judah had given to the sun, and burned the chariots of the sun. Josiah broke down and crushed in pieces the altars that were on the roof, which the rulers of Judah had made. Josiah also tore down the altar in the old temple at Bethel, broke its stones in pieces, and beat it to dust. Then he gave this command to all the people: Keep the Passover to Jehovah your God as it is commanded in the book of the covenant. Such a Passover as this had not been kept from the days of the judges who ruled Israel and during the period of the rulers of Israel and of Judah. But this Passover was kept in Jehovah's honor in Jerusalem for the first time in the 18th year of Josiah's rule. Josiah put away all the mediums, the wizards, the idols, and all the evil things that were discovered in the land of Judah and in Jerusalem, that he might carry out the words of the law which were written in the book of Hilkiah the priest, found in the temple of Jehovah. Josiah was the first ruler who turned to Jehovah with all his heart, with all his soul, and with all his strength, in exact accord with the law of Moses. Nor were any of the rulers that followed like him. End of chapter 75.
Chapter 76 of the Children's Bible by Henry A. Sherman. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The writing of an ancient book. When Jehoiakim, the son of Josiah, had been the ruler for 4 years, this message came to Jeremiah from Jehovah. Take a parchment roll and write on it all the words that I have spoken to you about Jerusalem and Judah and all the nations from the time of Josiah to the present. Perhaps the people of Judah will pay attention to all the evil which I intend to bring upon them, so that they will turn each from his evil way, that I may forgive their guilt and sin. Then Jeremiah called Baruch, the son of Neriah, and Baruch wrote on a parchment roll as Jeremiah told him all the words which Jehovah had spoken to him. And Jeremiah commanded Baruch, saying, I am not permitted to go to the temple of Jehovah. Therefore you go and read in the temple on the fast day the words of Jehovah from the roll which you have written at my command. You shall read them to all the people of Judah who have come from their towns. Perhaps they will pray to Jehovah and each turn from his evil way. For great is the anger and wrath of Jehovah against this people. So Baruch did as Jeremiah the prophet commanded him, reading in the temple from the writing the words of Jehovah. The next year, when all the people who had come to Jerusalem from the cities of Judah were observing a fast in the temple courts, Baruch read to them all from the writing of the words of Jeremiah. When Micaiah, the grandson of Shaphan, had heard all the words of Jehovah, he went down to the palace, where all the court officials were sitting, and told them all that he had heard when Baruch read the book to the people. Then all the nobles sent Jehudi, the son of Nethaniah, to Baruch to say, Take the roll from which you have read to all the people and come here. So Baruch took the roll in his hand and went to them. And they said to him, Sit down now and read it to us. So Baruch read it to them. But when they had heard all, they turned in fear to one another and said to Baruch, We must surely tell Jehoiakim all of this. So they asked Baruch, Tell us now, how did you write all this? Baruch answered, Jeremiah told it all to me, and I wrote it down in ink. Then the nobles said to Baruch, Go hide both yourself and Jeremiah, and let no one know where you are. After they had put the roll in the room of Elishama, the chancellor, they went to Jehoiakim's room and told all these things to him. Then he sent Jehudi to bring the roll, and he brought it out of the room of Elishama, the chancellor. And Jehudi read it to him and to all the leaders who were with him. Now Jehoiakim was sitting in the winter house with the brazier burning before him. When Jehudi had read 3 or 4 double columns, Jehoiakim cut it with a paper knife and threw it into the fire that was on the brazier, and the entire roll was burned up. But neither he nor any of his servants who were present were disturbed or tore their garments. Elnathan and Delilah and Gemariah begged Jehoiakim not to burn the roll, but he would not listen to them. He also ordered Jehoram, his son, and Sherariah, the son of Azriel, and Shemaliah, the son of Abdin, to seize Baruch the scribe and Jeremiah the prophet. But Jehovah kept them hidden. Then Jeremiah took another roll and gave it to Baruch the scribe, who wrote on it, as Jeremiah spoke to him, all the words of the book which Jehoiakim, the ruler of Judah, had burned in the fire, and many other similar words were added. End of chapter 76.